Thank you for choosing to break your morning with AM Live. You bang on time for, of course, Standing on Guard, which comes to you every Wednesday. We have our panelists already with us, looking dapper, all of them, and fresh, right? Save for Ahmed Hashi, who's on the phone this morning, right? Good guys. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Right. I want to welcome back also Ambassador Rasas Moinchi. You've been missing in action, right? A real diplomat, I should say. Yeah, you've been globetrotting. Can tell us more about where you've been?
Yes, I was in Burundi.
You were in Burundi.
And I think things are starting to look pretty good. You know, once a country has gone through civil strife, the economy suffers a lot.
Okay.
But, you know, there is hope at the end of the tunnel, light. And, of course, as you know, they're going to have elections in May. And so we see some good success story perhaps in the making.
All right, thank you. Right, I want to welcome all of you. I want to give you all the time to have the introductory remarks because we want to save on time. There's a lot that we want to cover this morning.
Yes.
So, yes, and here are the highlights for you, which is, of course, in Standing on Guard. Did Kenya breach custom protocol and AfCFTA agreement in a U.S. deal? Rwanda demands Uganda investigate anti-Rwanda forces operating in the country. And is the ugly head of tribalism rearing its ugly head, of course, through the BBI? We have our guests already here. Of course, here also we have their profiles as well, which is up next. There you go, we're ready to go, and of course we shall be firing on all cylinders much later as far as the discussion is concerned. But let's see what is fresh off the press this morning as far as our dailies are concerned. We begin with the Daily Nation. This is what is on the front page of the Daily Nation today. Beginning of the end for Wild Sonko era, putting affairs of Kenya's capital city in his hands was a grave mistake. That was a failure. And there is a takeover right now. The writing has been on the wall for months, and the last one to decipher the inevitable stroke of the swords is Mike Sonko, swathed in designer get-ups, bedecked in gold bling. In the end, he has been forced to surrender most of his authority to the national government. You have this story continuing on page 2 of the Daily Nation this morning. Also, was guard at Ruto's office a marked man? That is the abiding question. You have the story continuing on page 6 of the Daily Nation this morning. SGR employed 6,000 Chinese. As millions of jobless and hopeless Kenyans continue to tarmac, some 6,000 Chinese were hired to work on the SGR project, most of them doing menial jobs. This story continues on page 4 and 5 of the Daily Nation this morning. So this is how it looks. Make sure you grab a copy for yourself. Also on top here, Cabinet Secretaries answer SMEs queries. In a commendable display of private-public partnership, 8 ministers took the hot seats at the SMEs conference to tackle issues affecting the sector. And that's how it went down yesterday. A partnership between NMG and the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industries. You can follow the story on page 10 and 11 of today's Daily Nation. Let's move on to see quickly what we have on the front page of the Star. Uhuru men plan to kick DP Ruto out of Mount Kenya. There's a plot there. President supporters moot plan at Safari Park meeting. Businessman Peter Munga, governors start campaign against DP. That is a story that you can follow on page 4 and 5 of the Star this morning. And Uhuru takes over Nairobi as Sonko gives up county functions. And this is a related picture there. You can see the caption is reading, President Uhuru Kenyatta witnesses the handing over of some county functions to the national government at State House in Nairobi yesterday. This is the Star for you today. And on top here, why are you always angry? Ledama blames Ruto for his arrest. Ethnic incitement is a story, and this story continues on page 8 of the Star this morning. I want to show you also what we have on the front page of the Standard and the People Daily as well. And this is what is on the front page of the People, the Standard today. Uhuru power deal ends Sonko era. That is what we have on the front page of the Standard. And it says, embattled Nairobi governor surrenders running of the city to the national government in a sweetheart State House deal that raises serious questions. This story continues on page 8 and 9 of the Standard today. What's next? And we can see them appending their signatures there. That is the Cabinet Secretary of Devolution, Eugene Wamalwa, and the Governor of Nairobi, Mike Sonko. Also, government without portfolio. This is what the Council of Governors Chairman Wycliffe Oparanya has said, quote unquote, this now leaves him a governor without a portfolio. It has not taken us by surprise because there have been many problems in Nairobi. Also, the tough questions. This is what Makueni Senator Mutula Kilonzo is asking. Quote unquote, will the Assembly oversight the National Executive? I doubt. Will the functions revert? I doubt. Will the Assembly budget for the assigned functions? Will the Assembly budget for the assigned functions? Unlikely. Will we include them in county revenue allocations? Serious constitutional issues. And also we have lawyer Peter Wanyama saying, quote unquote, it appears to be procedurally wrong. The transfer of functions cannot just happen. There must be public participation and approval by the County Assembly and the Senate. The period within which the national government will run the affairs of the county must also be specified in the agreement. They put the cart before the horse. You can read all the details on page 8 and 9 of the Standard this morning. Also, 10 trillion shillings economy with 46 million poor people falls hope. It says statistics suggest Kenya's economy is soaring, but the numbers do not add up on the ground, where an overwhelming majority of citizens are classified as poor and vulnerable. Read all these details on page 2 and 3 of the Standard today. The numbers also are broken there for you. For the number of Kenyans out of every 10 who are able to put food on the table every day, 94% percentage of the population classified as poor or vulnerable, and 6% percentage of people classified as rich. They have a sustainable source of income. 14.4 million the number of Kenyans who work as casuals, and 100,000 shillings. 95% of salaried Kenyans take home less than 100,000 shillings a month. That is a story you can follow on page 2 and 3 of the Standard today. Right, I showed you what we have on the front page of the Star. Let's move on and see what we have on the front page of the People Daily and see what it holds for us today. And this is what you're waking up to. Sonko loses control of city, it says. Shock move. With the stroke of a pen, embattled Nairobi governor signs away key functions of his administration to the national government, rendering him a mere figurehead. This story continues on page 4 of the People Daily. You can see a related picture. And over 700 new police stations created in major security boost. This is on page 12 of the People Daily this morning. Let's back it down to some business and see what the Business Daily is holding for us today. Bank eyes Tuju children over 1.6 billion shillings debt battle. EADB threatens the Tujus with bankruptcy suit if they fail to pay the loan. The East African Development Bank is targeting the children of Jubilee Secretary General Raphael Tuju for recovery of 1.6 billion shillings loan on grounds that they had guaranteed their father when he inked the botched financial deal. The bank has sent a demand notice to the Cabinet Secretary's children, Mano Tuju, Alma Tuju and Waima Tuju, demanding payment of $6.5 million, that is 1.6 billion shillings, with interest. Failure to which the lender threatened to file a bankruptcy suit against him or against them. You can follow the story on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. NSSF monthly contributions rise 5 times in July is another story that continues on page 5 or page 4 of the Business Daily. Job losses loom in new parastatal merger plan. Job losses are looming in state plans to merge parastatals. A move that will see up to 10 parastatals collapse into one in far-reaching proposals that will cut extra fat and save taxpayers billions of shillings. And you can follow this story on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. On the ticker this morning, Centum hits back in Two Rivers land row. Centum has vowed to defend ownership of the land where the Two Rivers Mall stands after one of the widows of the late Minister Mbiu Koinange questioned the 1.1 billion shillings deal. Also, Sonko cedes key city hall functions to the national government is a story you can follow on page 4 of the Business Daily today. And financing women entrepreneurs, we can see a public service and gender cabinet secretary, Margaret Kobia, and Absa Bank Kenya PLC Managing Director Jeremy Awori after signing a symbolic agreement yesterday for 10 billion shillings financing to be made available to women-led businesses. Looking on also, Absa Director Marketing and Corporate Relations Caroline Ndungu, and also with board member Winnie Oko and Patricia Idao. The story continues on page 7 of the Business Daily this morning. Allow me to let you just cross the region, or not really cross the borders, to see what is a close country. Let's just go to Tanzania and see what the citizen is holding for us. Why hospitals' claims are draining insurance firms. Insurance companies are paying more in claims to hospitals than any other area covered, largely due to inflated claims lodged by some medical facilities. The story continues on page 2 of the Citizen this morning. More information, hospitals inflating drug prices as well. You can follow the story inside the Citizen in Tanzania. This continues on page 2. And also how 2.8 billion shillings high suspects were busted. Find all the details on page 2. Also, World Health Organization warns of coronavirus pandemic as cases peak in China. Are we prepared as Africa? Do more to boost rural power supply, says SADC. That story continues on page 8 of the Citizen in Tanzania. Still there in Tanzania, we can also see what the Swahili version is saying. And this is what is on the front page of Mwananchi. Chadema yatishishwa zigo la Ukawa uchaguzi 2020. That is the story on the front page of Mwananchi. You can follow the story on page 4. Let me just cross down to Rwanda, see what also we have on the front page of the New Times. How coronavirus may affect Rwanda economy. That is the story. The headlining story on the front page of the New Times today. Coronavirus is considered to be one of the major shocks affecting the global economy and could have consequences on the domestic economy. Economists have warned. Are we prepared as Africa? Also, World Health Organization gave a statement regarding this, how or the preparedness of Africa as far as combating this virus is concerned. Will automation address SACCO challenges? Find all the details on page 2. 30 African refugees resettled in Sweden. You can follow the story on page 4 of the New Times. In Rwanda, and Parliament orders probe into misuse of public funds by May. We can see Auditor General here, Obadiah Biraro, speaking during a panel discussion on corruption at the 17th National Leadership Retreat in Kabiro on February the 18th. He was joined by Marie Immaculate Ingabire, the chairperson of Transparency International Rwanda, and MP Jean Chrysostom, that is Ngabisinze, and the PAC chairperson. You can follow the story on page 5 of the New Times in Rwanda. Let's move on swiftly and see also what we have on the front page of, I will show you momentarily what we have on the front page of East African, which also will be a very good discussion for us as far as the South Sudan is concerned, and the new peace deal and the transitional government there that happened on Sunday. Let's just see what we have internationally. And this is what we have on the front page of the latest copy of, the latest copy of The Economist. That was Taifa Leo. I should show you the Taifa Leo before I go to the internet. This is Taifa Leo for today. China ilivyofunga uhuru mdomo. Mkataba wa SGR wafanya rais ashindwe kutimiza ahadi yake kwa Wakenya. And you know that particular expose yesterday by the Daily Nation on the pillars of greed and how also we're ripped off as a country by the SGR contract. That story is tucked away on page 2 of Taifa Leo this morning. This is the latest copy of The Economist for you. Big tech's $2 trillion bull run, and this are the unicorns there, the tech unicorns, the Gmail, the Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, and also Facebook. Big tech's $2 trillion bull run. And how to prepare for a pandemic? All the details are tucked away in the latest copy of The Economist. Should to kill in the Philippines, why the Bundesbank should relax. Progress in the search for ET, that is tucked away in the latest copy of The Economist. Also, we have for you the latest copy of The Wired. You can also grab a copy if you're a tech savvy there as well. What will keep us human when we leave Earth behind? That is the probing question on the front page of The Wired. You can follow all these details inside the latest copy of The Wired as well. Quickly, let's see also what we have on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. And virus fears bruise wild stocks. This is the reality. You can see the index performance since Wednesday's close. It is going down and down and down. The Dow Industrials as well, S&P 500 and Nasdaq are composite. This is the performance this year. So this is a blowback of coronavirus. Investors seek safety in gold, treasuries, as the epidemic worsens in China and beyond. Diseases spread alarms officials. The World Health Organization said on Monday it isn't yet clear whether the coronavirus can be stopped from spreading further globally, as growing outbreaks in Italy, South Korea, and Iran heightened concerns. Italy reported a 7th death from the virus, with authorities imposing quarantines and other restrictions in the country's economic heartland to fight what is now the world's third biggest national outbreak after those in China and Korea. You can read the rest of the details inside the Wall Street Journal. Also, jury convicts Weinstein in mixed verdict. Justices to hear religious rights cases as well. All that is tucked away in this copy of the Wall Street Journal. Of course, time zone notwithstanding, that will be the latest for us. Right, I think that's it from here. But I want to hark you back briefly to show you what was on the front page of the Daily Nation. This is in 1962. This is how it looked. Big-scale riots in Uganda. Yeah, big-scale riots in Uganda. That was the splash. Pressure on HMG at Kenya talks, and paraffin caseman to go to jail. That's how it looked then. You can see also the picture was very grainy then. That was the Daily Nation. Okay, so let's see what we have for you in our segment of laughter and levity. All right, this is what we have in the Daily Nation today, according to Victor. This is the SGR and how that pig, which is the Tano Terror, has actually gobbled up your money. Is it value for money? Jubilee Gravy Train and Tano Terror is what has been labeled to be this particular pig that is in the Daily Nation today. I'll leave it for you to decipher that. Let's see what we have inside the Standard today and also the People Daily. And this is what Stano has done for us today. Right, combing the head speech, you can see that particular afro is getting wild and bigger, right? And we know the story about Lakina there and the head speech. I'll leave it for you to decipher that. That is in the People Daily today. Let's see what we have also inside the Standard. This is what has been drawn today by Gado. Hosni Mubarak died yesterday, and this is what Gado has drawn for us today. This is the Pharaoh, the gun-toting Pharaoh. So did he stay for long until it was his undoing? Right, we have our panelists here. We shall just discuss this briefly also with them much later. So that is the People Daily. Let's see what we have inside the Star today. According to Ozone as well. Oh, they were reading from the same script. Hate, cut it out, never. This is Ozone in the Star as well. All right, those are your cartoons today. Make sure you grab a copy of the Daily Nation, a copy of the Business Daily, the Citizen in Tanzania, Daily Monitor in Uganda, which I didn't show you. Also, I will show you the East African much later in the course of the program. But for now, let's hack back into history a bit and draw this particular story from our archives.
The SADC has been under pressure from critics to condemn Mugabe, but analysts say the region has little prospect of coaxing Mugabe to give the opposition a fair chance in the voting set for March 9th and 10th.
The problem in Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda and Burundi have adverse ripple effects on all our economies in the region. On Zimbabwe, I have no doubt that His Excellency President Robert Mugabe will brief us about the situation in his country.
Mozambican President Joaquim Chissano, on his arrival in Malawi, said he was worried about the implicit warning from the Zimbabwean army that it would not tolerate an opposition win. Mugabe, 77, arrived in Malawi on Saturday in a combative mood, accusing Britain of trying to help the opposition into power. Meanwhile, hopes of bolstering Congo's peace negotiation hit a snag even before the summit got underway, when Congolese President Joseph Kabila declined to meet rebel groups who have been fighting to oust his government.
20 years back there from our archives at the museum. But to the stories of the day that we shall be discussing with the panelists, Narok County Senator Ledama Olekinem has been released a few hours after he was arrested over remarks he made on Saturday. They were deemed to be inciting. Ledama claims his arrest is a witch hunt. He will appear in court next Tuesday. Sharon Baranga starts us off.
Narok Senator Ledama Olekina was arrested early Tuesday. The senator was arrested by officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations who are working together with officials from the National Cohesion and Integrated Commission. His arrest is linked to utterances he made on Saturday that were deemed to be divisive among communities living and working in Narok. 5 hours later, Ledama was released, and together with other leaders, they claim his arrest was politically instigated.
We are people who have maintained peace for over centuries, but also we've been terrorized, traumatized, extremist measures, and that has got to come to an end.
And just like Narok County Senator Ledama Olekina, leaders from the Maasai community believe their own people are being oppressed on their own land, and they vowed to continue fighting for their rights.
But this today were kicks of a dying horse. You know, we will not let that to intimidate us.
The inciting speech is claimed to have been made on Saturday during the Building Bridges Initiative rally in Narok.
Nobody can stop reggae, 'cause reggae's...
ODM party leader Raila Odinga on Monday defended the remarks, explaining that it was part of the BBI process of promoting democracy and the freedom of expression. Sharon Baranga, NTV.
Now, Kenya's special envoy to South Sudan, Kalonzo Musyoka, welcomed the decision by South Sudan to establish a transitional government of national unity. Kalonzo says that peace in South Sudan will bring along economic benefits to Kenya. Riek Machar was sworn in as the vice president on Saturday, sealing off a peaceful deal that will end the crisis that have marred the country for nearly 8 years.
A peaceful South Sudan means a peaceful Kenya. Mnajua hapa ni wengi zaidi wamekuja kama marefugee. Sasa ninauliza watu wa South Sudan mahali popote walipo, kama walikuja hapa kwa sababu ya kuogopa kuuawa, wajue nyumbani amani imerudi. Imerudi amani nyumbani na warudi kwao, na sisi tutajaribu. The hard part begins now because they have moved from what is called, they were calling pre-transition period to transition period, ambao sasa watafanya marekebisho ya kikatiba ya kiuchumi, na bado sisi tutafanya hiyo safari pamoja nao.
Now, Kenya's proposed free trade deal with the US has put it in the crosshairs as critics say the planned bilateral agreement will be a breach of regional and continental trade protocols. The proposed deal, if passed, will see Kenya opens its borders to duty-free imports from the United States, while Nairobi will also get to export a range of goods tax-free to the US. The two countries share around $1 billion in trade annually. Nairobi argues that the proposed deal is intended to replace the African Growth and Opportunities Act, that is AGOA agreement, which expires in 2025 and allowed duty-free access of a wide range of African goods to the US. President Donald Trump's administration has signaled its reluctance for multilateral trade deals such as AGOA, preferring instead to sign bilateral free trade agreements with individual countries. This deal between the two countries will be a first for US trade relations in sub-Saharan Africa. EAC trade officials in Arusha say the deal is potentially in breach of Section 37 of the East African Community Customs Union Protocol that requires a member state to inform its partners of its intentions before such a deal is signed. Under the EAC's first pillar, the Customs Union Protocol, of which Kenya is a signatory, an EAC member is expected to notify the partners of any intentions to offer a third-party preferential market access, since member states share a common custom territory. Furthermore, the African Continental Free Trade Area, once in force, prohibits bilateral free trade negotiations with third parties. The Kenyan government has, however, denied that it is in breach of both EAC Customs Union Protocol and AfCFTA agreement. Uganda was on Friday urged to look into allegations that anti-Rwandan rebels are operating on its territory before the long-shuttered border between the neighbors can be reopened during a summit of regional leaders. Rwandan President Paul Kagame and his Ugandan counterpart Yoweri Museveni held a fourth round of talks mediated by Angolan President Joao Lourenço and the Democratic Republic of Congo's Felix Tshisekedi in a bid to end year-long tensions. In February 2019, Rwanda abruptly closed the borders with its northern neighbor, severing a major economic land route. It accuses Kampala of supporting rebel groups and illegally arresting and torturing its citizens. Uganda, for its part, also accuses Rwanda of espionage. The heads of state met at the border town of Gatuna, which has become a virtual ghost town because of the closure. A communique after the summit said it had recommended that the Republic of Uganda should, within 1 month, verify the allegations of the Republic of Rwanda about action from its territory by forces hostile to the government of Rwanda. If these allegations are proved, the Ugandan government will take all measures to stop it and prevent it from happening again. Once Uganda does so, another summit will be convened for the formal reopening of the border. Both sides have since released prisoners from the other country. During the Friday summit, they also signed an extradition treaty for cases related to alleged subversive activities practiced by their nationals in the territory of the other party.
There will be a few questions, 3 questions, which will be asked by members of the press.
Government officials have been restrained in commenting affairs to do with Rwanda.
For the part of Uganda and maybe for the part of Rwanda.
I want to know, Uganda's
Now, summit of Sahel states had appeals on Tuesday to step up the fight against jihadists, whose offensive across 3 countries has claimed thousands of lives and inflicted crippling economic damage. More than ever, the Sahel requires heightened and coordinated attention from states in the region and the international community to break the spiral of violence. This is according to Mauritanian President Mohamed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, chairing a one-day summit of the so-called G5 Sahel group. He said civilians in the Sahel were bewildered by the failure to stop the violence. He also called for a step change in implementing a much-touted 5,000-man joint force by the G5 Sahel countries and for more substantial support from other African countries. The G5 Sahel comprises Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania and Niger, whose region is in the front line of a nearly 8-year-old onslaught by armed Islamists. A localized revolt that began in northern Mali in 2012 has spread to the center of the country and to neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger. Around 4,000 people died in the 3 countries last year, a 5-fold increase over 2016 according to United Nations figures.
La présence de mes frères principalement au Burkina Faso, au Mali et au Niger.
La tenue ici même de la réunion.
Right, those are the stories that we want to tackle with our panelists already. We ran by you their profiles. They're here. Also joining us is Peter Kagwanjira as well. And we begin with the story that was first up. That is of hate speech, the BBI and hate speech. And looking at today's editorial cartoon also in the Star, very interesting one as well. Also in the People Daily Bystander. There you go. Let's just begin from there. This story about hate speech and the BBI, the podiums that are now used, or it is becoming a podium that is being used to let people have tribal sort of undertones tripping off their tongue on the podium. Are we misusing the podium? And as far as Ledama is concerned, could we also maybe take this opportunity to try and dig deeper do they have a genuine, a very germane concern about the Maasai community, right? Or did he also overplay his hands as far as his comments were concerned in Narok? Ahmed Hashi.
Well, every Kenyan is agonizing over these issues. And of course, we have the background of what happened in 2017. And we know that in Kenya, there's a balkanization that has been going on for such a long time. I think the standard, Debal, in liberal thinking, even though liberal thinking is not going to help us much in this situation, is that you cannot go to a movie house where people are watching a movie and shout fire, because there'll be a stampede, and if people die, you could be charged with manslaughter. So the line that we need to create, the structure or the framework in which we could do the BBI without causing ethnic tension, is a very tough line. On the one side, it's quite correct that the Maasai have gotten the short end of the stick in this country, from the colonial government to all successive governments. There's no question about that. I'm from there. I was brought up by the Maasai, so I understand their sentiments. The senator, of course, Debal, was playing to the crowd. So you know that there's a succession battle going on among the Maasai as to who is going to be the chief. The late Olentimama has gone, and Mr. Kina is trying to fill the shoes of the late Olentimama. And the best way to do that, Debal, is to raise the consciousness of the Maasai, because he knows that those feelings among the Maasais are widespread. So I firmly believe, Debal, that Mr. Kina has spoken about fundamental issues that have been there in the Maasai community. And I really believe, Debal, that if we're going to have reconciliation and the Building Bridges initiative, we ought to allow some latitude as to how the political economy of this country is. Because if we muzzle the people, or if we muzzle the leaders from speaking, then we're going to have, it's going to be just putting up makeup on the country's controversial issues. I remember listening to a senator from Nandi the other day who tried to caricature this country as that the problem between Salva Kiir and Riek Machar might emerge in Kenya. I think that those comments were pathetic. It's a joke for someone to speak like that. We have institutions in this country, and we're not a failed state. We're a regional leader, and I don't think he was not arrested. I couldn't find even. I don't think there are more damning things to say than that. So, Debal, I also believe that on the other side, the state has to show its shadow, because if the ethnic issues are brought up to an extent in which that they may cause huge rifts, particularly in the Rift Valley, I think that the state ought to get involved. But what's more important is that the leaders of the BBI and the ones who oppose are they called Tanga Tanga in Keleweke? I think, yeah. So on each side of the divide, they are not going to hold their horses. They are going to pour pepper and salt into this process, and it is going to cause bedlam. So, Debal, at the end of the day, I think that the commission, we have the commission for the NCIC. I think the NCIC should do its job. And it should have made sure that probably it calls these politicians to its conference rooms and tries and makes sense to them and show that there's leadership is needed.
Thank you.
In promoting both sides of the debate about what's going to happen in the future of this country.
Thank you. Let's hear from Dr. Hassan Kanenje. If you could try and just lean in and listen keenly, he also raises, deep-seated issues within the Maasai community as it is. Maybe he didn't really deliver it in the wisest of fashion as he should have, but are there concerns about the Maasai community that needs to be addressed in this country, right? Are they marginalized? Looking at the wide expanse of the country where they've been pushed to the fringes as well, do they have any concerns?
Yeah, first of all, Debal, every Kenyan has a right to live, do business, and try to thrive in their own way anywhere in this country. It's provided for in our constitution. It's the reason of our, part of the reason for our founding for a nation, because we wanted to change that kind of equation that was imposed to us by colonialists. Now, having said that, I think one thing that has been going on in this country that has never been addressed is some of the deep-seated sense sometimes of victimhood and dispossession by some communities. Now, it is true that even Nairobi was actually once Maasai land. Most of what we occupy in our major cities, all the way, from Nairobi to Naivasha, Nakuru, they were inhabited by the Maasais. The British started by dispossessing them, during the several Lenana agreements, as we know. And they've perpetually been on the move. Now, that does not, of course, justify what was said. However, you see, there is a reason why the United States had to establish reserves for Native Americans. And part of it because they were actually on the brink of extinction. And a lot of it had to do with the function of the United States government for many years, of literally, making them irrelevant. Now, of course, right now they have certain guarantees, they have some reserves, they have certain access to lots of casinos. I think Professor Midamba can attest to that, to continue that livelihood. Mm-hmm. Now, it also, happens that even some of the previous politicians from Maasai land have actually not done enough anyway, apart from talking about, stuff. Now, for an average Maasai, and like some communities that feel dispossessed in this country, they do not have a lot of power to control what happens to them. And so you have this sense, it's not just them, you have the Ogiek are actually complaining about the same thing. It's not just, the Maasai, that we are having people come take over our land and we're being pushed into the periphery continually, Now, you cannot blame Kenyans, for instance, of wanting to expand, of wanting to buy land. A lot of Kenyans, for instance, have bought land in parts that were traditionally Maasai. But then what can a country do to actually make sure that we protect some of these people from potentially literally being swallowed and feeling that they're going to disappear? Because if you cannot address some of that, it's going to become a challenge. The Kenyans who are already there, or Kenyans who seek to be in those places, of course you cannot prevent them from doing that. It's their constitutional right as a Kenyan. But it is something that has to be addressed. Because if we pretend and we put our sons in the sand, that, the Ogiek do not feel that way. Just recently, we have a community called the Bongomek in Bungoma that was complaining that they've never been recognized, and they would actually like to, to do that. Now, as a country that's a mosaic of many nations that's trying to build a nation state, I think it's important to recognize some of these underlying issues. However, we have to be careful with the way we articulate them. Some of us have been IDPs in this country from 1992, 1997, and of course 2007. We don't really want to go back there. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge some deep-seated sense of victimhood or dispossession and see what the best way can we go about this. Because if you don't, that is when you're going to create demagogues who are actually going to whip up ethnic emotions and mobilization for causes that are actually not good for the country and for the nation.
Right, thank you. Ambassador Rasas Mancha.
Thank you very much, Edibao. I think we need to go down the memory lane to remind ourselves as why we find ourselves in this situation. And two areas that we need to first of all touch on is, first, commend the President and the Prime Minister for having reached this peace accord that now produced the BBI. Jubilee is a product of not love, but a conflict that produced Jubilee. And so is BBI following the 2017 elections. Having brought us to that point, I think we owe it to our leaders who want to bequeath this nation with a peaceful transitions, because this has been a major problem. And if you look at what has been a problem for Kenya, as my colleagues have said, we have buried our heads in the sand, covering these issues from transition to transition, just hoping that they will go away. So coming back to the issue of Oledama, it's very clear that what he said is not wrong, but the way he said it was wrong. Mm-hmm. And I think, as it has been said, our Constitution is very clear in guaranteeing us space where you occupy. But also our Constitution, in fact, if you go to Chapter 5 of our constitution, which has to deal with land and environment, you come to even the chapter which establishes the Land Commission. One of the issues the Land Commission has been charged with is to deal with historical injustice of land. That has not been dealt with. Going down the memory lane first, again, go back to 2007 when we had this crisis. What happened? You had Kofi Annan report. In fact, if you look at Kofi Annan report, it had a chapter on land. That has not been solved. So we've been glossing over, walking away from these issues, hoping that they will go away. And I think Hassan and Ash have come out very clear in what ails Kenya in those areas. As we move forward, let's be careful here. Those who attend these rallies must couch their language in a way that they can bring the issues without fanning chaos. And let us also know that BBI has enemies and proponents. The enemies would want to look for an opportunity to kill it. And you can see how they're charmed. I wouldn't even be surprised. Deep State would be also playing some role. You see, the 2022 is the price now, and the BBI is being discussed. I wouldn't be surprised what you have called whatever groups, those who see that the BBI might derail their chance of getting to that price, they will make sure they kill it. So I think for those who are managing it, let them be careful. And that when we go ahead, because this is an opportunity for Kenya to address those challenges, any nation that has not settled its past will always be haunted by it. That's why, for instance, in South Africa, you had the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission. That has not been done for Kenya to speak their mind and empty themselves, then reconcile. And I think that's the spirit in which the PBI should be able to approach it. But do it responsibly, do it in a manner that we don't jeopardize and throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Right, thank you. Let's hear from Brigadier.
Diba, thank you. For me, I see three issues here, and which are all intertwined within this statement of put forward by Olekina, which I found a bit worrying. In the first place, the issue of marginalization, that has got to do much to do with government, not other Kenyans really. And therefore, the case should have been put to government that we are marginalized, and therefore our rights should be addressed. Also in politics, we say in the political field we are marginalized. That very much lies with government. It's not an issue that you can raise up to the government and you're okay, within the confines of the BBI. Then there is the issue of land ownership. Now, the issue of land ownership here is purely an issue of willing buyer, willing seller. And once I come in and I acquire my land, I have a full right to it. And in so doing, therefore, I will enjoy rights across the board, to include even in politics. If you want to run for a seat, having come in any case, any Kenyan can run anywhere or own land anywhere in this country. So you can't tell me, okay, you've bought in land here, don't do this. In this case, it is said that those who live, work, and invest in Maasai land should keep away from politics. It doesn't make sense at all. Because we are now Kenyans, I've bought land there, I'm a free man to do what I want to do within the confines of the law. The third angle is the Ma angle, where what we see is where he's trying to fight for the Ma community. As somebody said, he could have put it right. The timing could be wrong, the wordings could be wrong, but in terms of advancing his views on BBI, there's nothing really very much wrong with that. Now, on the third issue, the Ma issue, he's trying to advocate for the Ma agenda. As we're told, there's a gap in the Ma leadership. And therefore, he's trying to coin his words now to build towards 2022. And we know very well that for a long time, the kingpin has been William Ole Ntimama. Nobody has emerged so far to say, yes, I'm now the king. And for Ntimama, we know very well, his very well chosen words. If you're coming from outside, you want Masai, lie low like an envelope. It's the same thing he's borrowing now. Try to twist a bit and advance the same agenda. So to me, the wordings could be wrong, the timing could be maybe wrong, but within the confines of the BBI, I believe he has right to say what he has kept himself for a long time.
All right. Let's hear from Professor Naomi Damba.
Dubal, there is an overall underpinning situation here. The world has knowledge economy, and we're teaching knowledge economy. We're taking bachelor, masters in knowledge. And yesterday we had a conference on that. And so if you look at the developed world has information, every intricate information on us. Take, for instance, China. How did China move very fast to where it is right now? China's been able to get information out whichever way they can. The Middle East don't have knowledge base, but they can buy it. But so Africans, what do we do? And therefore, I was at one point speaking to a group of headmasters and headmistresses in Maasai land. And I said, people, I bought a land about a year ago. And before I finished paying, I was given title deed. There is no place in Kenya where somebody will give you a title deed before you pay it off. And so I thought about it, and I said, you know, Maasai have to change their lifestyle. They can keep cows, but instead of cows, they need to be on top of they need to be cowboys. They need to produce beef for us. They need to export beef to the Middle East. And so they will continue to have their cows, but they have to change, and Kenyans must respect that. And I said the last thing I need to see is to see Maasai in reserved like America, so that people go and watch them. This cannot happen. And I think what Ole Kenya is trying to do is really express that sentiment. But the point is we need to coexist as a community of Kenya. We need to have freedom for expression, but there is responsibility on the way we express ourselves. And that is the responsibility of the government. And I would say, because BBI has nothing to do with all this shenanigans and the direction it's taken. BBI is supposed to bring us together to chart a new course for Kenya. And if we're going to veer off in attacking people because of historical reason, then the government has to step in. Nobody has right to come in with pangas to walk in your land and take it over because it is their right. This must stop.
Thank you. That must stop. Let's hear from Professor Kagwanja.
3 issues emerge from Ole Kinna's statements. And I think the spirit of the BBI is basically to allow people to say just that. Because you begin to see the depth of the problem that BBI is beginning to address. So I would not go down hard on Ole Kinna. I would take him as an indication of what. So trying to discipline him, to look like you were persecuting him, you're basically not within the spirit of BBI. If you remember the Truth and Justice Commission in South Africa, essentially this is the vial. This is the rancor that come from this kind of process. Allow the Ole Kinnas to speak out so that we know the depth of the threat that this country is facing. And people begin to appreciate what BBI is all about. So the first issue that comes from Ole Kinna's statement is about citizenship and the levels of citizenship that we begin to perceive. There are those of us who who talk about the Kenyan citizenship, the kind the general is talking about. I can buy land anywhere, I can build a house anybody, I can marry anybody's daughter, and I can go to any school anywhere, and I can be a member of any denomination, Christian, Muslim, or otherwise. That is now the national citizenship. The second is ethnic citizenship. Those who see us versus them. Those who talk about indigenous, or what the Ugandan scholar Mahamud Mbamdani would talk about, citizens and subjects. The indigenous versus the settlers, natives and citizens. All these us versus them divides are beginning now to emerge. And what Ole Kinna is talking about is Maasai citizenship, which is basically ethnic citizenship. And we don't need to forget about it. So the aspiration is every Kenyan is a citizen of Kenya. and every Kenyan can be in any part of Kenya. But you have to deal with the landmines of ethnic citizenship where you buy land and is still defined as a foreigner in your own country. My view is there are no foreigners in Kenya. Very quickly, let us see BBI as our equivalent of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. What the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa did not have is the legal aspect that came with the TGRC, that everything must ultimately end up in court. There is a place for forgiveness. There is a place for healing. There is a place for understanding our own peculiarities. But for politicians like Ole Kine, I think they have a challenge. And the challenge is not to aggravate the politics of grievance. Nobody wants to see Maasais as Native Americans in reserves. They are kith and kin. In fact, if you look at it, the Maasais all along have had our security docket. They are our guardians, and the guardians of, if you go to the internal ministry and so on, in our militaries and so on. So there is no situation where the Maasais will be the the Native Americans. But Ole Kine's statement is speaking to the possibility of that, and we must listen to that.
Right. So before we take a short break, I just wanted to ask briefly, then we'll actually just be marinating over that. You say that the BBI now is a panacea to address these historical injustices as it is, right? Looking at the land issue, and you call it a landmine right now, we've had these landmines from before. We have the TJRC report, which has not been recommended. We have the Ndungu report, which has not been recommended. Don't you think these were actually, some of the curative measures that we'll have taken from the TJRC report, just briefly, from the TJRC report, or also from the Ndungu report to address this? If we had actually tackled all the issues that were raised from the report, we wouldn't be dealing with this already festering wound of historical injustices in this country, right? Let's just marinate over that. When we circle back, we continue with that and try and see how deep does it really cut, right? Because we know Maasais from Uasin-Gishu County, they were pushed away. Most of them there, I think they are the Samburus, they were pushed away from Uasin-Gishu County. Maasai, they have a very wide, from Laikipia as well, they were pushed away from Laikipia and going all the way up, I think up to Zambia? Yes, the huge tracts of land. So we need to just address that issue and see, why do we need the BBI? We had the TJRC report, we had the Ndungu report. Why do we need to, already just come up with solutions which are already there that we know? We'll take a short break right now. When we circle back, we continue with more.
Building tips for high-rise buildings should be bought from reliable sources. Strength of the cement must be a minimum of 42.5. Sufficient curing time with constant pouring of water. Must be KEB certified. Exactly 50 kilograms guaranteed in each bag.
Adding strength to Kenya's landmarks. Power for specialized constructions. Cementing the nation's future. Simba Cement, the strength and pride of Kenya.
Now also produced in Nakuru and Mombasa.
Nikitandika mtu vizuri nimuumize, utani blame? Cool downs. Nani ukasirisha hivyo because you're boring.
Kwa viatu zako zote, hiyo tu ndio unaonaka uvae.
Sasa hii space imebaki hapa. Tunaye kama mtura.
Nakakuza mtura.
Si ulikuwa umeniambia nimekishwa mzee ametoka ndo nikuje?
Mzee alitoka kitambo.
You know, I've been sitting here trying to comprehend what you're saying. Like you're running your milk, it's just raining.
Nani amechukua maji yangu? Kero, nani amechukua maji yangu?
Fanyaga hivi. Baki kwa hao. Upakilizo makucha rangi. Alafu zieke IG. Poa.
It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
On the 29th of February 2020, Seeds of Gold invites you for a farm clinic at the TAC Center behind Zion Mall in Eldoret. The theme is Climate Smart Agriculture, fostering resilience for food security. Please join us for an in-depth discussion on wheat, maize, poultry, horticultural and dairy farming, and mechanization of farming process. For more information, please contact us on the details on your screen.
We're standing on guard. We're keeping an eye on the enemy here on AM Live, and I'm holding court with Professor Naomi Damba, also Ambassador Erastus Bwencha, Ahmed Hashi. We do have Dr. Hassan Kanenje, Peter Kagwanja, and also Brigadier General Ahmed Mohammed. We continue with the conversation about the BBI and hate speech, and we need also to be wrapping up on it so that we can delve on other issues as well.
The Prime Minister of Canada is elected on the national space, but he always comes from Quebec. Out of 10 times, 8 times the Prime Minister comes from Quebec, because Canada is a bilingual country. And because Quebec wants to split away from Canada, the Canadians make sure that the Quebecois get extra political space within the Canadian federal system. So I'm using this as an example to show that the question of whether you should elect a Maasai leader in Maasai land or a non-ethnic Maasai, I mean, it is the dumbest thing for anybody from, say, you know, me and the general here from Wajir, for an example, to go to Ngong and go and stand there. I mean, it's important for you to understand the sensitivities of the community there. You have the right as a citizen. You have the right, the constitutional right. You have the legal right. But there is also the right of public opinion and public ethics and the ability to be sensitive to a place in which you have been welcomed to farm, to make a home, and stay with your neighbors in a way in which they appreciate you, especially in a community that feels under siege from the rest of the communities in Kenya. So we cannot address everything, as the General says, even though I respect his view, by legalism and constitutionalism. Of course, that's a fundamental structure in any society, but you also have to have something called wisdom, and you also have to have something called sagacity, the ability to understand that this is going to cause us trouble. And what we need to do is mature as a democracy over time where these things are acceptable. In a community that feels economically vulnerable, where their numbers, they feel their numbers are low and every other Kenyan is coming there, of course there's going to be sensitivities. Debal, we're not going to take 50,000 Luos and take them to Wajir. I mean, the Somalis will go and get guns and start fighting. So, I mean, well, it's just a fact, this country the way it is. So I think it's very important for us to be sensitive to the fact that people need representation from their communities to go and address their political economies. And if they don't get that because they're being overflowed by numbers, then the state has to do some kind of gerrymandering. You know, there's such a thing as protecting minorities. There's such a thing as the whole liberal order doesn't work on what the deputy president says sometimes, that we have the majority have their way and the minority listen. No, the minority have fundamental rights, and that is why we have BBI. We want to bring people together. We want to build these bridges, and part of building bridges, Debal, is to accept your brother and his vulnerabilities and empower him. And if you cannot empower your neighbor, if you cannot make him come onto the stage with you, you're not making a nation. What you're doing is playing the numbers game, and that's not going to solve the problems of this country.
Right. Dr. Khanenje.
You know, I think one thing that came to the continent, but we did not completely understand it, or at least appreciate the intricacies of it, is something called democracy. And we looked at it from a very simplistic way. You know, previously it used to be, you know, first past the post elections, and so whoever wins, then that means democracy. No, it's not. It guarantees right to the majority, but also ensures protection of the minority. Now, unfortunately, the way we've been practicing our democracy is majority rules. Now, the challenge of one man, one vote is minorities may actually never have a chance to feel represented. Part of the challenge in Burundi and Rwanda, because of overwhelming majority of the Hutus, the likelihood that Tutsis, for instance, would rule became a challenge. And so you find coups, military coups and stuff like that. And right now, and I think Ambassador Mwenche may even speak to it, there is an arrangement with regard to the military in Burundi, okay, that actually ensures a larger representation of Tutsis that is not proportional to their number.
Correct.
Yeah, that is the only way to maintain that kind of balance and stability. In Rwanda, of course, they've tried to remove ethnic mobilization and stuff like that, but there has to be a formula that is going to ensure it guarantees them something. And so I think one saying that is coming out of this rhetoric from the Maasai is they feel, and part of it also comes from the history of gerrymandering actually constituencies that has ensured that sometimes certain communities may not be sufficiently represented. And so those who feel they're in minority, it becomes a big challenge for them, especially at the back of the history of a sense of victimhood, marginalization. And as he's saying, there's the ideal part, which is guaranteed by Constitution and guaranteed by human rights and stuff like that. But the ideal is any Kenyan can live anywhere. But when you are getting into a community that has been having this sense of victimhood, and as you mentioned before the break, from Western Gishu all the way to Namanga, you understand? It becomes a challenge that if certain things are not done and addressed, and as I mentioned, it's not just the Maasai, actually.
It's a lot of other people.
There's a lot of other people who are, they don't have a forum or a platform to express that, but there's something that is going on. However, as my colleagues mentioned, it is important that as we articulate these things and use the BBI forum to do it, that we do not inflame the fires of tribalism and hatred that can easily consume our country.
Thank you. Ambassador.
Three fundamental issues. One, let's start with what now is the challenge we're facing. It's the nature of our economy. Our nature of economy is that it's land-based, and because it's land-based, land is such a vital issue, and the historical facts about land have been stated here. In fact, when he was talking of us going to the knowledge economy and the rest, if we had transitioned from being this agriculture-based economy, the issues we are discussing here wouldn't be as bad as it is. And as long as land becomes the denominator for our development, that every Kenyan, most Kenyans want to own a piece of land or have acquired land in one way or another, these issues are going to be with us. So we need to be judicious, careful. And come up with strategies on how to manage this. And the Constitution speaks to this. The second aspect of it then is, how do we address issues of inclusiveness? Optics matter, because as my colleagues have been talking about gerrymandering, we now looking at PBI talking of how do I get to the table. In fact, if you look at the census when they came out, everybody was looking at what are numbers, what influence do we have, how can we get our stake on the table. And people would use their numbers, population numbers or land, to try and bargain. So this is a bargaining issue now, and I think we need to listen to the masses, what they are saying, and then meet them. The third thing is, you cannot solve a problem that you don't know. You cannot have a solution for a problem you don't know. And I think what is happening, we're getting to know our problem, and rather than sweep it under the carpet, let's confront it and say, how do we address it?
Thank you.
Then we can move forward.
Thank you. All right, Brigadier.
One time I read somewhere that after the Holocaust, when we were looking for where to settle the Jews, Kenya was an option. Now, we are lucky that it went elsewhere, although I can see issues there. Now, where people are imposed on a people, then you can talk of historical injustices. And I'm referring to TGRC and the Ndungu report. Where you grab land, that one is an issue which we have to take on you and bring it back. Where people are imposed on others, the will of the people, local people, must be obtained. If that is obtained, then you are free to do that. But where you are buying land from a person, that gives you totally different rights. So I see different situations here that require different actions. As somebody said, the Ma used to occupy all the way from Laikipia, across board, or the far end. So when addressing this, we need to address each of these in its own peculiarities, and find a better solution.
But the issue about the willing buyer or willing seller is a germane issue, is a genuine one. But as Noah Midamba had raised the issue of illiteracy, and also most of the Kenyans taking advantage of illiteracy of the Maasai community to sponge them off of their land as it is right now, and the deplorable situation they could be in. So the people taking advantage of the fact that land is cheap. They always used to say land is cheap, going to Kajiado and this particular areas that are occupied by the Maasai community.
Yes,
so are we taking advantage of that with the willing buyer, willing seller, argument?
On that, I fully agree, and I'll say the government has responsibility, but much more, the man leadership has responsibility. But the question is, I own this land, I have no other livelihood, I have no more animals with me. How do I survive? And that's where now the government comes in, and the MAR comes in. I know it has been an issue. We have seen it taking different courses. On that line, I fully support the people that we must find a better way of living for them, and if possible, allow them to hold on their households in terms of having a better future in the years ahead.
All right, Noah Midamba, briefly as we wind up on it.
The whole world, whether you're looking at imperialism, was based on knowledge. The more you know, the more you conquer the weak one. And whether it's war, you arm yourself better, then you destroy the weak one. So the question is, what kind of country do we want to build as a Kenyan? And so Kenyans need to have a heart-to-heart conversation about tomorrow, about the future, about all of us together. And that's what we're talking about. So it's not simply what do you know and what somebody else does know.
All right. Peter Kagwanja.
I think it's all about the democracy we want to build here. We are 42, 43, or whatever number you want to give us as a nation. And our common agenda is to live together as a nation with all our differences. But the question raised is not uniquely a Kenyan problem. Look at what America is grappling with today. A scholar like myself, very well respected, teaching at Harvard University, writes a book about the crash of civilizations. And then he goes on and say, the problem of America in the 21st century is basically about the color line, what W.E. Du Bois would say in the 19th century. And the problem now is reversed. It's the problem of whiteness, because the Anglo-Saxon can never win an election. And that worries the Americans. The Anglo-Saxon can never win an election. So I wouldn't see the Maasai as illiterate in basically saying, how do we guarantee the rights of the Maasai, who is on the frontier of the expansion of other communities, so that a Maasai may not necessarily have all the land, but at least you have a platform to articulate your issues. Again, so it's a problem that we are grappling with across the world, identity versus democracy.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not alluding to the fact that, or trying to perpetuate the idea that collectively Maasais are illiterate, but we're saying majority of them are illiterate, and that is a fact, as it stands. Let's just wind up with you, Kanenje, briefly.
Yes, there is another problem in this country, actually. In fact, when you look at the pattern...
But still, I'm not really satisfied about, because none of you have mentioned about the TGRC report and the Ndungu report.
Those things are going to come in
just a moment, if they're going to be prime solution for this, and who should actually be steamrolling this? Because it seems Parliament is silent, the civil society is silent, the media has been silent on this as well. who should actually raise this particular issue. That we don't need the BBI to actually have a prime solution on this land issue.
Tebala, I think the BBI...
It was Kanenja, please.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, you know, unfortunately there is a new number plate in town. And so people tend to forget the previous number plate very quickly, and you try to remind them that no, this is KAZ and is still relevant. They say, no, that is from years past. And that's the challenge. We have very short memory, and we don't want to actually go back, even though that's helpful. Now, having said that, there is a pattern, especially from these communities, not just the Maasai, across the country. It is not exactly about the small individual Luos, Maasais, or Kambas who are busy trying to buy land first. You have tenderpreneurs and people who've stolen money from government who go buy 1,000 acres, then they subdivide it and bring hordes of people in there. And that has been a pattern, whether it's in the North Rift or is in the South Rift or is in Nairobi or in Maasai land. And so a lot of times, I think we need to have a policy in trying to, especially in places such as those ones and sensitive, how much land you can actually buy at one go, because someone comes and buys 1,000 acres, 2,000 acres, 3,000 acres. In Trans Nzoia, I used to see people do that. And then they start subdividing and selling it. First of all, where do you get money to buy all that land? You know, you are just a small civil servant. And so we need also to address that problem, because the person who buys, who remembers the scandal over Karura Forest? You know, it had changed hands by the time there were protests and stuff like that several times. And the original land grabber is not actually the person who was being attacked at the time. And so we really need to address this. And if we don't, it's going to be a challenge for us as a country.
All right. Kagwanja?
I just wanted to say one thing very quickly, that I think we need to look at BBI as a new chapter.
Yeah.
Because all the commissions that came up in the past relating to land had their own context. I was in Tana River in 1991, 92, when the Jojo Commission went there to resolve the issue. And I was intrigued about how Kenyans perceive rights. The Oroma are pastoralists. The Pokomo are farmers. And they have coexisted for thousands of years without necessarily fighting.
Yeah.
Why did the fight erupt in 1992? Because those who are pastoralists have decided to be farmers and settlers. And the regime has not changed, because the old regime was the right of access and the right of ownership. So we are talking about the transition from the old to the new. So the Orma and the Garji have now need for land, and they need to build their houses permanently. Previously, you could graze your cattle in Pokomo land after harvest. So what I'm saying is the Dungu report, the Jojo Commission, and others have to be reviewed in terms of their relevance.
Right, thank you. Ahmed Hashi, we wind up on it very briefly.
Yes. Brevity is the soul of wit, Shakespeare said. I think the Ma people are an original people in this country, probably the first settlers in this country. And we have steamrolled them for the last 50 years. And they have also been steamrolled by the colonial government. And I think it's about time that the Maasai got some just deserts from the state and society of this country, because there are people who have had a short end of the stick. And it is really important for us to understand that the places where the weakest links we have in this country, if we empower those links, our chain as a nation will become much stronger.
Right, thank you. All right, just to read one or two tweets before we drill deeper to other conversations. We have Gwantai Stanley M saying the issue of land is very emotive, particularly because every tribe in this nation is affected. A large group of Kikuyus still live in the colonial villages. Should the Kipsigis, Nandi, Meru, Kikuyus also rise against the foreigners with large tracts of tea, coffee, flower farms? That is what Gwantai Stanley is asking. Also, we have Jacob Abere Mtalala asking or saying sentiments made by Olekina may look hate speech. But in conversations on land acquiring and development, example, show me any Ma owning a piece of plot in Muranga, and I shall show you Taita owning in Kirinyaga. There is a Jacob. We have also DV, all right, this is Danny King saying, hi, BBI will succeed if only Mr. President and his deputy and Raila build fast their bridges. Then, kitaeleweka. Ikiwa hawa watu hawelewani, vipi basi Wanjiru akubali BBI? Wanjiru alipona macho, anaona sasa. This is what Danny King is saying. Also, we have Njeri Wamwai saying, why is there a consistent message that Ole Kina is expressing free speech as quote-unquote therapy? Peter Kagwanja should know everyone can say what they want in their homes, but not in public, and especially with a country like Kenya. We all live in a lawful country. Peter, you want to reply to that?
No,
briefly.
What we said is that we don't condone what Ole Kina said. We don't condone it at all. That is why in the first place we set up the commission to look into those issues. But we are now talking about TGRC, or we call the Truth and Justice Commission in Kenya, and we're beginning to see BBI as that commission. So what is the truth? How can you tell the truth from hate speech? If you ask Ole Kina, he's speaking nothing but truth. So we must have a moratorium of the time. If we are really keen on debating this issue, BBI, we need to have a moratorium about these issues.
All right. Now, 2 weeks ago also we had the East African carrying this particular report about how this particular Kenya-US deal has ruffled the East African community. Proposed agreement could give America free access to the East African market, but is seen as a breach of the trading blocs protocol. Kenya's proposed free trade deal with the US has put it in the crosshairs, as critics say the planned bilateral agreement will breach a regional and continental protocol. The proposed deal is passed, or if passed, will see Kenya open its borders for duty-free imports from the United States, while Nairobi will also get to export a range of good tax-free to the US. Now, the problem question is, did the government or did Kenya breach both the EAC Customs Union Protocol and the African Free Continental Trade Area Agreement? This is the feeling from the East African community. And who is in a better place to actually start this conversation other than also Ambassador Erastus Mwencha to take us through. Also, you wrote extensively in the East African regarding this particular agreement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Debal.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah,
Feels good.
I am used to that, environment. Chairman Debal, yes.
Old habits die hard.
I tell you.
It's the AU summit.
That's right. These are just markings of AU summit recently. Okay.
Mr. Debal, this is an extremely important issue.
Yes.
At least to me and a number of us, those who know about the area of issues of trade. And as you said, only 2 weeks ago, Mukisa Kitui and I did an op-ed in East Africa where we have pleaded the country to think twice before they make this move. You raised a question, did Kenya reach out to East Africa and the AU before they made this move? I can't answer that question because I'm not privy to that fact.
Yes.
But even if they did, then I think what came out of the communique of the meeting in Washington was not communicated in the best of the ways, because it said very clearly that Kenya is going to negotiate a free trade agreement with the US. Here are facts. The first one, AGOA, was started way back in 1998 by Clinton. And since then, it has been rolled over, not because the U.S. administration liked it. In fact, in your story by the, the way you reviewed it, you outlined AGOA as a multilateral agreement. It's not a multilateral agreement. AGOA actually is a unilateral arrangement. It is called a special preference, which is given by the Americans. It's actually granted by the Americans. And the reasons Clinton did that was under the WTO, because that's when WTO was going to the round, what is known as the Doha round, was negotiating a global trade arrangement, but recognizing that countries like Africa were not in a situation to play in the big league. So AGOA is a unilateral given by America. It has weaknesses. The weakness with AGOA is that, yes, the countries in Africa have access duty-free, quarter-free, which means you can export to US duty-free, quarter-free. But here's the catch. The US, particularly when it comes to products like agriculture, they are very stringent standards. In fact, if you start exporting, I remember when I was in Zambia, we started exporting baby corn. It took 5 years when the product itself was perfect, but because of the procedure in the US to make sure that you don't bring something that might harm US interest. So US is very complicated market for export. If you look at exports that we export, is merely like textiles, which US is not competitive in. So that's one fact. The second fact is AGOA is not very friendly for investment as it is, because one thing it does, US can take it, withdraw it anytime. You only have to differ at the level of head of state, and head of state, it's gone. So it's not a negotiated instrument, it's unilateral, meaning an investor cannot invest based on AGOA because it can die any day. So it is not, most of the industries that try to export under AGOA are either mineral-based, and the US, when it started it, they benefited a lot because they were importing oil from Africa when they needed it. Of course, now US is oil-rich. And if you look at the industries that we have, are what you call footloose. Industries that can move in time to a country where they can be able to export. I mean, the industry we have here, Ethiopia, Lesotho, are the textiles. We import textiles, sew them, and export. So that is one thing. So US negotiating a free trade agreement with Kenya has these two problems. Kenya violated the East African Treaty, Article 37. It's very clear. In fact, East African Treaty is now says a single territory. As a single territory, you cannot negotiate an agreement with a third party without express authority from the parties. That's why in the European Union, now that Britain is out, is negotiating its own trade arrangements. You have never seen Germany negotiate a trade agreement with another country. They negotiate as a European Union. So that is a violation. And the African Continental Free Trade Area also expressly says, let us desist from these trade agreements because we know what EPAS did to us. EPAS almost derailed us, and the East African community has been struggling to survive because EPAS balkanized us, what you call least developed countries and the countries which is not the least developed country. So Kenya should avoid that. The third reason is that if you look at American way of negotiating a trade arrangement, they have one template that they use. That template is the one they use with China, and you see they have not concluded agreement with China. It's the same one they use with India. Trump was in India. He couldn't even conclude it. He only left yesterday saying, oh, there is promise that we'll negotiate. You can see what he did with Mexico and all that. It is not easy because US policy has changed. They are now transactional. They want to make sure that any trade agreement, America has an advantage. That template is not ideal for us at the moment. And because of that, the question is, what does Kenya do with the market it has to the US? First of all, if you look at in terms of market, Kenya's biggest market is Africa, number one. Africa is number one. The destination of Kenya goods, the biggest is in Africa. The second one is European Union. America comes, all that. And look forward. Where is the dynamism for this? The dynamism is going to be in Africa because it is in Africa where you can export manufactured goods. It is in Africa where you can be able to have economies of scale, develop regional chains. So Africa is the centerpiece for our trade. I think Kenya will be making a mistake if we leave our friends and go it alone. The third reason, and final one, all along, AGOA has always been a bipartisan arrangement. Whether it is a Republican government or a Democratic, they have embraced AGOA. And Africa has always negotiated as a group. And there is strength in numbers. We should go together. And America is not going to walk away from us because they know that if they walk away, Chinese will walk in. If they walk away from Europeans, will walk in. Right. So if we go together, we have a chance of us retaining the advantage we have, if not negotiate a trade arrangement, but as a group and not Kenya, because it will now compromise Kenya. Kenya's negotiation will compromise the rest of Africa.
Right. So are we also facing maybe the tripping wires of our East African community, that now we need to go, you know, a whole stock and a barrel when you're going to negotiate for your country, we need to be in agreement collectively. Will we also be dragging ourselves behind? Because we have sweeteners, maybe from also Trump's administration. We're talking about AGOA, which is ending in 2025. We have the Millennium Account Challenge, right? That we can also really talk about, the Millennium Challenge account. We can also talk about it. Is also collectively East African spirit dragging us behind? Let's hear from Kanenje.
You know, one thing I'll say this, it is true that when you're part of an economic bloc, such as the East African community, or part of, you are a signatory to the Africa, free trade arrangement, it's important that first of all you notify and discuss with your other member partners when you intend to enter into a third-party arrangement. Now, I'm just, kind of playing the devil's advocate, but I think part of Nairobi's calculation was based on, especially like in the EAC, on the fact that with them, this thing ends in 2025. Now, this is not supposed to affect substantially the LCD countries, because Kenya is not considered as the least developed, or LDC countries with regard to the arrangement. And so they think they are going to be singularly affected by the expiration of AGOA if they do not enter into another arrangement. Now, having said that, there has been a challenge within East Africa. I will not speak so much with regard to the free trade area that Ambassador has been speaking to, but we've not really seemed to seriously want to actualize and make sure that East African Community Bloc functions. That's where we're having a lot of issues with our own neighbors. Now that becomes a challenge because of the issue of dependability. With regard to ensuring the viability of East African Community Bloc. And so perhaps Nairobi is trying to do what states trying to do, and that is try to advance its own national interests with or without its neighbors, especially when some of its neighbors seem reluctant to actually actualize this thing. Now, having said that, it is true that Africa is Kenya's biggest market. East Africa is actually Kenya's biggest market compared to the rest of Africa. But I think the current trade volumes accounts for about 10% with the US of Kenya's exports. Now, that is not too big, but that is very significant if that's happening, rather going on with one country. Now, what we need to take into consideration, though, as Ambassador mentioned, the current administration in White House is very determined to ensure that every new arrangement or engagement or agreement is actually in its favor overwhelmingly. And so while I do not know the details, and I know, and someone can correct me, that these things will still need congressional action, a number of them to be actualized, we have to really be careful how we're going to move forward with regard to the final agreements and the details of the final arrangement between us and the United States.
Right.
Well, some in the political class in this country, if they go to Kilifi, they think that it's a foreign country. So, forget about Tanzania or Uganda. So there's this consciousness in this country about Nairobi being at the center of the world. And I really think that President Kenyatta was very right the other day when he went to Washington. I completely agree with my learned friend here on the right. The very spirit and the very infrastructure of East Africa, there are lingering doubts about it, particularly in Kenya and in Tanzania. I think that Kenya has to lead this region. Kenya has to really, really understand that without its leadership in the East African community, and without Kenya taking losses in that case, without Kenya taking losses, because Tanzania, Uganda, and all the other countries in the region believe that Kenya is in and out for itself. It's not morally committed to the idea of an East African nation. And therefore, Kenya has to really get leadership on this issue. Debal, I'll give you an example about the AGOA. If you go to the free trade place here in, I think it's on, I think it's just past Uhuru Highway. the people who are sending the genes through the AGOA are Chinese and people from Sri Lanka. Not Ahmed Hashi or, completely different people. People are taking advantage of this AGOA thing and doing the work and sending these things. And the government and the ministries and all these trade ministries ought to make sure about this citizenship, corporate citizenship. The AGOA is supposed to benefit us. It's not supposed to benefit China or anybody else to come here and export in the name of Kenya because they've registered a company here. I mean, this is really bad for us. And I think that the Trade Ministry ought to really look at that. Third thing is, Debal, we ought to make jeans and we ought to make clothes for people in this country instead of making mitumba, instead of importing mitumba. I mean, it's shameful. We can make jeans, we can make pants at a good price and get people to pay for this apparel and create jobs doing that. And if we decide that we're just going to bring mitumba in and this is going to be our political economy, then we're going to fail economically.
Thank you.
Last point about, I want to say one thing about what Mr. Mwencha said. I think that the East African community is under siege by people who actually don't believe in it. And one of their first thinking is that, Britain has left the European Union. I mean, I have never heard of such a warped thinking, in economics and public policy. Our situation in this country and how economy is structured in this region and what is happening in Europe, completely two different things. They've got nothing in common. We integrate this region and we put our heads together and our economies together, our GNP is going to move up.
Thank you. Brigadier?
Deba, I'm still to get the final details of this agreement, but do note that indeed nations are driven by national interests. And while that is the case, you can't run away from collective and international and regional arrangements. But certainly, in terms of where you sit, where there are frustrations, you'll definitely find better ways of addressing this. And therefore, we may be, as is the case now, we are told that we're operating between the open window of AGOA, which gives us that window until 2025. And therefore, if that window is still open, then we have that freedom to do that. But again, also, we have the other issue about the African Continental Free Trade Area, which again ties us in. But I want to believe that for Kenya, we must have addressed all these issues. Look at the pros and cons, look at the positivities, look at the frustrations, and therefore made a move based on what we think is indeed in our best interest. Therefore, I want to wait a bit, see what the final details are, then I can better express what I think about this agreement.
All right. Nomi Damba.
Dubal, after the Second World War, the U.S. committed to certain countries in Southeast Asia. South Korea is one of them, which benefit immensely from that commitment, which is saturation of trade, free trade agreement, and allowing American companies to manufacture in that country, and then, of course, import back to America and do that kind of thing. This is what Clinton wanted, not Clinton, this is what Obama wanted to do. Obama wanted to focus on 4 countries, Ghana, Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa, and saturate them in the way that America worked with South Korea and worked with Japan after the Second World War, and turn completely the economy around. So the point is, Dubal, in this continent, we have a vicious circle. It is nice for us to look as a regional bloc and look at a continental bloc, but we're not making any headway at all. We are fighting against each other. We are jealous about each other. We are not promoting each other. So the question is, Kenya has to sit back and say, what is our best national interest? Of course, being part of Africa is the best national interest. But the question, are we going to get ahead? And therefore, that decision needs to be made and need to be understood by the rest of Africa.
Okay. Peter Kagwanza.
Now,
let's first of all observe that according to the IMF and the rating now, Kenya's economy is at 9.9 trillion. Okay? It has overtaken Ethiopia, which has 9.1 trillion. We are still within the same league, but we are quite ahead. Our East African neighbors, Tanzania is at 6.2, the largest economy after us. Rwanda is 1 trillion. Uganda is 3.6 trillion. Burundi is 350 billion. Now, when Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, economies are about exploring markets, exploring opportunities to expand and take care of your populations. So we are talking about what Kenya should avoid, but we're not talking about what Kenya should do with an economy that this is large and a population that is that large. Look at what Italy has done. Italy is a member of the European Union. France is a member of the European Union. What have they done? They have broken rank with the European Union and signed agreement with China on BRICS. Italy is now China's largest trading, one of China's largest trading partners in Europe. It's a member of the European Union. So it's about interests. It's not about banding. It's about whether you are able to put money in your people's pockets. It's not whether you are truthful to the collegiality of your region. Kenya has a challenge. How do we maintain this 9.9 or 10 billion trillion economy?
So what is the essence of the agreement?
And do we need...
If we are signatory to this particular agreement, do we then we navel gaze and look at our own interest and or look away from the agreements and the signatories?
No, we're not breaking. I don't think it is not true. It is not true that Kenya has violated anything. So it's not true. That's an argument. Okay. It's an argument. It's not a truth.
Well, they breached, but you heard also
it has not breached.
It has not breached.
No.
Professor is saying it's not breached.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know what is briefed to, but I can't believe that you can say Kenya is negotiating a trade agreement with US and the East African Community countries are saying they have not been asked, and we say that has not broken.
But what is sovereignty about?
No, let me.
But did we think about sovereignty when we are collectively saying that we the East African community
of the East African city? Let me say something. I mean, let me respond to a few points which have been raised, and I think this is a very healthy debate. And I think this is what, as a country, we should have done. In any country, if you go to US, I have appeared in the US Congress. I've appeared in some of those think tanks, appealing for AGOA. I was involved in the design of AGOA from 98. In the US. And in fact, even with the president himself. You know, AGOA itself, when it started in 1998, it ended in 2008. We pushed, it was pushed to 2015. We pushed, it was pushed to 2025. And so, if it has been pushed all this time, what reason have you that it will not be pushed again? Because, and the way it was pushed is because we did it collectively. So can I just point that yes, because it's ending 2025, let's do it? Because AGOA is a unilateral instrument, it doesn't have to be negotiated. So you don't, it is only US which does it. There is also a second point which I think Prof has raised, which is very important. If you read your business diary yesterday, it says very clearly that Kenya's trade now with East African countries has gone up. You upload it. It says that very clearly. Meaning, yes, there are problems. In a family, you have problems. It doesn't mean you divorce because there are problems. You reconcile. And I think what the president has done, you can see his rapport with Tanzania. We have always had good relations with Uganda and the rest. This trade will always be there. It doesn't mean we run away because we're 9 trillion and Tanzania 6 trillion. Yeah. Because you have to look at Africa's economy. Yes. Africa's economy is almost $2.3, $2.4 trillion. Yes. And it is able to sustain Africa's trade, and because the externals want to come and divide and rule, and you fall prey to that. Let me add one more point. Let me finish. The next one is what are you exporting? And I think he made a very important point. If you look at what we are exporting goods that we import, add value and export. Very few goods that are really of Kenya's origin as such. It is mostly that except flowers. And the point you mentioned is cardinal. Look at America. first some of the challenges you
Yes,
face.
yes.
For instance, South Africa was being forced to buy chicken from America. Yeah. They were being forced to buy pork. If they didn't, the AGOA was going to be removed. You do that, then forget your chicken, your beef industry.
Thank you.
Because US will always subsidize and sell it here.
Okay, I want to give Kagwanja a quick example.
Yes.
Djibouti gets eggs and cheese from France.
Yeah.
You know, you have a lot of countries that have this enigmatic relationship with their colonial power. There is no such thing as a sovereign economy anymore. I mean, in economics now, and it's passé to say that, every economy is linked from the US one to the Chinese one. Sovereignty is not a part of the nomenclature of the discussion in economics. At the end of the day, there is relationships, economic relationships between nation states, regions, and the world. This is why we speak about globalization. This is why we speak about all these things. And that's precisely the reason why 300 million Chinese have risen up. That's because the conglomerates in the United States and Europe invested trillions of dollars in there. Now, our economy cannot be based on flowers and coffee and tea and things like that. So, you know, we have to move on to the next level. And part of the next level, Debal, is to be able to make the economies and the networks of this region be able to stand up to the incursions of all these other trading blocks that are being made around the world. The United States is the one that has caused Brexit in Europe because they don't want Europe to have one single market because it's the largest economic bloc in the world. So the Chinese and the Asians have their own bloc. The Americans and the Mexicans and the Canadians have their own bloc. It is, you know, a bit an irony wrapped up in a conundrum to say Africa should not have its own bloc.
Thank you. But we need to broach the subject of, because also from your article you raised the issue of the fact that the Millennium Challenge account was actually suspended for almost 16 good years because of issue of grand corruption. And we're talking about a free trade agreement with the US, and then they're going to also seek some domestic reforms in this country, which I wonder, is it a problem? Because if you're seeking domestic reforms in the country, it's good for us, right? Because we've been struggling to stanch the flow of corruption in this country. And I think one of the things that the US will want is to fight this grand corruption in this country. Isn't that a good thing to actually have?
No question.
Yeah,
But countries which get that are not necessarily in a free trade arrangement with the US. There are countries in Africa which are getting the MCA, but they don't have a free trade arrangement. What you say is correct, but we shouldn't be given a condition that do this or else you don't get that. I mean, as I said, there are countries in Africa, I can name 10 of them, that are getting MCA, but they are not in a free trade area with America.
All right. So, maybe the overarching probing question would be again, is the East African community working? Because first of all, just a moment, when it comes to funding, member country do not even submit the requisite, a fund that is needed to actually, continue to steamroll the entire East African community. We're talking of a breach, not really a breach, but we're talking about a quorum also in the assembly of the members of East African community legislatures not really showing up. Maybe we are actually looking at a red herring called the East African community, which is not really working. And it will not really come to fruition, Peter Kagwanja.
I wouldn't be so pessimistic about the East African community. I would call it work in progress, which has difficulties here and there. But I also
for how long is it a working?
But I also want to say that there are serious.
No,
yes, I hear you.
For how long? For how long? How long?
No, we cannot say how long work in progress is, but let me say this.
No, we need at some point something to actually have. Plan cannot just be taxing, all along for 10 good years.
Sure.
You need to fly at some point.
No, we have to agree on a number of things. First, Kenya is receiving the raw end of this deal. We are fighting for a seat in the UN Security Council, and Rwanda is competing with us on that. Djibouti is competing with us, and Rwanda is not voting with us. And a number of other countries are very lukewarm about it. Now, Kenya has a direct flight now from Nairobi to the US. How do you ensure the profitability of your national carrier if it has nothing to carry? So you have your national interest to fill your plane with the goods. So the debate we are having here, Dibal, is very important because it's about our national interests vis-a-vis collective interests. And if the collective interests undermine our national interest, even the collective interests have no good ends, because ultimately Kenya is the pivot of this economy. So if you're talking about pulling Rwanda, pulling Burundi, this 350 billion,
thank you,
pulling everybody, then we have to be very clear about our interests.
We need to also to be very careful of this bubble that we've been also putting forward, that Kenya is a pivot of this economy.
It's a pivot, yes,
in this region.
It is.
And you just read from the statistics, yes, that we are at 9.9. 9.9. Ethiopia is at 9?
At 9.1.
9.1.
Yes.
Ethiopia is really bearing on us.
They have been behind, yes, they have been in front of us.
And mark you, Ethiopia also, I think later this year, they're going to be having a ground-breaking ceremony to construct one of the largest, actually the largest airport in the world.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
We should not just be patching ourselves and on that particular offense, thinking that we'll be the regional
no, how
leaders.
How then do we?
This is bound to change the dynamic.
How do you chain us?
No. The fact is clear, very clear. Ethiopia see opportunity in front, and Ethiopia is not going to wait for the continent to come along to do that. The point is here, Dobal, I have an example of Walmart giving quotas to India to manufacture working gloves. And then India has a quota on a quota of import to America. When they complete their quota, they come to Kenya and check whether Kenya has completed their quota. They buy it and they manufacture and stamp made in Kenya, but it's by Indians. Yes. So the point is, Dubal, we cannot just sit and wait. We need to steer this country. Let me use the example of a bicycle. You know, you can spin your wheels, but unless you have your hand on the carefully on the handle and know where you are going, it doesn't matter how long you spin. You are not going anywhere. Right. And so, therefore, Kenya has to move forward for the best interest of this country. I serve on the Inter-University Council of East Africa, which is, we're trying to spread the knowledge so that we are better. Burundi has not paid their dues. South Sudan did not pay their dues.
Thank you.
And then when it comes to benefit, then everybody take the same. How long will that go?
So what I'm hearing Professor saying is the East African community is sort of an albatross on our neck as a country. Yeah. That we want to move forward, but now we are dragged behind by the many strings of the East African community. Right? This is the point that Peter
let me say something small on that.
Could we hear from Brigadier? Then we begin now getting, that will be also your winding part.
Last point, sir.
Last point, sir. Closing.
There's something I've failed to understand apparently, and we have been talking about it here, that within the East African countries, we have our largest trading partners, the largest in the region. Now, if that is true as the statement stands, and I want to believe so, then again, it means that we are also one of the biggest beneficiaries of this market here.
Yes.
And that being the case then, and what we are told now that we have the largest economy here, I believe Kenya has a position to try and work it out that whereas there are frustrations within the EAC, it's in our benefit to ensure the EAC comes alive and that arrangement actually delivers. Because it is eventually in our interest. So I feel that as the big brother, we have a responsibility to ensure that we bring EAC to life and make it a reality. Thank you.
Which counters what Midamba is saying, what Kagwanja is saying. Okay, let's hear from Ambassador. Your closing remarks, 30 seconds. Each of you, closing remarks, all of us.
If you go back to the history of the European Union, actually started as an iron and steel industry. And that was because the countries wanted then to use their resources, share the resources to build a war economy because they had lost the Second War, they had been beaten badly. And it's from there they have all gained their wealth now, and that's how they have been able to emerge strong. And so let us not say regional integration doesn't benefit. There are challenges. I come from a background of regional integration. I can tell you that before, for instance, COMESA Treaty entered into force or East African Community, Kenya's export in the region were less than what they were exporting to Europe. But as soon as this protocol started, Kenya now is enjoying trade with these countries. There are challenges, but I work in the region. For instance, I have African Union passport. I go to the airport, I don't use Kenyan passport. I travel on that. It is working.
Thank you.
Trade is moving. There are challenges.
Thank
It
you.
doesn't mean we kill it. It means you don't run away from your home because it is leaking.
30 seconds are over. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to say that it's really important for on a completely different subject. The corporate giants in this country are not doing their part in helping people who have diseases and problems. They're not doing their social justice issues in this country. Everybody said serikali, serikali. It's about time that the top 10 corporate institutions in this country come together and start doing something about those people who don't have much in this society, in school, in the disabled community, in all these other communities.
Thank you.
I want to put that message out.
Dr. Khanenje.
Yeah, Dibal, we are still the most indispensable country and economy in this region. And even while Ethiopia might be around 9 trillion, our budget is actually more than twice theirs, in part because they have 108 million people to feed. We have around 50. And we should learn that, of course, the regional integration, it benefits Kenya. But also we should not be blind to the fact that ultimately we need also to look out for what is good for the country and for national interest.
Kagwanja, 30 seconds.
We need to note that Morocco has signed the same agreement, Mauritius has signed the same agreement, and Mwencha and my brother, Dr. Ali, no, not Hashi, the co-author of the article, have not commented on
Mukisa
that.
Kitui.
Why do you, Mukisa Kitui, why do you want to put...
This is his time, please.
Why do you want to put chains on Kenya when we are not talking about Morocco? And in fact, Morocco signed when you were in office as the chair of the yeah, remember?
Thank you.
Mauritius.
30 seconds are over. Brigadier, no. Brigadier.
Well, Liba, for me, I want to say that there's still lots of benefit within both regional and international organizations. Therefore, Kenya should really stay within that and benefit maximum from what is going on.
Nomi Damba. 30 seconds, sir.
The BBI is not supposed to take a political barometer and go. It is serving within the political environment, we understand. Let us make it work. We need to get rid of corruption. We need to harmonize Kenya ethnic groups in order for us to develop. And people need to understand the purpose and the target of what we're trying to achieve.
Right, thank you. All right, so we missed also to talk about the Rwanda and Uganda tensions. This is a topic that we'll take it next week and at South Sudan as well. So because of interest of time, we shall also tackle that next week with our panelists here. But we want to also give you the direction of the day. Our True North is up, and this is how your diary looks today. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya is scheduled to appear before the Senate Agriculture Committee at 11:30 over the locust invasion. Also, Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya is scheduled to open a 2-day agriculture summit at the Safari Park Hotel this morning. Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha, and Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutembai have been invited to appear before the National Assembly's Committee on Education at 10 a.m. And the maxim of the day is from Maha Sananda, who says, when you make peace with yourself, you make peace with the world. Right? So the fact that we have all this turmoil, is it because we don't have peace with ourselves? Right? Thank you very much for your valued company. So AM Live Plus continues, and looking fresh, dapper and bright is Olive Barrows here, right? She's lighting up the studio. You can see the panelists, the way they're actually, yeah.
You're putting me on the spot.
You know, all these panelists normally tell me that I should go and live forever and let Olive Barrows handle the standing on guard.
Oh,
yeah. Good to see you, Olive.
Good
What's
to
up?
see you as well, Dibal.
Yeah, you did a good job over the county.
In Meru County,
yes.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So what's up for your collective list?
This morning we're discussing women and drug abuse.
Women and drug abuse.
Yeah.
Interesting topic.
Well, you should watch and find out. In a few minutes.
You want
up
to
after
retain?
this.
You want to retain the man?
No, no.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Get out of here.
In your paper this week, Hope for South Sudan. How international pressure birthed Juba's new unity government. China's eye on East Africa oil. Anticipated buyout of Talo Oil's Kenya stake, poised to give Beijing control of Kenya-Uganda oil reserves. KQ's coronavirus hit. Kenya Airways reveal $8 million loss from China route suspension. Uganda, Rwanda close ranks. President Yoweri Museveni and Paul Kagame inch closer to reopening common border. Plus our opinion leaders. Spoilers of peace. To those profiteering from South Sudan instability, day of reckoning is nigh. By Navi Pillay. Toxic batteries. Recycling of old batteries increases lead poisoning across Africa. Outlook. The magazine. Defying the odds. How young Somalis are rising from the ashes of violence and terrorism. The East African, understanding the region.
My name is Jolo. Are you my new aunt? That depends. Whose son are you? I'm my mother's. Just mind your own business. If you don't want any bad blood in this place.
There's blood on your hands as it is now.
We did everything we could, but we couldn't save the baby.
The parents are also about to arrive from Singapore. There's nothing else we can do except return their money when they come.
Unless we manage to get a replacement for the dead baby. You'd handle the security and business side. I'm a doctor, I'm not a criminal!
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana. Itabidi basi umeachana sera. Najua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight?
Tonight?
I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything.
I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
We applaud Kakamega County for having made some
unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa, na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The Governor, Wycliffe Ambassa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
Nikitanika mtu vizuri nimuumize, utani blame? Cool downs. Nani ukasirisha hivyo because you're boring?
Kwa viatu zako zote, hiyo tu ndio unaonaka uvae.
Sasa hii space imebaki hasa hapa. Tunaye kama mtura.
Nakakuza mtura. Si ulikuwa umeniambia nimekisha mzee ametoka ndo nikuje? Mzee alitoka kitambo.
You know, I've been sitting here trying to comprehend what you're saying. Like you're running your mill, it's just raining.
Nani amechukua maji yangu? Kero, nani amechukua maji yangu?
Fanyaga hivi. Baki kwa hao. Upakilizo makucha rangi. Alafu zieke IG. Poa.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
Just move to the next level with the Daily Nation. Every day, every Monday, Junior Sport will move you to the top of your class with KCPE revision papers. To move to a healthier, fitter, and more conscious you, read The Healthy Nation every Tuesday. My network will inspire your career, your passion, your biashara, and your network every Friday. Just move to the truth.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kibia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
We applaud Kakamega County for having made some unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa, na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The Governor, Wycliffe Ambassa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
Good morning. We are back from Meru County. You're watching AM Live Plus. My name is Olive Burrows, and this morning we'll be discussing the very serious subject of women and drug abuse. Stay tuned for more on that discussion. But first, let's take a look at what's happening across the country. We have Melita Oletenges in Chuka, Tharaka Nithi County, and he is following up on the Building Bridges Initiative Forum that is set to take place for Mount Kenya. And we also have Martin Maura also in Mount Kenya, that is Murang'a County. Let's start with Melita Oletenges. Melita, what takes you to Chuka?
Olive, the clock is ticking towards the first BBI rally in Mount Kenya region, the 7th edition of the BBI rallies that is expected to take place on Saturday, this coming Saturday at Kinoru Stadium. This is in Meru County. And of course, we've seen the momentum at these particular meetings gaining momentum here in preparations for the meeting that is supposed to be held on Saturday. Yesterday, we saw leaders from Mount Kenya region, specifically governors and senators, meeting the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga at the Capitol Hill office yesterday, just discussing. It was a planning meeting ahead of the rally that is supposed to take place on Saturday. Now, Olive, today, the governors of Mount Kenya East region, this is governors of Embu, Tharaka Nithi and Meru County, will be meeting at Kerobia Stadium. This is in Tharaka Nithi County, and right now we are in Chuka town. We will be heading there shortly. Of course, they will be harmonizing some of the proposals that they are planning to front towards being incorporated in the BBI initiative. So today we expect that they will be harmonizing some of their proposals in order to speak in one voice as the Mount Kenya East leaders come Saturday. And of course, Olive, towards that rally, there will be a final meeting on Friday where leaders from the region, Mount Kenya region, the larger Mount Kenya region, will be meeting on Friday to harmonize a final document in which they, and then thereafter they will be presenting this document, of course, to the BBI task force on Saturday. So, Olive, we are keeping a key eye on this, and of course, we will be expecting maybe the governors on Saturday will be touching on issues to do with economic situation in this part of the country. Of course, there has also been a political divide in this part of the country. And this is something that, of course, has caused residents to come out strongly picking sides. But this, of course, is something that we'll be waiting to hear from the leaders come Saturday. Olive, also, there are talks that President Uhuru Kenyatta may attend this particular meeting. This is the first ever BBI rally to be held in central Kenya. And, of course, people are considering President Uhuru Kenyatta is the leader of the region. They are waiting to see if he will be attending the meeting. So, Olive, apart from that, also we've had talks about people demanding more representation, not only in central Kenya. We also had this from other parts of the country, including Baringo, where the Ilchamus community also are requesting that they also be considered in terms of a constituency. And also here in central Kenya, they are also demanding representation. So there are a number of issues that are coming up, and of course we will be keeping our tabs on this to also get the details of the planning and also finally the BBI rally on Saturday, which we will also be covering. But for now, over to you, Olive, in studio.
Thank you, Melita. Melita, following up on BBI, not too far from where Melita is Martin Maura. Martin, what do the residents in Murang'a County have to say about the upcoming BBI rally or forum that is going to take place in Meru County?
Well, thank you, Olive. It's a bright Wednesday morning here from County 021. Now, just to bring our viewer to consideration of what is happening today, is that Olive, today, Water and Irrigation Permanent Secretary, Principal Secretary, Joseph Oirago will be visiting Murang'a County. He's expected to inspect various projects, water and irrigation projects here in Murang'a. First stop will be at Mukuru and Nyagadhanga here in Kiharo sub-county. Then we'll be visiting Merira. Later we'll go to Marago sub-county, where he's supposed to meet some farmers. Something else that we're following up on here, Olive, is that there is a retired ACK clergy who is on the run. The retired clergy is accused of murdering his son as they try to instill discipline together with his other son. It is said that they tied the son onto a tree The son who was actually killed is said to have had a criminal record, and he's termed as a jailbird. They say that on Sunday, as they tied him to a tree, trying to discipline him, that's when matters got out of hand and he died. Now the police are hunting for him, but he's said to be on the run. One person has been arrested, and he'll be charged. He'll be taken to court today. Something else that we are following up from this county is that last week we reported that Maendeleo Wanawake Murang'a chapter held its election, the county election, elected Honorable Lucy as the chairperson of this county chairperson. Now the matter is heading to court actually, because the former chair is claiming that she was thrown out illegally. And the due process was not followed. So she's saying that the election should have started from the grassroots before heading to the county. Now that is another story that we'll be following up on, because Maendeleo Wanawake has been having wrangles. The accusations of misappropriation of funds, and even it is alleged that some of the lands that are owned by the Maendeleo were illegally sold. Something else that following up from this county is that Murang'a, the Council of Elders from here in Murang'a, they are raising concern about cases of homosexuality. They're saying that homosexuality is on the rise, and they're alleging that this might be the cause. Not only they're actually claiming that not only in Murang'a but in the whole country, and they're saying that God might be angry with us, and that is why this low-caste menace is still with us. On BBI, as you have asked Olive, we'll keep tabs here. We'll talk to leaders to tell us maybe what their views are, because there is a proposal that leaders from central Kenya, that is the counties made of Kiambu, Murang'a, Laikipia, Nyandarua and Kirinyaga, they are claiming that they need to have their own BBI, because Mount Kenya only represents all the regions from Meru to Embu and other sides. But they're saying that Central needs to stand on its own, and they need to have their own BBI so they can chart forward as Central Kenya. Back to you, Olive.
Thank you, Martin Mora. Now we have Kevin Mutai at the coast in Mombasa County more specifically. Kevin, what are you looking into today?
Well, good morning to you, Olive, and we have quite a number of stories on our diary, but top on the agenda today is that we're expecting government officials who will be conducting a public forum where residents will be welcomed to give their views on the draft regulations on how the government plans to operationalize the Data Protection Act, and of course also this is with regards to the Huduma number registration. So through a communique from the office of the spokesperson, that is Cyrus Oguna, we're expecting government officials to dock at the Kenya School of Government at from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the afternoon, where residents are welcome to give their submissions on the same, and of course it will be an engagement that we're expecting various issues to arise. Remember, this particular concern, registration of Huduma number, we've had previously human rights organizations going against the registration of persons, going to court, even seeking clarity on certain areas on how the government is collecting this particular data. So we're expecting all the key stakeholders from human rights activists, from the residents, the government officials, lawyers. We are all expecting them to be there and we'll be there to listen to them while giving their submissions. And of course also there's another story that we are keenly following up on, and this is with regards to matters to do with land. The county government officials will be visiting Majaoni area here in Mombasa, whereby they will be engaging residents on how they are required to register their plots. Remember, there have been a lot of wrangles in pertaining land ownership in those areas, where we've even had reports of people being attacked by goons and forcefully being evicted from their properties. So the county government will be conducting another forum through the Department of Lands and we're expecting the Minister Tufik Balala, that is the county executive member for lands, to chair that particular forum whereby residents will be required to bring their title deeds and any form of documents that they use to claim ownership of their respective plots. And of course also there's another story that we are also being invited to cover. The Kenya Film and Classification Board Chief Executive Officer Ezekiel Mutua is in Mombasa in a national where he'll be addressing the media on the national values during the National Drama Committee. Remember, Mutua has taken some certain stance with regards to films being played on our national televisions, and of course we are informed that there are particular films that he banned and does not meet the required regulations to be aired on the national television. So Mutua will be speaking about all that today. And of course, lastly, Olive, we are receiving reports from human rights organizations that there was a body that was discovered yesterday in Voi, and we are informed that it was brought all over to the Coast General Provincial Hospital, and we will be speaking to the family members. We will be speaking to the human rights activists to get what exactly happened, and of course also seeking more clarity with the law enforcement officers who will be able to give us an update and the real information as to what happened to that particular person. This, remember, comes a day after the human rights activists protested on the move whereby 2 people were accidentally shot by police officers in Likoni in what was not really put out clearly by the law enforcement. So all those things will be following up for you, Olive, and we'll be updating our viewers more on during our subsequent bulletins during the day. Back to you, Olive.
Thank you, Kevin. A very long to-do list there for Kevin Mutai in Mombasa. Now let's take a look at the diary. And Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya is scheduled to appear before the Senate Agriculture Committee at 11:30 a.m. over the locust invasion. We, however, wait to see if he will honor the invitation this time round after failing to appear before the committee on Monday and Thursday last week. The Cabinet Secretary has come under fire following his remarks that Kenyans need not be too bothered with the fully formed swarms of locusts, as they would die of old age and should instead focus their efforts on the nymphs. His critics are viewing the remarks as a trivialization of the problem. Education Secretary George Magoha, Cabinet Secretary rather, George Magoha, and Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutyambai have for the second time also been invited to appear before the National Assembly Committee on Education at 10 a.m. A hearing on the transfer of non-local teachers from Northeastern was yesterday adjourned after only the Teachers Service Commission CEO Nancy Macharia showed up. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, that is the FAA, is due to review an advisory issued in December to carriers flying over Kenyan airspace. The advisory had warned of the possibility of extremist activity, which could employ manpads, small arms, mortars, and rockets. It warned that militants could target aircraft at low altitudes, including during the arrival and departure phases of the flights and/or airports and aircraft on the ground. And Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya again is also scheduled to open a 2-day agriculture summit at the Safari Park Hotel half an hour from now. Rather, it should be in about 5 minutes. The summit brings together 400 private sector stakeholders under a new body, and that is the National Agriculture Network. The network seeks to harmonize the efforts of the government, development partners, NGOs, private sector academia, researchers, and support services to steer the fledgling sector back to being the key driver of the country's economy. The organization will be unveiled at the summit. Well, here's what we're keeping an eye on, and first on that list is the transfer of the Nairobi County functions to the national government. The legality of the move has been challenged by some, but State House says the transfer of functions is anchored on Article 187 of the Constitution. The functions transferred are for the county health services, transport services, planning and development services, public works, utilities, and ancillary services. Also keeping an eye on Nairobi Women's Hospital, which has been given 90 days to implement the recommendations of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council following an audit. The findings of the audit were made public yesterday and authenticated fears that the hospital's management detained patients against medical officers' advice. The audit, however, found from the patient file samples that service fees guidelines were followed. And NTV's team coverage continues tonight, and the team will be looking at Kenya's broken systems. Here's a preview.
Stop. We are the problem.
Thank you, Kennedy Muridi. That name betrays it all.
We have those particular issues of cartels and the corruption.
Corruption is just being used as a political circus.
We are requesting our president who elected Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta to come over here.
What do you want me to do? Nataka nifanye nini jameni?
We are dissolved in the dirty waters of the broken sewer, the broken system.
Team coverage tonight at 9 p.m. Now, we are still keeping an eye on the coronavirus, or COVID-19, as it's now officially known. Several European countries have announced their first coronavirus cases, with all appearing to be linked to the growing outbreak in Italy. Austria, Croatia, and Switzerland said the cases involve people who had been to Italy, as did Algeria in Africa. The first positive virus test has been recorded in Latin America's Brazil, with a resident having just returned from Italy. Iran's deputy health minister and an MP have both tested positive for the new coronavirus, as it struggles to contain an outbreak that has killed 15 within its borders. Time to look back actually on what happened today in history. And on this day, Barings PLC, Britain's oldest investment banking firm, collapsed after Nick Leeson, a securities dealer, lost more than $1.4 billion by gambling on Tokyo stock prices over a period of 3 years. The collapse was caused by his losses, but also by the bank's own deficient internal auditing and risk management practices, which should have picked up the losses much earlier. And on this day, Fox TV renewed The Simpsons for 2 more years, which confirmed that the animated series would become the longest-running primetime TV series. That record had been held for more than 3 decades by Gunsmoke, the TV western that ended in 1975. And on this day, over 900 olive ridley turtles were found dead in the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh. Conservationists accused fishermen of not using the proper devices to stop the turtles from getting caught in nets. Officials stated that there had not been that many turtles found dead in the coastal area in about 10 years. The breed of turtle is considered endangered in India. Well, back to the top story we are keeping an eye on, and the national government has, as I said, officially taken over the functions of the Nairobi County government effective today. Now, this is according to communication from State House that says an agreement between the embattled Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko and Devolution Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa had been reached in concurrence with President Uhuru Kenyatta. The national government will now control several dockets in the county, among them health, planning and development. Silas Apollo now joins us live from City Hall. Or rather, let's listen in to the story that was filed last night and then join Silas Apollo, who is going to bring us an update from City Hall.
Rais Uhuru ako Togo. Deputy President William Ruto ako France. I am number 3 in command, politically, influence and socially. I am now the acting president of the Republic of Kenya.
The chicken may have finally come home to roost for the embattled Nairobi governor. In a statement sent to newsrooms from State House late Tuesday, Mike Mbuvi Sonko appended his signature on a document that effectively handed over key functions of the county to the national government. The event was witnessed by President Uhuru Kenyatta and Senate Speaker Kenneth Lusaka. The Attorney General Paul Kihara was also present. This means the national government now takes over the health, transport, public works, utilities and ancillary services, as well as planning and development functions from the county government. The agreement was done in accordance to Article 187 of the Constitution, which states that a function or power of government at one level may be transferred to a government at the other level by agreement between the governments if 1. The function or power would be more effectively performed or exercised by the receiving government, and 2. If the transfer of the function or power is not prohibited by the legislation under which it is to be performed or exercised. This means that the governor remains in position, but only in a limited capacity running the county affairs. The county government was thrown into a leadership crisis after courts prohibited Governor Sonko from office due to corruption charges. The move also comes against a backdrop of an impeachment motion against the governor that was tabled last week by Makongeni MCA Peter Imotok. Sonko's tenure as governor has seen the resignation of his deputy governor Polycarp Igathe. That position is yet to be filled. Sonko has also reconstituted and reshuffled his cabinet in a number of occasions. For now, the fate of the Nairobi governor hangs in the balance as he fights to clear his name over the graft charges. The national government on its part promising better service delivery to Nairobi residents. Zainab Ismail, NTV.
All right, as I said, we have Silas Apollo at County Hall. Silas, what are the reactions to the move by Sonko to transfer the powers or hand them over to the national government?
Yes, Olive, right as you said it, we're right here at City Hall. Apparently, it seems to be quite a lull day at City Hall. Of course, workers in the county governments walking in and been streaming in since morning. What we are likely to, of course, we want to know today is that what is the way going forward in terms of the handing over of the functions by Governor Mike Sonko to the national government, in terms of what are the way forward in terms of the fate of the CECs who are responsible for the said functions that have been transferred to the national government. But funny thing, one of the few developments we're seeing right now is that there's been quite a bit of activity here at the office of the governor. As you can see just right behind with a bit of sculptures that were erected by Governor Mike Sonko. Some of them we were being told were defaced today morning. For yesterday night, there was one that seems to have been burnt by, we don't know who exactly did that. There's also one that has been painted by some colors. We don't know what exactly happened. Is this, of course, residents or people who oppose to the leadership of Governor Mike Sonko trying to react to it, or is it a new development in terms of the reign of Governor Mike Sonko coming to an end here at the City Hall? Our officials here, some of the people we've been able to speak to have not been able to tell us when exactly the governor is going to walk in. But, you know, he was barred from office, and so he's not been able to operate from the City Hall. What we've been told that he's been operating from his Upper Hill office, where he's been meeting a number of county executive committee members. He's also been meeting members of the county assemblies. But also going forward, we're also interested in terms of what is going to be the fate of the impeachment motion that had been tabled before the county assembly. Is it going to take over? Is it going to continue, given the fact that now functions, some of the critical functions, that is the roads, health, public works and planning, have been transferred to the national government? Does that cripple Governor Mike Sonko? There have also been a lot of illegal issues that have been raised, legal experts raising concerns in terms of what is going to, was the due process followed in terms of a transfer of the functions? But you remember the Constitution is also clear on when the functions are supposed to be transferred from one level of government to the other. So going forward, we're most likely going to be interested in what is going to be the fate of Governor Mike Sonko in terms of the impeachment motion that had been tabled before the county assembly. Members of the county assembly yesterday met, and the Governor Mike Sonko was given time to respond to these allegations that have been raised against system. A part of them include insubordination, which has also been one of the biggest concerns here in the Nairobi City County. There's been a lot of turnover in terms of the number of county executive committee members. There's also been intimidations, there's been harassment, and there's been a lot of chaos in city county government of Nairobi. So those are some of the issues we're going to be looking forward into in terms of who is going to take what responsibility now, how is the county government going to be run. You remember also the county assembly had handed over some of these responsibilities, especially the ones that have been transferred now to the national government, had been handed over to the Nairobi Regeneration Committee, which was formed by the national government and the county government of Nairobi some years back to help reorganizing the transport system, to help service delivery, water services, and all those other functions. So all those are some of the dynamics, of course, that we're going to be looking forward to. Is the Regeneration Committee going to be able to take over some of these functions? Has that been suggested by the Speaker of the County Assembly, Beatrice Elachi? And what is the position of also of county staff who are responsible for some of this department? What is going to be their fate going forward? But for now, back to you, Olive.
All right, thank you, Silas. We wait to see what the Council of Governors will have to say on the matter. Is it an affront to devolution and regression, or is it a positive move where the capital city is concerned? You can share your views using the hashtag AMLive and using the @NTV Kenya handle, or just move. All right, joining me this morning for a conversation on women and drug abuse, we have Rita Gatonye and Esther Nueve. Mushara. Yeah. All right. To talk about the special we carried, or rather to take the conversation forward, following a special we carried on Monday, and that was on the Last Chance Salon, so more specifically women and drug abuse. Rita, sorry, did you have a chance to watch it, and what are your thoughts?
Yes, well, thank you first for having us here. My name is Rita, as you said. I am a recovered drug user and currently a project officer working with the same community of people who use drugs. I did get a chance to watch it, and I personally, first, let me say I know a few of those people from a while back, and I've seen the project come up, and I think it's one of the very novel initiatives that have managed to get women to come for services, which has been a problem for us all along. We've got, when you talk about drug use, drug abuse, the image you see is of men, and you don't see women coming out. So having innovative approaches like that to the issue of women and substance abuse is really good. I was happy to see them actually being able to come out of their own self-stigma and speak. So I think it was a really good feature, and there's a lot to be learned from the conversations that were had in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Esther, what were your thoughts?
Thank you for having us.
And Esther, you run a rehabilitation center.
Yes, I run a rehabilitation center, the Nueva Esperanza Treatment and Rehabilitation Center. I'm the clinical director. I've worked with women over the past years who use drugs. And for me, the feature was quite progressive, and it's really a nice way to give women dignity. We know a lot of time that they are shamed and they are not seen as who they are. They are introduced as drug users rather than human beings and people who want to aspire to do better things in the society. And it's really nice to see them doing things for themselves and also contributing to the economy of the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Rita, you say recovered drug addict.
Yes.
Isn't it usually recovering?
Yes, Olive, it is usually. But, and even before I came on, I thought about it, let's say recovering or recovered, but I've decided to claim it. Because, yes, programmatically we'll say recovering, and I always have to be aware of my triggers. As you say, once you have tasted addiction, then it becomes something that your brain is used to and you have to be aware. But my saying recovered is just a way of claiming that I'm socially reintegrated, and the things that we're trying to do for the rest of the people still addicted, then that is why I use the word recovered.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I look at you and you don't look like you are a recovering drug addict. Your transformation is amazing. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience with drugs?
Okay. Well, once you say that, and it's good that she's sitting here next to me because she's a big part of my recovery. My experience with drugs was it's straightforward. I was in campus. I finished high school. So out of high school, I want to have fun. I felt like I came from a very restricted high school that I wasn't able to really have fun. So I wanted to have fun. So I wanted to try things. I started by trying the easiest thing at the time, which was cannabis. Then I didn't know I had underlying mental issues at the time, But then it became easy for me to try heroin. So I tried it the first time, and it's always about trying when you're a young person.
And how were you exposed to
How
that
was
heroin?
I exposed? It is, well, while it's not as easily available as say alcohol and cannabis, you can find it. If you walk Nairobi, you can find it. So I just got it the first time and I tried it.
So were you with friends?
Yes, I was with friends. As I said, I was in campus. So I was with friends, and one of them came with it. So when they came with it, we said, let's try. So upon trying, and trying the next day and trying the next day, before you know it, you're hooked. Before you know, you keep telling yourself, I'll stop next week, I'll stop next week. In about a month, I realized, okay, this stopping thing is going to be a bit difficult, and now I'm in it all the way. And it became now a need, a compulsive need that every day I have to have it, and if I don't, I will feel physically sick. So that is how I started. And then school became an issue because I couldn't concentrate. When I would get withdrawals, I wouldn't be able to concentrate in class. So I stopped going to school at that point.
What were you studying?
I was studying law. So that became a bit difficult to do at that point. Then I went on using, because now it becomes a habit. And the person I was with at the time, I was in a relationship at the time, and the person was also using. So we used for a number of years. And I can say I was lucky because it's usually it's difficult to quit a heroin addiction. It is difficult because of the levels of withdrawals. It's actually the most addictive substance according to most people. But in 2014, after a lot of push from civil society, an opioid substitution program called methadone came to Kenya, came to Nairobi, and came to Mathare. And luckily, I was in Nairobi, so I took myself to Mathare. Didn't tell anybody because the stigma. Mathare Hospital, yes. The stigma around just saying the word Mathare Hospital. So I took myself there, and I was on treatment there from 2015 to 2017, outpatient. But nobody found out until 2017 when it became now an issue at home, and they had to find out, and they had to come and at least know what was happening. So I can say I was lucky that the program came when it did, but and after that I was able to go back to school. I again, luck that I had the opportunities to go back to, and here I am now. Now I'm a project officer. I work with
is it Vocal?
Vocal Kenya, yes. The work we do is advocacy for drug policy reform, but a lot of my work is at the grassroots level because that's where everything begins. Yes.
Okay. So you say it was curiosity at first.
Yes.
But you had been using, you said cannabis and alcohol.
And alcohol, yes.
So this was an escalation.
Yes, it was an escalation.
Okay. So what was it about that high that kept you going even after that first time?
About the heroin high. And again, goes to why it's considered the most addictive substance. It's very, and for lack of a better word, it's a very nice high. It's a very strong high. You feel a high that is incomparable to maybe what you were using before, cannabis or that.
Were you able to function on that high?
For a while, yes. For a while, yes, you're able to function until the point where it becomes an addiction. Now, it becomes you can't focus on
like you
other
said, it becomes
responsibilities.
a need.
Yes.
So how did that affect your relationships in terms of how were you able to finance your habit?
Yes. Good question. In the beginning, I was using my family's finances because they thought I was going to school, but at that time I wasn't going to school. So I would use those funds and channel them into maybe whatever illegal business I could do at the time to be able to fund that habit. And this is where the intersection between drugs and crime comes in. You find yourself doing things considered crimes, petty crimes, small stealing here and there. Like a small pickpocketing.
You'd pickpocket people?
Well, I watched as people did.
Okay.
Yes, I would say I watched as people did because I needed that system to function for me to get what I needed to feel okay. So things like those. So a lot of women will also turn to sex work because it's easier than running around doing petty crime. That's once the finances run out. Once you're done. Once your family is done supporting you, once people have figured out that this money is going to your drug habit, then you end up starting to do anything that will bring you money. Yes.
So who was your supply? Because something that actually, what you talk about, the sex work came up in that particular feature.
Yes,
and also and I'm coming to you, Esther, don't worry. I just want to finish it with Rita
No, it's all right.
first so that we have a case study. Yeah, so sex work came up. Who was your supplier? Because something else that came up is that you find that 7 out of 10 women who are addicted were introduced to drugs by their lovers. And you say you're in a relationship where the person where your partner was also using. Did you enable each other?
Yes. Initially, of course, it began as trial for both of us. But yes, it becomes a situation where you enable each other because now you're both addicted. And you asked who was the supplier of the substance.
Yes.
Of course, there's the suppliers. There's the person who sells it to you.
And was that within your campus?
No, it was not within school.
Okay.
I don't think I don't think we have gotten to that level yet of hard drugs being sold within the school. And if we have, I haven't heard of it yet.
Okay.
So the suppliers are outside. So you go where you would go to get your cannabis, probably somewhere close by. You'll get the person with heroin.
So are these shopping centers? Where are these places?
Really anywhere, not shopping centers, because you wouldn't expect to find cannabis at your local shop. So well, they know where they sell. Put it that way. They know where they sell to who they sell. It's a system. It's a very organized system.
Okay.
Yes.
So
it might be here today, it might be on this street today, and tomorrow it's not.
Oh, okay.
That's what
so
I mean.
it's a system of sort of referral, like the person perhaps who introduced you to the drugs referred you to their supplier.
Yes, trust and referral.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And in terms, how much were you spending a day on your habit?
How much was I spending a day? By the time I was going to Madare Hospital, I was spending about 2,500, or 2,500 a day.
So what amount of heroin is that?
That is about, I don't know the grammage. However, that's about, how many rolls?
Rolls, in terms of rolls.
20. That's about
also, it's
20.
measured in rolls.
Yes.
Okay, so
it depends on the packaging.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So in the feature we aired on Monday, there's a woman who talked about how she would need 5 or 6 sachets a day, and then one sachet is 200 shillings.
Yes.
She said it's about 200 shillings, and then she said you would needing 5 or 6. Sometimes you need to sleep with that many men to finance that habit. Is there a correlation between, like she's raised it as well, Rita has raised it as well, between drug abuse where women are concerned and sexual, even assault?
Yes, there is, and you will find that perpetrators of sexual violence usually look for people who have no power. And in this case, women who use drugs are people who are violated and they are suppressed, and they become an easier target for perpetrators of sexual violence, because the men will use them with drugs so that they are able to sleep with them, and in that way then women become infected and they become hooked, and it becomes a vicious circle where they have to depend on this man to support their habit of addiction. Yeah.
So for women, there are many more pitfalls and many avenues through which they could get infected, either because the lady who spoke in that particular feature talked about having contracted HIV and hepatitis.
Yes. For women, it's a double tragedy, because through use of drugs alone, because of the drug paraphernalias that they use, they are likely to acquire HIV and hepatitis. And at the same time, because of sexual intercourse, they may also acquire HIV because of not having safe sex and lack of safe injecting practices. Yes.
And is it a case of them just being high and not taking those precautions, or just having no choice in the matter?
It's both, because when you're high, then you may not have the will to say yes or no. You're not in yourself. And at the same time, because of the withdrawal symptoms that she talked about, then you really need this substance, and it doesn't matter how it comes to you. So you'll do anything that you can do at that time to acquire the drugs to satisfy your habit. Yeah.
Okay, I want to come back to you with a question, but first I wanted to know from Rita, did your family know? Your friends, you were in the same circle, but did your family know that you were abusing drugs?
No, they did not know. They thought I was in school at first, and when they saw symptoms, they were not able to recognize what is heroin withdrawal. Every time I would try to quit on my own, that is maybe stay for a week and tell myself, this week I'm just going to stay and detox and get all the shakes until it's over. 3 days into the week, they are worried. They're like, oh, the child has malaria. What are we going to do? So they didn't know. They knew there was a problem, but they didn't know there was a substance abuse problem, and they were not willing to accept it. like I said, I was studying law. So for my mother, it was, no, there is no way then my daughter can be using this. Eventually, they had to find out, and this was through the help of people like Esther. In fact, she was the one who referred me to Mathare Hospital. The facility she was at is the one that referred me to Mathare Hospital. And eventually, through them, I was able to now inform my parents just gently that, that look, it's heroin, it's not actually a cigarette or whatever it is you're thinking. And with the help of the doctors and the staff, they were able to understand. But it's not always the case. Like I keep saying, I am one of the lucky ones. Yes.
All right, so they finally reached the point of acceptance.
They finally reached the point of acceptance, though it is still a process. Even every time I do something public, even my being here, my mom, my mom, I had to tell her, I had to inform her in advance and prepare her for what we'd be talking about.
Understandably.
Yes.
Understandably, yeah.
Yes, so it's still a process, but eventually, yes. And for many other people in addiction as well, the family has come to know through these other services that are offered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Esther.
Yes.
How do family members, how do friends who are not part of that drug abuse circle, first of all, how do you identify the symptoms? And then how do you manage the person?
That's a good question, and you'll find that we are social beings and we are living with our families. And a lot of time when people start using drugs, what they do is to withdraw from their loved ones, is to withdraw from their families. And sometimes it may not be very obvious for the family members to know that this person is using drugs. You see a case of heroin. What Rita is talking about, it's not something that you'll be intoxicated like somebody who is taking alcohol, so it may be hard. For alcohol, it may be difficult to hide. But family members, once they realize what they do sometimes is what she's saying, they're in denial, and they're thinking it's a phase, and they prolong the matter. And sometimes they may do things that they think they are positive, that they are pushing, but they are pushing this person more into addiction.
Okay,
so
like what?
Like just moving them like from this town to the other town, thinking maybe this town is where they are getting these influences, and they take them to another town. And if you're a person who is using drugs, when you go to the other town, you still find a way to find those drugs and to fuel your habit. So what families should do is just to come out and go to centers where there is help and start the help early. Because the more we wait, the more that this person is getting into addiction. But eventually addiction is a disease that people can recover from. As much as we say it's chronic and it's a relapsing brain disorder, it's something that people can recover from, but it needs to be treated in a way that people are recognizing the standards that are laid by the government so that the person can get the help that they need.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's something she talked about. She talked about methadone treatment.
Yes.
What is methadone treatment?
Methadone treatment is a substitute therapy for people who are using heroin. You'll find the substances that are used, like heroin now, we have something that we call the substitute therapy, where they can go to get an alternative that will cater for the withdrawal symptoms, and they are able to live safe and cater for the highs that it's a safe treatment that will help them to recover their lives. Yes.
Okay, so how long should a person be on methadone treatment? Is it lifelong?
That's a question that is debatable, but a person, the prescription for one person is not the prescription for the other person, because methadone alone is not enough. There are also other therapy issues that somebody is taken care of, and where they were when they were joining methadone and how they will progress with their life. There are people who are in methadone for a shorter time, and there are people who are methadone for a longer time. So it is dependent with the person and how they are adhering even to their methadone therapy and their psychotherapy, and also the social reintegration program. They are able to progress and do other things. The good thing with methadone is that you take it you go to the clinic in the morning, you get your dose.
So it's administered?
It is administered, it's controlled, and lucky enough that we have our country that is supplying methadone, and it's free. You see heroin, they use so much money to buy it, but methadone is free and it's safe. Once you use it, then you start regaining your health, you start regaining all your functions, and you're able now to become productive in the society. What also they do in methadone is to help you with social reintegration. We're connecting back to your families. If you're in school with Rita, then they help you, advise you on how to go back to school, and you're able to regain your functions and continue taking methadone as you continue doing your work. Addiction, as I said, is chronic. It can be lifelong, and you need to be in a program for a longer time so that the benefits are good for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, alcoholics have Alcoholics Anonymous, and drug abusers have, is it Narcotics
Anonymous? Yeah.
So are you meant to be part of that? Is it advisable that you're part of that support system for the rest of your life?
Yes, therapeutic communities are very important because as much as there's peer-to-peer interactions, where people who have just joined a program will be mentored by people who have been in a program for longer, like what now Rita is doing, is mentoring people who are recovering now just to show them that it is possible, talking to them, telling them what is possible and how to avoid some of the triggers and some of the things that they may take them back, and just also channeling them to things that are more productive, because once you're used to using drugs, you have some sort of friends. Now you have to make new friends, you have to find new places to go, you have to find new things to do, which is not always easy. And this is where even the family support comes in so that they can help people to move on and forge in a new life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rita, do you have a sponsor? Is that how it works?
No, it doesn't work quite like Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous. Because this is, well, for methadone is harm reduction. While the approach for Alcoholics Anonymous and for Narcotics Anonymous will be to tell you to abstain. For harm reduction, nobody is going to tell you to stop. Nobody is going to be your sponsor, but they will teach you how to use safely, how to reduce the harms that are associated with your use. And you yourself, with time, will decide to stop on your own. So I didn't have a sponsor. I did have very good doctors, though, at the centers and at the hospital. And I had a very good psychotherapist. I had a good psychologist. So those are my sponsors, the health staff that were there.
Okay.
Yes, that's how it works.
Are there people, Esther, who are more predisposed to addiction than others?
Yes, because we see addiction has the biological functions. You know, like if you have a family, if there's a history of family use in your family, you are likely also to get into that. There's the issue of the environment where we are growing up. Are you interacting more like the children who maybe their parents are drug users? The early exposure is something that can also expose them to drug use. Also, your social interactions and peer pressure and those things that we talk about, they can predispose you to be more at risk of drug use than the others. And you always say prevention is the best. Once you have prevented our children, the people in the society from using drugs, is the best measure, other than waiting for somebody to get hooked up and go on. And you'll find out there are a lot of programs in schools, a lot of programs in the universities that are talking about drug-free. And for those who are already in drugs, the government have now what we're calling the harm reduction services, where somebody is already using, but we're telling them, use safely as much as we're trying to get them out of drugs. And then again, there are the treatment centers for those who have already been addicted, that they can go to get help. Both NACADA and the Ministry of Health have programs that are well tailored to help people who are drug users.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both of you have made reference to triggers. What are triggers? Rita?
What are triggers? Okay, triggers for me, so let me just give you one personal example. Triggers for me would be being around somebody who's using heroin constantly, being around, drinking a lot of alcohol, anything that reminds me of the high that I felt, that reminds my brain of that high, then might get me thinking of that again. Might also be the friends I kept at that time. And I like that she's mentioned that you have to find a new circle of friends. And sometimes you and your circle of friends have to find a new circle of friends together. And you have to change the places that you used to frequent. I might have friends in that area, but I have to not go there. Know my triggers, sort of know what, if anger management was a problem that led to perhaps my increased substance use, then I have to deal with that first. If I had family issues, then once I'm in recovery, if I go back to those same family issues, that will be a trigger for me to go back. So it's really just awareness of yourself and what led you there and what led you out and what you're living for, really.
Okay, speaking of what led you out, what pushed you to seek help?
What pushed me to seek help? And like I said, I'm lucky because I had a bit of information about heroin, about drugs, and again, I had the right support at the right time. I had people who approached me in a non-judgmental way. I was not judged, and because of that, I started to think about it. I don't think anybody in addiction is happy to be addicted. It's just that you have no way out. You have no way of fighting against what is your brain's impulse to get out.
So, is it a disease?
Yes. Yes. Officially, yes. The WHO will tell you that it's dependence now. It's not called addiction. But, those semantics aside, it's a brain disorder. It is a disorder. It is not how things should be. So what pushed me was that, the support. And also just the strictness of my mother came in at the end and just told me, you know what, this is not what your life should be. This is not what you want anyway. So I sought treatment. I didn't know if I was going to finish the treatment at the time, but you just, any way out. It was any way out of what you're feeling at the time.
So is it a day at a time?
It is definitely a day at a time, because there's reuse. You might, during your treatment, you might reuse, we call it relapsing, reusing. The behavioral issues that she's talking about, the therapy has got to be holistic. So it is definitely a day at a time, and that's really all we can do. That's why we say family and friends have to support. You can't judge, because you can't begin to understand what's going through that person's brain. So start by reading the science behind it, equip yourself with knowledge, and it's out there. Then support the person, and they will want to come out. Give them a reason to want to come out.
Okay.
Yes.
And that, two final questions for you, really quickly. One, she talks about her mom being very strict with her towards the end. What can families do so that you don't push this person further away, because you talked about them withdrawing?
Yes.
And then secondly, if I need help, where do I go?
What families can do is what we call tough love. And sticking to this person through thick and thin. You just can't abandon this person, because as she's saying, addiction is a disease. Now we have put it under the mental health issues, and I'm happy that the mental health task force is looking into it deeply, so that we could understand addiction is not something that a person is pretending, or it's a phase. It's a problem like any other.
They need help to get out of it.
They need problem
and
health
treatment.
And treatment, just like the way somebody has malaria, we rush them to the hospital, or hypertension. Even addiction is a disease, and it's treatable, and we need to look at it as that, so that we can help this person the way they should be helped. Yes.
So this whole idea of why can't they just stop, it's a choice, is not the reality.
It is not the reality. Once you start because voluntarily, but once you start using drugs, then it becomes compulsive, and you're not able to stop by your own. It hijacks your brain, and your brain now only wants to seek that drug. The drug is what is giving you pleasure. Any other thing doesn't matter to you in your life.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really quickly, finally, if I need help, where do I go?
There are many centers that you can go for help, and as I said, NACADA and the Ministry of Health have approved centers. If you go to the NACADA website, you'll find all the listed rehabs that you can visit to. In the case of heroin, we have the methadone centers that are government sponsored. Here in Nairobi, we have centers in Mathare and in Gara. We have one at Kiambu County, and we have other centers at the coast where people can go and seek help. As I said, anywhere you go, even in government hospitals, when you go, people are trained on addiction, they will go and refer you to the right places. It's a specialized way of treatment, and there are people who are trained to cater for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a conversation, I think, which could take us the whole morning. You look like you have one final thing to say.
Yes. I'll say this for recovery, that more definitely needs to be done. For example, I might be done with the treatment option, but when I leave there, I might have a criminal record because maybe I was arrested for cannabis possession. So as much as a lot of this has been pushed by civil society to have these services available, but if we could have the three arms of government that deal with these things working together: health, security, and social services, for an approach to addiction that really looks at the person, looks at it as a health issue and not as a crime, then recovery would work. Otherwise, we'll just keep going round in circles. And I look forward to having more of these conversations.
I know we didn't even scratch the surface as far as what more needs to be done is concerned, and children who find themselves in homes where drugs are being abused. Well, that's it for AM Live Plus. I'll see you again at 1 p.m.
Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. Panadol Extra, now with new Optizorb technology. to fight multiple tough pains with 3 times more pain-relieving medicine in the first 30 minutes when you need it most.
For rib-cracking comedy, just move to NTV.
Trans-Georgian Pipeline. The Corps has offered your services for site protection. Intelligence on the ground attribute attacks to an Afghan militant, Roshan Gazakov.
The MQ-1 Predator will be our eyes in the sky.
I think I'm seeing something.
Take the shot. Rampage. Rampage, take the shot. Welcome to the Wild Wild East.
RPG!
Sniper is what we are. No hesitation.
We will win this war.
Imagine a cab that's always on time. Imagine experiencing luxury and class at no extra cost. Introducing the new Prepare Taxi hailing app. Download the app today and experience love at first ride.
Molfix breathable surface developed with airsoft technology is very soft and provides the best Molfix skincare.
I found the best diaper for my baby's sensitive skin.
All babies deserve a high-quality diaper. You should also try Molfix.
NTV, turning on your world.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Living with S. I am Shai Mundia, and today's topic is one that I personally love to talk about, love to be involved in, and have been involved in for a good number of my working years, and that is fashion. Only difference is we are talking luxury fashion, and we're here at Kashmir in Village Market by, and it's Kashmir, K-S-H-M-E-R, by Kuoni. Welcome and hello, and how are you, Elena?
Hi, how are you?
Oh my goodness, it's been years since we last met.
Yes, it was a very long time, Sharon. Yes,
and it was a fashion. Was it a fashion event? If I
it
remember
was something fashion, something Spanish event, and
Yeah.
it was at the very beginning of your career, and
Yeah.
it's so nice to see you.
Oh no, it's my absolute pleasure to be able to be back here and to have a conversation with you.
Thank you. We've been both in the different roles at the time.
Yeah, exactly. And now I get to quiz you. I get to ask everything about your life, your history, and how Elena Kuoni ended up on this side of town. So first things first, where were you born?
I'm born in Russia, for Russia, a small city. For if you compare to European cities, it's a big city. It's 1.2 million inhabitants. Saratov, on the beautiful river Volga.
Okay.
But at the age of I was 22 when I moved first time to Africa on the 6th of July 1994 to Dar es Salaam.
You remember the day?
Yes, because it was just a day before Saba Saba Day.
Okay.
It was a celebration day, public holiday in Dar es Salaam.
And that was in 1994.
It was 1994.
And why did you move to Tanzania?
At the time, just before I met my future husband in Russia, I was finishing my studies at university as a translator. And it happened that he came to Russia for only 2 weeks, and then his project was extended because somebody was not willing to go to Russia, and that's how we met. I was his translator.
So you were his translator?
I was his translator,
Wow.
yes, from German to Russian, vice versa. And I'm German teacher by profession.
Wow.
I never worked as a teacher, but yes, German is my diploma, my master's was in Germanistics. And he was always dreaming to work in Africa. His uncle used to live in Uganda, I think. So his dream was always to go to Africa, and the office he was working had a branch office in Dar es Salaam for 30 years. He's architect. And yeah, so he was given a job there, and he has asked me if I want to follow him.
That's insane. But you had only been together for how long?
6 months.
6 months, and you said yes?
Yes, no, you know, being mother now, being mother now of the girl of the same age. My mom, who is looking me now from the sky.
Yeah.
I really ask myself, how did she allow me to go? There was no Google, there was no WhatsApp,
there was no
Skype.
I mean, with cell phones, was there like a
There was a call to back, and was $2 per minute. So you had to make notes to write down to say what is important to say. So it was hard time. So today it's much easier. Everything is communication.
Yeah, but at 22 years old, you pack up with a guy that you'd met for only 6 months, and was your boyfriend.
He was my boyfriend, and he didn't have anything in his life material, so it was a pure love.
Oh my goodness.
Stupid.
Oh my good, which is usually just like the best kind, right? Better than, at least that's usually a good place to start off, I'd imagine.
Yes.
So you come 6 months into your relationship, and you land in Tanzania. Had you ever been to any African country before?
No. I first said on the phone that I will follow him. I wasn't good in geography.
Yeah.
And then I had to open this big encyclopedia to see where Tanzania is actually.
So you had no idea where...
Well, I knew it is Africa. Of course, I knew so far. I knew,
but you just didn't know where it was even placed.
No, I had first to read.
That's insane. So what did you do for those... what were those first few years like in Tanzania?
So I have arrived on 6th of July, 7/7, Sabasaba Day was public holiday, and on 8th of July, without speaking one word in English, I was taken to the office because the secretary of my husband just left, and he was only 3 weeks himself there, and he said, look, I need someone where I can leave the key and I can leave money. You need to come. So it's how my career started, and we've been working for 22 years like this.
Together.
Yes.
You didn't speak English at the time? Wait, so you are in an English stroke Swahili speaking country, and you can't even...
No, I could say my name is Elena. Hi.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Learning by doing.
Yeah.
All my life, yes.
Oh my goodness. So 22 years now you work with your husband in the architecture
business. I was doing growing, learning, as I said, everything is learning by doing.
Yeah.
I have been doing secretary works, I was doing accounts, and at the end I ended up working for German-founded projects in Conakry and here in Kenya. Here in Kenya we have been building schools, or we have been consulting ministry. At the time it was Ministry of Local Government, now it's of Urban Development, blah, 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 they're changing names. But the schools are all built in slums area, and it's a very, very big project founded by Germany. It's not a loan, it's a donation.
Yeah.
So we have built schools. We started a project, it's called Primary Education in poor urban areas. First it was Nairobi, then it was added Kisumu, Mombasa, Nakuru, and now a few secondary schools. And I've been doing accounts for the project and for our office since 2009. We were independent, running our company. Before we used to work for the same company. We went to Tanzania
Yeah.
Yes, and then since it is project-related job, so we are not allowed to build private houses. So the project is shrinking as the schools are built.
Yeah.
I had less and less job, but I was, like you say, you was in fashion always. I was always in fashion.
Yeah.
And even in Soviet Russia, I think I was trying to be before the trends.
Wow.
And
Right.
yeah, so fashion was always my passion.
Right.
And when we arrived here in 1st of July 2005.
You are good with dates, Elena.
Yeah, okay, important dates, yes.
That is incredible. I could barely remember my birthday, but you're really good. So 1st of July
2005. We came just a few weeks after Conakry to Nairobi to find out that it's very cold here.
Cold?
In July, Nairobi. Yes.
Yeah, but I imagine there's snow and there
I've been
is-
living for 15 years at the time in tropics.
Right.
Dar es Salaam
So,
in
but-
Conakry is hot. You don't
Right.
need a sweater.
That's true, but in Russia it gets freezing
Yeah,
cold.
but I was never going back in winter.
So you don't need to go in summer.
No, no,
And
no.
you actually, so you lived in Tanzania for a bit, and you also lived in Guinea, right?
Yes,
In
yes.
Guinea
We've been
for-
6 years in Dar es Salaam. We got married there finally.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, our children were made there.
Okay.
The children were born in Germany, and then 12 years of my life in tropics.
Okay.
And we were only going during summer holidays,
Back to-
even though it was cold.
Back to
for,
Russia.
for us. No,
Yeah.
back to Germany, more
Back
or
to
less.
Germany,
To Russia
okay.
also sometimes, yes. But even summer in Europe, it's not summer, so
It's still a little chilly.
yeah. So it's from taking from there when I had less and less job in the project.
Yeah.
Coincidence happened, so destiny. I believe destiny is nicer than coincidence. I
Uh-huh.
believe in destiny.
Okay.
And I met someone who is running cashmere factory.
Yeah.
And since I was always freezing.
Here in Nairobi, that is.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
But you have to agree, at night, 6:45, as the sun is going down, there is no one walking like you.
That's true. But I'm used to us Kenyans, Nairobians, trying to, saying like, oh, it's so cold, and it's only 19, 20 degrees, and we're thinking it's
But it's
freezing.
cold.
But I can imagine, though, if you'd acclimatized to this, your body had gotten used to
Yeah,
this, so
exactly.
you started to feel, this is not working for me.
No.
I need to get warmer. So is that...
And so less work at the office, and then I met this guy, and then I said, well, I'm freezing. There are many more people probably freezing, and there is a niche. No one is selling good quality cashmere. Or at all,
Or
something
cashmere,
warm.
I don't
At
think
all,
I-
at
yeah.
all. And then I had this crazy idea. First, I had a few pieces. I brought it here to Nairobi. I showed to my friends. And very good friend of mine, who I call godmother of my shop.
Okay.
She said, yes, you have to do it. You have to do it properly. Not so at the beginning, I was selling in the bazaars.
Okay.
Because village market took a bit too long to finish construction.
Okay.
So I've been
Because we're in
waiting.
the new wing of
Yes,
village market,
I have chosen exactly this spot of
Yeah.
my shop. It was still raw construction. There was nothing. So I have particularly chosen this place, and we've been waiting almost 2 years to open from the date as it was planned.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
So it took a lot of patience on your end.
Yes. But it was at the end good, because at the time my kids were finishing schools. I would have too much work probably still in the office
Right.
and the shop. You are not allowed as a resident or not Kenyan to
Yeah.
be at two jobs.
Uh-huh.
So, it came actually
Destiny.
at the end.
Yeah.
It was everything properly laid for me. The cards were properly lying. I was just
Yeah.
maybe a little bit in hurry.
Yeah.
But at the end, it turned out to be as it had to be.
Right. Yeah. So, but why cashmere? Why did you think, let me do cashmere?
Kashmir is, in Russia, when you say it was cold, no one had money. Yeah, so everything was limited. And then it was wool itchy wool. So by minus 20, you're running 15 minutes by foot to school. I was living close by, and you're coming to school, your knees are itching from cold, and then you remove your hat and you start scratching yourself because of this wool or whatever. Yeah. So for me, it was a kind of a disaster from my childhood. And then I met this gentleman who was selling amazing products, and I said, this is what we need in Kenya. And I'm pretty sure the middle class is growing, and many people are getting understandable that we have so many cheap products nowadays. Our closets are much fuller as our parents used to have. And in Russia at the time also, now it's also all changed, we were saying we are not as rich to have too much bad quality. So people were basically, it's like my mother-in-law was saying, your mom is not earning much, as you said, but she's always nicely dressed. Yes, we were buying everything like for the party day or for the celebration day. We didn't have 50 t-shirts for every day. So we had just a minimum in the closet, but everything was overdressed or good.
But you're right, because things have definitely changed now. Now it seems like we value quantity more than we do quality, you know, and I think perhaps a little bit of that has to do with marketing and being bombarded with messages of buy this, new design, new runway looks that you have to have in your closet, that we fall prey to that.
I'm so proud of myself that it's like last 9 months I didn't shop as much as before, and I'm so proud of myself that I really don't feel like I need to buy something new. So I'm trying to recycle my closet.
Right, which I can only imagine. I almost wish we were doing this interview in your closet. I can only imagine what it's like. Now you've set up the business, it's up and running. What were some of the challenges? Although, I'm going to say, we're going to have to get into that after the break. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to hear from Elena how great or difficult moments were and had become for her while she set up Kashmir. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
Were these Chinese officials taking coronavirus victims for execution as claimed in this video? We went digging for the answers.
Will Ethiopia's new law curb the fake news menace in the East African nation? We hear from tech experts.
We'll also have tips on how you can spot a fake story online.
And are robots here to help, or will they take over the world? We find out.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Do your gums hurt? Yeah. Does your toothpaste contain sage, eucalyptus, myrrh, chamomile? All that in one toothpaste? Yes, try Colgate Herbal. Colgate Herbal contains nature's best herbs and Colgate's fluoride technology to give you strong teeth and healthy gums. Ah, Colgate Herbal. Let's go. Colgate Herbal for strong teeth and healthy gums naturally.
We applaud Kakamega County for having made some unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa, na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The Governor, Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
In your paper this week, hope for South Sudan.
How international pressure birthed Juba's new unity government. China's eye on East Africa oil. Anticipated buyout of Talo Oil's Kenya stake, poised to give Beijing control of Kenya-Uganda oil reserves. KQ's coronavirus hit. Kenya Airways reveal $8 million loss from China route suspension. Uganda, Rwanda close ranks. President Yoweri Museveni and Paul Kagame inch closer to reopening common border. Plus our opinion leaders. Spoilers of peace. To those profiteering from South Sudan instability, Day of Reckoning is nigh by Navi Pillay. Toxic batteries. Recycling of old batteries increases lead poisoning across Africa. Outlook. The magazine. Defying the odds. How young Somalis are rising from the ashes of violence and terrorism. The East African, understanding the region.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at the Village Market at Elena Corney's store. That's Kashmir, spelled K-S-H-M-R, which you have to check out. And before the break, you broke down how this store came to be, by you feeling chilly, but also wanting to value quality pieces in your wardrobe. And you found a good supplier or someone who,
Yeah,
gave
who is the owner of the factory or knitting company, yes.
So what was that like setting this up, and were there any challenges or hiccups, especially since you didn't have any prior experience in the fashion industry?
At all.
You just loved clothes. So tell me about that.
I think the business was kind of, you have a vision or you don't have vision maybe. And since I was quite of fashion and lover, or I enjoyed doing shopping in Germany. And I remember also my first experience at Chanel store, how exciting it is. And I wanted to give, because I don't want to name the shop who used to sell luxury, or they're still selling. Now it's also looking a little bit more modern and different. But the people were selling products which are 3 to 5 times more expensive than in Europe. I know now why. You can ask me about this.
Okay.
So I was wondering that for such high prices, the customer was getting so little, because the shirts were lying, like you're coming to Biashara Street somewhere, behind the little kiosk, but the prices were high. The prices were comparable to a boutique price in Europe somewhere. So the client was coming in the small shop, there's no experience, no decoration, no setup, and they were asked to be paying expensive prices. So I didn't want this. I wanted that my shop, it is very hard business to run business in Kenya, because there are a lot of window shopper, they're passing by. I mean, it is still difficult. I'm working on it, but I rather have chosen to have a smaller shop, which I can pay rent, especially in my employees. But I wanted to have everything made with love. I wanted that my shop looks professional. I love my packaging, and I love to pack for my clients, because it is an experience. My products are expensive. It has a value, and I'm teaching every time, because sometimes people asking me, is it not 1 too much? I say, no, it is not.
Right.
It is the luxury, it is quality, and it has its price. So buy less cheaper products, buy something quality, and you will enjoy it more.
Right. And just to give context, how much do your do the pieces here range for?
We have products from 8,000 shilling till 49,000 shilling.
49. So 8,000 to 49,000.
Cashmere is sold by gram.
Yeah.
First of all, cashmere is sold like gold by gram.
Yeah.
What I'm saying by gram. So when we start a new piece, new design, we first have to knit it. Then we put on the scale and we see how many grams of the garment was used.
Wow.
So after the piece is made, we can only then set the price.
Right.
Because we don't know exactly, approximately, yes, but if something new is made, we have first to manufacture it to see the weight. And cashmere is expensive because of the way how it is collected. So if the wool is coming from the it's shaved, the wool, the normal wool we know, but the cashmere hair is combed out from the cashmere goats. So it's a handwork, and it is happening during the special season, and it is harvested so no one is killed, no one is damaged. The goats are very expensive. But it's combed out, and then the hair is separated by hand, because there is a top coarse brown hair, which is probably going somewhere in the cheaper production. And we are using the white hair. And the hair is long as this, so
wow, it must take
it takes a lot of time, but cashmere is 7 times lighter than wool in weight. So if I have a scarf, for example, the huge scarf in my store, usually the wool, it would be a lot around your neck and you will be like dying. Cashmere is so thin, but it's warmer, 7 times warmer than wool.
Right. So
and it's not itchy, so we have even kids sweaters and kids poncho, and we have a kids baby blanket, which over naked skin. I mean, you see I'm wearing my dress, so there's nothing like it, and it's
soft. I mean, I know it. I've touched. I went around and I felt it. So, but what was it like? Because I'm sure you had to educate the consumer here, because we're not, in Kenya, like, cashmere is not. We don't.
So
have
this what we are doing. This
yeah.
what we are doing every time, and I have a great girls in my shop who are never arrogant.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you come and you feel like judged. Can you afford or cannot afford?
Yeah.
It never happens in my shop. So everyone is welcome to pass by, to see, to touch, to feel, to save, to come back. No, it is normal. People are comparing today. We have a Google, so you just put the price and you see.
Yeah.
But coming back to these expensive prices,
actually.
for example, I'm selling these house perfumes. This is very expensive to import, and it took me 1 year from the first email till my consignment was here. Because the perfume has around 69% of tax. So this is the alcohol, and this is house perfume from France. I'm only one in Kenya to sell it. The tax, the import tax for clothing used to be 25%. But then in fight against the Matumba market, the tax was increased to 35% instead of forbidding in Matumba market. So that's why if you're going to the shops and you're wondering why it's so much more expensive than in Europe, this is why. I would say, the taxes should be reduced, and like this people would allow to go shopping more often, and still the budget of the government will be filled up just by quantity. But my products are, because my factory is in Mauritius, I'm using 2 factories. One is in Italy, another one in Mauritius. In Mauritius is Kumesa. So I'm importing tax-free. That's why my products for the quality I'm selling, because we're using the yarn manufactured in Scotland. The factory exists since 150 years. So I am really for quality. I wanted to have a shop which is selling quality. So as I said, from the packaging to my lightings to the products I'm selling, I never wanted to jeopardize my name with selling bad quality.
Yeah. So I'm curious to hear what you think about, there's been a lot of conversations in the fashion industry about our contribution to the carbon footprint, and how much waste there is, or how much water we're using, how much power we're using, flying things back and forth. Is that ever of concern to you? Like how as Kashmir or even as Elena, and I think even you alluded to that because you said you shop less now, but how do you make sure that your store, or is that even a concern for you, that your store doesn't really contribute to that carbon footprint that the fashion industry
I think that my customers who are coming to me, they are rather understanding. I'm very, very proud and grateful. When I was opening the shop, I thought it is more for the local market, and then expats would not come to me because they're exposed more to possibilities when they're traveling. But the expats started to come to me also because those who knows the quality and price, they understand that my goods are at the end cost around 15% cheaper than the same products produced at the same factory in Paris, for example. Because of Comesa, I can import, and I'm not putting such a high margin because I want people to come and buy more often instead of me waiting, making a ridiculous price and wait once in a while and somebody's popping by. But the people who are shopping with me, I think, are not buying 300 sweaters, of, I don't know, 1,500 shilling, which they can throw away after a while and which is out of form after a one-time wash, or the colors are going. So I think my customers are more nature conscious and understanding. So I would say we are good on this point, that we are selling the quality, which is, the people are buying less, but maybe
it lasts
something lasts longer.
And it lasts long.
And we also teach, because some people say, it's so difficult to care for cashmere. It is so easy. I wash everything in a washing machine, cold water, and the most important thing is just to put it flat to dry, and you use the simple shampoo. Every etiquette says actually dry cleaning, but I never brought anything to dry cleaning. So it is everything easy, and we teach, we educate our clients, and we explain how to take care of the products to look longer as new. We have even little gadgets, because people are saying, here's a peeling. The peel, every cashmere has a peel. And peel is excess of what was, when you do the thread. So whatever is rolling inside, so whatever didn't get into the spiral, this is what you're throwing out. But cashmere needs few times wash. Like this, you remove this, and then we have a little gadgets which you just clean it, and it looks, or shave it, it looks like new. So we always explain this to the client. They don't need to get upset and saying, there's something here and I need to buy a new piece.
Again, it goes back to educating your client.
Exactly.
So I know that this isn't the only business that you then ventured into, that now that you've been bitten by the entrepreneurship bug. And
it looks like,
what is the next thing? Tell me about It's a Man's World, and now soon to come, I'm Every Woman.
I say no coincidence in life. We have opened the shops in Village Market, and there were not enough shoppers. We've been for days standing along, and then I had idea to organize something. And I have invited some of the shops which have opened on this side of Village Market in the New Wing to get together and organize an event for common customers, the customers which we are sharing. And I've been inviting the brands or the shops which are selling the good quality products. At the time, it was a refinery grooming opening, there was a gym opening, Elias Juwelier. Few restaurants have joined us, giving the vouchers. So then I decided to do an event, and we had the first It's Men's World, which wouldn't be nothing without a woman or a girl. So it's not only men's event, but at this event we had a fusion between networking and fun. Networking for our sponsors. The idea is that every sponsor is inviting their customers, which we can exchange in between of us. But our customers, our guests, are coming to enjoy the night. They can put nice dresses. They put the men few men came and said, Elena, we bought extra tuxedo for your event. And they really enjoyed it. There's no much to do for people 40 plus, where you go into the bar and hardly understand the music.
Yeah.
So it's the first event went well. We've been sold out. And then we had another one, which was in September of 2019. We had increase of around 22% of more guests. We had amazing sponsors for the first time, also coming from Dubai.
Wow.
Yes, I'm very proud about it. And yeah, you see how I'm shining. I think I'm shining more than because of my kashmir.
Yeah, you're like, let me tell you about
No, I'm
this.
living in this. I really love doing it.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky because all the responsibility is on me. I have to organize clients to come. I have to organize the sponsors, and I don't want to upset because when we've been doing the first event, the same with the shop. I wanted to create something that the guests saying, "Wow, I want to come back." So we with restricted funds, we still have created glamorous night. We had people dancing till 2:30 a.m. The food trademark has served for us. It was sit-down dinner, nicely represented, and the quality was good. We had a whiskey tasting at the time. So this year we have Moët de Chandon, our main sponsor, and I'm very, very grateful and proud. And since this is more ladylike event, where the men are allowed to come and with their ladies, or to come to bring the ladies to celebrate upcoming International Women's Day, which is very, very big in Russia. We have amazing MC this year. We have Kidum who is singing for us.
Oh, wow.
I'm also very proud to get these people and ladies there who are coming. It is not, like, men are doing something. No. In Russia, International Women's Day used to be the day we didn't have a Mother's Day, for example. So today they have introduced it while I didn't even know about this.
Yeah.
So International Women's Day is so big that the little boys in kindergarten already preparing the little concert. They're dancing, they're making drawings. For the girls, they're making paper flowers. So the boys at the earliest age are prepared that, yes, this is the celebration of women, sisters, mothers.
Yeah.
And there are always corporate parties at work. So this is the day when the men are doing something nice for ladies. Therefore, yes, I have a man MC, man singer, man DJ, but we will have a co-MC, a co-singer, ladies. So we want the queens to feel queen.
Right, to be celebrated.
Exactly.
And this is happening on the 7th of March,
It is happening on Saturday, 7th of March. Yes, and the tickets are on sale right now.
Okay.
And I hope to be sold out again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure at this rate you probably will, because it sounds like it's a space for women to feel loved, revered, respected, and adored, but also in a very luxurious...
This is the celebration of life for me. You know, we should stop it, man, woman, I was creating, I love the both tongues. Men's World, I love, there's so many beautiful versions. We've been playing it during our events. I love I'm Every Woman's song. But at the end, I was creating something for ladies and gentlemen, more or less, we had a lot of younger people coming and enjoying and dancing and putting nice dresses still, if it's maybe too old-fashioned for some. But I wanted to create something beautiful for people 35 plus, 40 plus, to come and to enjoy the night in style.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it seems like it was successful too, at least the last two ones, and especially the last one.
Yes, we've been successful. I'm grateful to every sponsor who was with me, who believed in my crazy ideas, and
now for bigger and better. At least it sounds like it in 2020.
And I wanted. I'm sorry. I wanted to do it. The first thing, the idea was to promote my Kashmir. At the first event, I still had a little fashion show. of my Kashmir designs, but you know, it became I forget about my own products during the event. People are winning actually raffle. We are not just giving the presents we used to have a minimum value of 20,000 shilling for the raffle. So I wanted people to come and say, oh, I got, not that I got a voucher of 500 shilling somewhere just to step in. I wanted people to come out and say, okay, I danced well. I had an amazing dinner, nicely presented. And I got the prize, you know, the people were getting a full sweater, not a sleeve.
Yeah, like a real...
Nice perfume, the ticket in business class to Europe, or there was, from the company in Dubai, there was a trip to Dubai paid by the plane ticket and accommodation.
I mean, sign me up, Elena. You don't have to say anymore. We've got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
My name is Jolo. Are you my new aunt?
That depends. Whose son are you?
I'm my mother's.
Just mind your own business if you don't want any bad blood in this place.
There's blood on your hands as it is now.
We did everything we could, but we couldn't save the baby.
The parents are also about to arrive from Singapore. There's nothing else we can do except return their money when they come.
Unless we manage to get a replacement for the dead baby. You'd handle the security and business side. I'm a doctor, I'm not a criminal!
Shower, sour, your tennis
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
Who wants to answer? Mary?
Mary has a toothache.
Oh, I see. And who knows why?
Because the tooth is too big.
No, it might be a hole in her tooth called a cavity. That's why I brush twice a day using Colgate. Imagine this is your tooth and these are food acids that cause cavities. Colgate with calcium and fluoride helps prevent cavities for maximum cavity protection. And now available in a 12-gram sachet for fresh breath. Only 15 shillings.
New Blue Band Peanut Butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. And a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with new Blue Band Peanut Butter.
We applaud Kakamega County for having made some unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The governor, Wycliffe Ambesa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
NTV Tizi Mtaani. It kicks off this February 29 at Nyayo Estate, Embakasi. We bring you Zumba by Simon, Afrobeats by Kathy, and Catterbox by Peter for only 200 bob starting at 7 a.m. There will also be free health checkups, a kids play area, and a food market. NTV Tizi Mtaani. Get ready to move, shake, and kick in a morning workout that you will love. NTV, turning on your healthy lifestyle.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got Elena here, who's the founder of Cashmere, and now we get to go back into the fashion conversation. So did you design every last piece that's in this store, or how did you end up actually bringing or getting the pieces that we
in sweaters, there are not too many possibilities of, there's a V-neck, there's a round neck, there's a cardigan, but of course I'm choosing, okay, this dress is my style. It was the idea of, I had the sweater, and I decided that I wanted to have a dress which can be worn, that is, you're not looking too sexy, because I wanted that the piece can be used for work at the office, that you don't look too. We have a different length, so it can be a little bit long and a bit shorter. This is, yes, my design. I've been working on it. That is, the body is not too squeezed, and you look appropriate because the pieces are expensive. So you want to cashmere is an understatement, The people who know the value of cashmere, they know it was relatively expensive. But you don't want a person to look cheap in what they're wearing by not looking appropriate to the situation. So the dresses we have been creating are made for casual life also. You can also dress it up or dress it down. The dress can be worn with the jeans or leggings. And yes, I'm choosing the colors. As you see, my store is so colorful, which makes the sometimes issue for client to choose and for us, because, I need this shade, but I have already like 3 pink. So how many more? But when you give too big the choices, too many choices, it's getting also sometimes difficult. Tricky. But I cannot stop shopping of colors. I think, this color would be nice, and this. We have a palette. 150 colors of cashmere, which I'm choosing from. We're getting twice a year catalog from the yarn factory with the quality of cashmere. Sometimes it has a golden shine, the lurex, or we have a few pieces of cashmere mixed to silk to make it lightweight, so it's not getting too hot. And also for those who are wondering sometimes and hear, cashmere wool, cashmere silk, cashmere cotton, it's all made to decrease the price. So once you add silk, whatever, you're blending in like this, it's cheaper because pure cashmere costs money. And 100% cashmere is not everything the same. So in our store, we are keeping a sweater which I bought once in Germany to show the difference between quality and quality. That's why I say we are using white hair of the goat and not the brown, which we are going to the cheaper manufacturer. So 100% cashmere it feels different, it looks different, and it wears longer.
So let's get to see some of these pieces on models, and we've got our first model up. So tell me a little bit about this. Did you design this? Is it a dress and a poncho?
She has a dress,
which is similar to what you've
this
got on?
This is the exact the same and a different color. And it is either dress or long sweater. So depends to situation. As I said, that can be worn with the boots. It can look a little bit more sportive if you are wearing, sneakers or this a la Ascari boots with the leather jacket, or it can look as a twin set, like she's wearing with the fitting poncho. Poncho came back like few years ago into fashion, and I don't think it is not created by me, but we just picked up the the trend, and it is piece number 1 which is selling in my store because it is so convenient to use. When you fold it, it is small like this, so it can go on your handbag. I'm always flying in poncho. I have always poncho with me in the car, and it can be worn in different ways. If you turn it around, it will look a bit shorter in front, longer on the side. It can be worn as a scarf or even in the plane sometimes as a hoodie. You put just on your head if it's too much cold air.
It's a versatile piece.
Yes, it is. And it's very nice gift ideas. This is what the people really love to buy because it is one size. We have 2 sizes. I'm also going a little bit, most of the shops are selling only one size. We have 2 sizes for the ladies who are more miniature, a little bit petite. And but normally it is one size, and I still love it. I still love it. I have it always with me.
A classic piece. And then I see for the gentleman, we've got a classic V-neck sweater.
It is not only classic V-neck. It's not just a regular V-neck.
Oh, tell me more.
This is finest cashmere.
Oh,
so,
of course, right. Yeah.
Okay, there is a silk cashmere and silk blend. But this is the pure cashmere. From our Italian factory, the yarn is produced in an Italian factory. It feels like silk, but it's pure cashmere and takes 4 times longer to knit. Wow. This is the lightweight, and this is perfect for the weather right now.
Right.
It is amazing to wear without t-shirt, without anything under, because the normal cashmere, usually the gentleman is wearing with the shirt under, it can make a business look. This sweater worn with the blazer can do the job also for the office.
Oh, wow.
Except we're working, I don't know, at the embassy or at the bank where the tie is absolutely necessary. But this is the purest luxury to have it on the naked skin.
And it is cashmere blended with...
No. This is the purest cashmere, but it feels like silk.
It feels like silk. It feels like silk, but it's the purest cashmere.
Yes, and it takes 4 times longer to knit because of the yarn being so thin.
All right, let's take a look at the second outfits. And now we've got a second look from the gentleman. Can you tell me more about that? And to be clear, it's just the sweater, right? It's just
this
the top,
is the sweater. We call it 4 buttons sweater. This is heavyweight cashmere.
Yeah.
So this is opposite to the one he was wearing before. This is for the colder evening. It's for traveling in Europe. It also looks very nice at the office with the official shirt.
Yeah.
And we have this sweater in 4 different colors. So this is the one of the most expensive pieces because it's heavy. So we use more yarn, more grams, and therefore is the price.
Got it.
However, the fine cashmere, it's also relatively expensive because the weight is light, but the time consumed on making it is longer. That's why it's Cashmere is nothing's cheaper. Only the bad quality cashmere is cheap. Yes.
I was actually going to say, I think when you're saying one's cheaper, one's not, I think everything relatively is quite pricey, but from what you've described, it's value.
But this is 2 times more expensive than another one, let's say this way.
Got it. Okay, so now let's look at what our female model is wearing.
Female model is wearing our round neck with beautiful sleeves. A little bit girly-like.
Right.
We have this also in 6 colors. And she has on top also one of the best-selling shawls. We have a scarf size, it's 50 centimeters by 180. We have a unisex for men and women, the colors this is the finest cashmere. And this is the shawl, 1 meter by 2, which can be worn for nice events when you're wearing the gown, for my events, for example, the ladies. And because of the width, which is 1 meter, usually I say, if it would be a woolen scarf, you would not be able to turn it around the neck. This cashmere is getting so thin that you can use it as a scarf. And we have also it's in many colors, and this is also a very beautiful piece for Kenya, even sometimes for to going to Mombasa, it will be perfect
Right, for evening,
exactly.
by the beach where it's a little
yes, and
windy,
it's
but
very,
not
very
too
elegant,
cold.
and the quality is not comparable even to those expensive brands which are selling cashmere silk, but they have bigger names. We will be there, but we will still try to keep our price, and this is the absolutely luxury, yes.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, Elena, for bringing us into your world. One more time, when is the event? What's the date?
Event is in 2.5 weeks at Trademark Hotel.
That's 7th of March,
7th
right?
of March, Saturday,
Okay.
yes.
And where do people buy the tickets?
The people are buying the ticket either in our store.
Okay.
We have an Instagram account. It's called It's Men's World, so I keep it the same.
Yeah.
Not to confuse people.
Yeah.
Maybe later on we will change the name. So we have all information on the flyers. So tickets sold on the pay bill, tickets are sold on Mock, and tickets are sold in our store.
Okay. And once again, her store is first floor, Village Market, New Wing. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Thank you for having me.
No, it's my absolute pleasure. And thank you for watching as well. Again, if you don't have any plans for that Saturday, I highly recommend checking out what was it? It's I'm Every Woman.
I'm Every Woman.
And if you forget, you can just sing I'm Every Woman.
Together with Moet Champagne, guys,
Right.
it will be a very, very beautiful luxury, and
Yeah.
with amazing music of Kidum. Come and dance with us.
Yeah, have a good time. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. For now, keep it locked here on NTV. Bye, everybody.
I help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
It's delicious.
We applaud Kakamega County for having made some unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa, na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The governor, Wycliffe Ambassa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
Trans-Georgian Pipeline. The Corps has offered your services for site protection. Intelligence on the ground attribute attacks to an Afghan militant, Roshan Gazakov.
The MQ-1 Predator will be our eyes in the sky.
I think I'm seeing something.
Take the shot. Rampage. Rampage, take the shot.
Welcome to the Wild Wild East.
RPG!
Sniper is what we are. No hesitation.
We will win this war.
Imagine a cab that's always on time. Imagine experiencing luxury and class at no extra cost. Introducing the new Prepare Taxi hailing app. Download the app today and experience love at first ride.
This week on Lit 360.
There was an incident where you were attacked here. When I heard it, I was like, are you guys for real? This sounds like you're jacking 50 Cent's life story, but what exactly happened here?
It wouldn't be
a visit to Naivasha without coming to the actual Lake Naivasha. It smells like fish, birds, and a much-needed break from Nairobi.
When are you coming home, Senje? Tell me, are you on your way? Tuve tukipendana, Kiromeo na Julia.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
In your paper this week, Hope for South Sudan. How international pressure birthed Juba's new unity government. China's eye on East Africa oil. Anticipated buyout of Talo Oil's Kenya stake, poised to give Beijing control of Kenya-Uganda oil reserves. KQ's coronavirus hit. Kenya Airways reveal $8 million loss from China route suspension. Uganda, Rwanda close ranks. President Yoweri Museveni and Paul Kagame inch closer to reopening common border. Plus our opinion leaders. Spoilers of peace. To those profiteering from South Sudan instability, day of reckoning is nigh. By Navi Pile. Toxic batteries. Recycling of old batteries increases lead poisoning across Africa. Outlook. The magazine. Defying the odds. How young Somalis are rising from the ashes of violence and terrorism. The East African, understanding the region.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kibia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
NTV Tizim Tani. It kicks off this February 29 at Nyayo Estate, Embakasi. We bring you Zumba by Simon, Afrobeats by Kathy, and Catterbox by Peter for only 200 bob starting at 7 a.m. There will also be free health checkups, a kids play area, and a food market. NTV Tizim Tani. Get ready to move, shake, and kick in a morning workout that you will love. NTV, turning on your healthy lifestyle.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
On April 2015, gunmen stormed Garissa University, killing 148 people, injuring 79 more. And now, 4 years later on the show, we speak to some of the survivors in light of the recent reopening of the case, as we allow them to share that traumatic ordeal with us and see how far they've come, as we also learn a thing or two. So welcome to Unscripted with me, Grace Msalame, filming right here at Grammar Suits. Let's get started. Welcome to Unscripted. Like I mentioned earlier, our conversation today is very, very sensitive. With me, I have two special people who I am privileged and honored that they said yes to this conversation. With me is Milka and Joseph, who survived the Garissa attack that happened 4 years ago. Today, we've come back to just get an understanding of how going through an experience like that can be to any individual. How are they doing now in light of we realize what happened, and we've seen what has happened. A couple of people have been in court, and justice is underway. So I'd like to hear from Milka and Joseph on that fateful day 4 years ago. Paint that picture for us. Where were you? How was that like? When did you know something was off? We can start with you, my dear.
The previous day, the environment was just moody, and I remember it was fast and it was on Fool's Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. So people were like, there can be attack, but we were just ignoring.
But you said the day before there was, what was the mood? What do you mean the day before?
The mood was like, others were happy, but it was just like people knew, I don't know, like an instinct or something.
Really?
Yeah. So I remember I also pranked my mom. I told her, oh, I don't want school. I want to go home. And she was like, what's happening? I told her, no, I don't want.
Mother's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
And I told her, I don't want to, this place is far. I don't want, And I told her, send me fare. Now when she was about to send, I told her, yeah, it's April's Fool's Day. So now that fateful morning, I was waken up by like commotion.
What time was this?
5:30 a.m. Yeah, there was a girl who came at the ground floor. I was in second floor. So at the ground, she screamed, but no one knew why she was screaming. So there was that commotion. Everybody woke up, and running. I remember I used to sleep kitanda ya juu. I don't know how I got chini and the stairs, the way you are sleeping, that place is kuna joto. So you have your t-shirt running, no shoes. Now, when we were about to sneak now towards the field, there was a kapanya route we had created, kufika field haraka. Our hostels, behind there was field. So there now, when we were at the field, now they started shooting something flares. Ikiwaka, they see where people are, and they start shooting towards there. So for me, I didn't know it was gunshot all along. When I saw the flares, I thought it was a short circuit or something, or steamers zalipuka, kitu kama hiyo.
Okay.
So I didn't run. Watu wanatupita, wanaenda wakiruka fence out. So mi nikasema mbona watu waende waruke fence waumie, and for me it's simple, as in sioni kitu watu wanakimbia. 6:30 vile ilifika, the lights kukaanza kuwa na mwangaza. So at that moment, kumbe there was an Al-Shabaab at the roof now. So akatuona kabisa clearly. So he started shooting towards us. So he shot, and the first thing that came, sleep, lala flat kwa chini. So sisi wote tukalala flat, then we started rolling like ukisikia gunshot imesimama, tunakimbia hivyo until tukaenda place kuna shrubs and hawezi tuona, there's no view there. So that's where we hapo kwa kona ilikuwa like kona ya fence sasa. Pale kuna square.
But pretty much like a movie.
Yeah,
mnakimbia, you're rolling, you're ducking bullets.
We are ducking bullets. You can see even ikishika kwa sand soil, kuzuko ni sand, you see the sand ina nini kabisa, like it's real. At that moment kulikuwa na watu wanatoka mosque. So we told them, tafadhali turusheni hata slippers juu tusidungwe tukipanda. So they helped us. Now for me and my friend, I was unable to climb like kabisa. He came up with an idea, tukachimba juu ni sand inatoka haraka, then tukainua fence, tukapita chini.
Sasa
the other side. When we reached the other side, kulikuwa na a certain mzee whom I'm very grateful for. He told us, don't worry, come to my place. Come. He was talking a very good English. Come to my place. My daughters will give you something to wear, and I will call the chief.
And how many are you at this time?
Like 15. Wow.
And you all went to his place?
And we all went to his place. Now when we are there, we told ourselves, venye tuko hivi, what if the Al-Shabaab comes? Ni sisi tu tutapeanwa. Then we told him, no, we are not staying here, because when they come, they'll kill us, not you. We want to go. He told us, sasa hata mkienda mwenda wapi, you don't know anywhere. Now he called the chief. And he told us, one of you, to talk so that you can know I'm not lying, I'm not calling.
I'm not part of them.
Yeah.
Got it.
So the chief came now. And he started he helped us, and he also asked for numbers for those who were inside.
Were you able to contact your families at this point?
Yeah, for me, there at that house, his children, the man now, they gave us phones. Now when we called, at this time, but we are not sure what's happening. Now when one of us called, then the parent was so scared. Now the girl asked her mom, why are you so scared? What's happening? Now the mom who is at home is the one telling him, we can see there is an attack. No, sasa ndio we just panicked kabisa, and we were so afraid. And at the same time, you thank God you are out.
You made it out.
We made it out there.
Whereas for you, Joseph, the experience was different.
Yeah,
to say the least.
My experience was different from hers.
Hata ulikuwa umelala because it was early in the morning, right?
Yeah, nilikuwa nimelala. Though sasa usiku wa kuamkia that fateful day, yani Thursday. Kama kawaida nilienda kwa second years, I picked up my girlfriend, tukaenda kutafuta supper.
Na ni kitu tu ilikwambia ama ni kama kawaida?
Ni kama kawaida.
Okay.
Unajua ana demanding time so I had to go.
You're doing your duty.
Yeah. Tukaenda mess na kukuwa na stima na shule ndani kulikuwa na floodlight ya streets zenye gavana kila mahali. Pia ilikuwa off.
So what happened?
So nilikuwa siku inakawia but sikushughulika vile. Kamrudisha kwa second years. And then nikamwambia tungoje stima zikuje. Nitakuja saa 4 to watch soap yenye unapenda. Nikamwacha, nikarudi kwa room. That is pande ya first years because mimi nilikuwa first year that but nini hiyo time. So kule nikawaste time, nikangoja saa 4 ifike. Bado. So basically I went to her place pande ya second year. Wenye madem. So kumpata pale tukaongea kidogo alafu juu ya joto ilikuwa kawaida kule madem kuoga usiku. Yani ilikuwa kawaida sisi wote basically juu ungelala joto. So nikamchutia maji, I did the same for her roommates. Alafu tukaongea na Alice kidogo, her name was Alice. Kampatia haga kaniambia before I go, anataka ni watch video clip fulani kwa simu yake, so tuka exchange phones.
Ukampatia yako?
Yeah. Na ya yangu nikampatia ilikuwa kabambe juu nikampoteza my smartphone. So nikatoa SIM card, nikampatia simu, akafanya the same case, nikachukua. So nikaa kwa mfuko, nikampatia hug, tukaongea kidogo alafu kama kawaida, as in kitu nilikuwa nimezoea kama kawaida kufanya nikiondoka namwambia tupatane kesho. At that particular time I never told her that. So nilimwambia tu wewe rudi kwa room kalala.
Unajua kwa nini ukisema tupatane kesho?
Yeah, na sijawahi sahau, yani ni mazoea nimekuwa nao. Mwambie kila mtu hivyo. So mimi nikatoka nikaenda kwa room nikapika kahawa tena. Kunywa nikalala kitu saa 9. Saa 9 kujiekelea hivi nikaacha simu ya sasa Alice kainaimba ngoma tu. Around 5:30 nikasikia gunshot ya kwanza.
Na wewe ulijua ni gunshot, wewe ukujua? You knew instantly?
Yeah, nimezoea kuzisikia. Unajua nimezoea kwenda nje ya shule yani Garissa town mojipata kwa hiyo conflict ya KDF na the locals yani. So gunshot ya kwanza nikashuka, nikatoka nje nikasimama kwa balcony.
Ulienda kwa balcony?
Yeah.
You're not afraid maybe ungekupatana na ule anatupa hiyo gunshot?
Si unasikia hiyo sauti so unaweza locate kwenye iko.
Okay.
So hao wengine wakatoka mbio. Like hiyo wiki like most of us walikuwa wanajua something was going to happen and we were expecting them to come. Event tulikuwa tumechoka kutoroka, tulikuwa tumechoka kupotea. Juu ndio ilikuwa kawaida yetu, tunatumiwa threat tunatoroka. Naona hiyo time tukasema kama wanakuja watatupata. Basically kila mtu alisema hivyo. So haya nikasikia gunshot ya pili. Sasa ya pili ni watchman anaangusha hiyo time. Alafu tena the two patrol officers nao akakimbia kwa hotel kana shoot kwa hewa kutuamsha. But tuka-ignore tu juu. Gunshots ni kawaida kule.
So at what point for you did you realize enyewe this is not
after amenye kwa hostel nasikia bullets kwa hostel yani wamefika ground floor. Kirudi kijani yani kwa room that is nikatandika kitanda nilikuwa na short nikajifunga tile.
You made your bed?
Yeah. Alafu ngatoka nikasimama kwa balcony, alafu yani nikajishikilia na hiyo bari yenye nazuia mtu kuanguka the other side. Akapanda pole pole tu, time inasonga tu. Mwangaza imeanza kuingia juu, it was wakianza ilikuwa darkness, total darkness. Fika second floor penye nimesimama, like roughly estimation 30 meters ndio staircase edge iko. Mkono walikuwa 3 wamepanda. Alafu mmoja mwenye alikuwa muongoza alikuwa amevaa Arafat. Alafu na uniform ya makara wa border patrol, I think kama sijakosea.
Walikuwa na?
Yeah, waliniona. So juu tulikuwa tumeangaliana, yani basically za straight. Hakuna kitu juu hapa nguo zua niko na hakukuwa na nguo, so tunaonana. So akafika second floor, mimi nimeangalia tu. Alafu wakasema Allahu Akbar, wakaanza akasema Allahu Akbar. Hapo ndio ilinihit ni Al-Shabaab.
Kufanya nini?
Kuna another student akatoka kwa washroom akakimbia, huyo ndiye aliwa distract. So badala ya kuja hivi na mimi nikaingia kwa room, nikadisorganize room, vitanda nikazisukuma zikayani. Students wao wameflee, alama room ikiwa disorganized. Wardrobes zote 4 nikafungua milango yote. Mlango wa room nikafungua wazi, yani ni create ile scene, yani everyone has fled, yani naona. After that, alafu my roommate mwingine naye hakuwa amepotea, sijui alikuwa amejificha wapi, akaingia kwa room. Yeye akapanda shelf ya wardrobe yake juu.
There was enough space.
Yeah. So mimi nikaingia chini ya kitanda yangu. But before nifanye hivyo nilikuwa nimedisorganize room. Nilikuwa na vikombe za kahawa hapa, colored whatever plastic cups, so nikazipanga mbele ya penye najificha. Zikiwa zimeanguka. Hazikunificha in any way. Kitanda iko chini, so basically I knew akiingia ataniona, but hizo vikombe chances are anaweza jiangalia kwanza na akose kuniona. Juu bado nje kuna stima na mbinguni kuna giza. Yeah. So nikiwa pale juu bed iko chini, kichwani nimelala nimeguza floor, so basically sikio my ear ilikuwa imetouch nini floor yani. So basically nilikuwa nasikia venye wana shoot, anapiga risasi, nasikia hiyo bullet ikipita through someone's body. Nilikuwa nasikia mpaka nasikia ikigonga floor yani, so basically nilikuwa nasikia hizo details zote, mlango iko wazi, naona vituko nje.
At that moment ulifanya nini?
Yani I decided to fight back, yani basically nikaona hapa my only whatever any defense yani nikaona ni kuongea na Mungu. Kajaribu the grace, maneno zikapotea. Our Father, fika hiyo daily bread na sahau zingine stuff.
When you spoke from your heart?
Yeah, nikamwongelesha tu na shangi lugha ya kawaida tu. Nikamwambia God, nimejua tangu nilete hapa nimekuwa nikifanya stuff zingine zenye zikubaliki kwako. Nikamwambia zote, alafu so mimi nikamwambia mimi nataka kusha, nikampatia sababu. Na nikamwambia if at all ni his own will nikufe hiyo day, nikamwambia anipatie option ya kuchagua the way nafaa kufa. So nikamwambia I prefer niende kwa barabara nigongwe na gari kuliko vijana wanakaa wakaona njaa, yani ukapata chance ya kushika hiyo gani, yani unaweza muangusha, unaweza maliza. The fact that ameshika hiyo gani ndio anakuwa overpowered. So nikamwambia sikubali yani. After saying those words, yani roho tu ilitulia. I don't know why. Katulia tu. So akaingia hiyo next room. Kula alikosa watu hakupata mtu. So basically sana kumbuka akitoka hiyo room footsteps.
Yours was next.
Nasikia akitembea. Mlango iko wazi, buti yake kanyanga doorstep yangu, naona kila kitu. Akaingia. So nilidhani my trick ya kudisorganize the room na kufungua mlango wazi na wardrobe ziwe wazi itafanya kazi, but haikuwork. So aliingia tu. Kuingia akaangalia wardrobes kitu ya kwanza. Na zilikuwa wazi, akaona ni empty. Kulikuwa na kiti fulani hapo chair hizi ma college seats. Akajishika mwanzo akaeka, alikuwa na AK47 akaeka mgongo. Mwenzake akamgoja nje, a white young man, I think not TZ, alikuwa mTZ hivi. So mgoja pale nje, akaingia akashikilia kiti, piga goti, akaangalia chini ya kitanda. Chini yai, alafu penye niko sasa akapata mimi nimemwangalia.
Mliangalia macho kwa macho?
Tukaangaliana like 3 to 4 seconds, alafu akaangalia zile vikombe, those colored cups and stuff. Alafu akasimama. So mimi nadhani atatoa AK yake amimine risasi kule niko. Baada kufanya hivyo. Alitoka akaenda tu. So nikakaa pale around 30 my other roommate mwenye kwa shelf kule juu. I think alichoka yani kukaa pale. Yakashuka. Nikaenda kumuuliza are you out of your mind unaenda wapi, but sauti haikutoka. Yani sasa nilikuwa nimeacha kuwa terrified ati naweza kufanya anytime, sasa niko terrified mbona nimeachwa. Akatoka. Before aende akaniambia Joseni mwana Makedi.
Makedi yes.
Nikampatia dakika 5 nisikia kama atashutiwa, hakushutiwa, sikusikia gunshots. So mimi nikaamka, nikatoka. Kuchungulia hivi Makedi nao walikuwa kuangalia kwa first floor, but on the opposite side, so naweza waona kwenye wako.
Could you make it to them because you're on second floor?
So naona nao walikuwa frightened. So nao akanipointia guns. But
they pointed at you?
Yeah. Like in the fact that sikuwa na shati, so then hakushoot.
Let's take a short breather. This is a very, very heavy conversation. When we come back, Joseph will take us through that fateful morning and how that experience was like for him. Stay tuned.
Nikitanika mtu vizuri nimuumize, utani blame? Cool downs. Mama ukasirisha hivyo because you're boring.
Kwa viatu zako zote, hiyo tu ndio unaonaga uvae.
Sasa hii space imebaki hasa hapa. Tunaye kama mtura.
Na kakuza mtura.
Ulikuwa umeniambia ni make sure mzee ametoka ndo nikuje.
Mzee alitoka kitambo.
You know I've been sitting here trying to comprehend what you're saying. Like you're running your milk, it's just raining.
Nani amechukua maji yangu? Kero, nani amechukua maji yangu?
Fanyaga hivi. Baki kwa hao. Upakilizo makucha rangi. Alafu ziweke IG. Poa.
Breastfeeding tips for new mothers. Anticipate your baby's desires. You can anticipate their needs by watching for a few telltale signs. Get comfortable while nursing. The constant squirming and moving on your part can disrupt your baby's breastfeeding.
Kiss Kids diapers. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Kiss Kids. No rashes. Bye-bye rashes. Bye diapers. Choose Kiss Kids.
We applaud Kakamega County for having made some unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The governor, Wycliffe Ambassa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
The three sides of Anna.
Music transports you to a world of magic where one is free to be and feel, but it also connects us to pain and can turn it into deep suffering. It is closest to our tears and our memories. When words fade or vanish, music speaks to us.
They've wanted me in the grave and they came close to doing that.
Is that what you're trying to tell me here? Who wanted you killed?
The three sides of Anna.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more. Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Just move to the next level with the Daily Nation. Every day, every Monday, Junior Sport will move you to the top of your class with KCPE revision papers. To move to a healthier, fitter, and more conscious you, read The Healthy Nation every Tuesday. My network will inspire your career, your passion, your biashara, and your network every Friday. Just move to the truth.
forested without borders, and we walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. This is a move. This is a move. If I were you, I wouldn't wait. We are here for you. Come and do what you do.
All right, Joseph, so you are on second floor and you can see KDF are on ground and they are your saving grace at this point. How did you get there?
After nimechukua wallet, like they told me pamoja na simu.
How are they telling you this in a sign language?
Like common whatever. Yeah, wananiambia hivi. Basically unajiona simu. Kwambia wallet. Yeah, alafu shirt. Lakini shirt sasa kuwa nilipa.
So shirt for people at home. What did the shirt signify?
Yani hiyo inasaidia the KDF yani ku differentiate between students na.
Al-Shabaab.
Yeah.
Okay.
So juu sisi ndio tulikuwa tumelala na tunalala kifua wazi. So mimi nikazichukua alafu wakanihesabia. Pita mbio. Mbele yao mlango kulikuwa na the other Al-Shabaab guy mwenye alikuwa na exchange fire. The KDF mwenye alikuwa nje. So nikafika kwa staircase B. Kashuka all the way mpaka ground floor. Sasa another challenge ilikuwa kupita mbele hizo washrooms. Juu kupita hapo nilikuwa naji-expose tu.
I see. Na unazaona Al-Shabaab, are they there?
Wao wengine washaenda, like wamemaliza, wameclear the whole from first years block, wameenda sasa kwa second years. So basically, mmoja tu alikuwa baki tu. So kupita hapo mbele, my way ndio nifike ground floor, niliona tu vituko yani.
What did you see?
Yani blood everywhere. Mili tu alikuwa amejaribu KDF alikuwa amejaribu kuzificha wanaziingiza kwa room ndio. Sisi wengine tubabakia tusizione yani. So pita mbele ya washroom, kaenda hapo nyuma, nikapata kuna wengine sasa wamekuwa rescue kidogo wameficha tu hapo.
Ukaingia hapo.
Pamoja nikangoja tu tumekele tu hapo chini tu. Sasa angalia tu watu tu wamechanganyikiwa tu.
Of course.
Tumechanganyikiwa. Alafu KDF anatuambia tushike simu. Unajua sasa simu zinaitana hatutaki kushika. Mmoja akatuambia KDF mmoja akatuambia tuchukue juu tunatesa wazazi.
So kashika.
Nikachukua. This time sasa ilikuwa bro. Bro naye ananiambia Mwirore uko wapi? Mimi bado niko huku kwa hostel. Wewe jificha asikupa. Asikupa. Nikamwambia sawa. Kidogo simu ikaitana tena neighbor. Mwirore uko wapi? Ambipe niko sawa niko sawa.
But did you speak to your parents at any point?
Mzae sana bado akili yake inamwambia venye nilichukua simu nikiwa kwa room ndio nimwambie niko sawa. Lakini kwa mahali pabaya nikienda kukata akasikia gunshots. So kwenye yuko akili yake kama hii tumepigia kijana wangu simu nikafanya patika. Alafu sasa my mom sasa naye ashikiki kwenye yuko anaambia mzazi wale tuma kijana wangu huko na hapo anataka kwenda.
Can imagine.
Ilikuwa chaotic sana nyumbani.
But making it out for both of you,
so when bro nilimwongesha nikamwambia sasa niko mahali afadhali na akawaambia. Na sasa juu simu ilikuwa 1% ni kazi kaizima. So tukangoja hapo close to 2 hours hapo nyumbani nini, alafu ndo sasa tukapitia mahali kwa fence, tukaingia kwa mtaro sasa.
KDF anawasaidia mama kwa
mama KDF sasa ndio sasa tunapita kwa mtaro all the mpaka kwa gate. Sasa kwa gate kulikuwa na mosque ndio tulikuwa tunaingia sasa. Hapo sasa kwa mosque nilifika kitu saa 4. 10 a.m.
So let me ask, you mentioned the night before you were there for your girlfriend. She even gave you her phone before she passed. And Milka, I don't know if you had any close friend with you, and did they make it out? Did Nancy make it out for you, Joseph?
Alice, no.
Alice.
No, she never made it. Haku make it yani. Hata haikuni hit nijaribu kumpigia. Sikuwa nataka kumpigia sipatikane and stuff. Yani nilikuwa confused tu. Nimeshikilia tu matumbo.
When did you find out?
Saa 1 za usiku. Basi ya mwisho ilikuja. Nikaenda hapo kwa entrance nikangoja kila mtu ashuke. Mwenye alishuka tu ni her roommate. Alitoka Catherine. Catherine nikamuuliza Alice ako wapi? Yeye anaangalia analia tu. Akaniangalia analia. So nikamchukua nikamhug nikamwambia ni sawa tu. Asiseme kitu so. Nikampeleka kwa wale wengine akatulia nikamwacha nikarudi kwa beshte zangu.
Uliniambia kitu mwanzo uliwachotea maji wote kwa room.
Yeah. Niliwachotea mara 2, mara ya kwanza ndio audio usiku, alafu ya pili.
And you told me you feel like that's the reason why they didn't make it out. Why do you
think
that?
So ile group ya masekendezo wenye survive. Majority, most of them waliamka asubuhi kuchota maji. Waliamka around 5:30. Juu maji ya kukua, juu kuwa na stima. So basically figured out kama singemchotea pamoja na her roommate, labda wangeamka. Jimmy Catherine nilimuuliza maswali after ametulia akaniambia nyinyi nilimuuliza tu yani mnalalanga aje? Akaniuliza wewe unaniulizaje? Niambia mnalalanga aje? Akaniambia sisi gunshot tulisikia but tulidhani tu kawaida. Kwanza wao waliniambia her side of the story niambia alidhani false day. Ati makidi amekuja nini? Ati ni drill sasa.
But I'd like to know, how did Leo Joseph 4 years later, even earlier, how did that make you feel knowing Alice passed in that way? Umeheal?
Yani kwa hiyo part ni kuignore tu. The much unaweza fanya ni kuignore tu yani. Unajaribu kufikiria. Juu mimi alikuwa kiniambia a lot about her father. Sometimes alikuwa anaonyesha messages, yani walikuwa na chat kama best friends yani, unaona. Tabia nilibaki na simu yake unatuma messages yani. Najua huyu mwanaume pale yuko anaumia. Yeah. Naenda alikuwa the source of hope yani of the family. Do I remember alikuwa kiniambia huko mwingi jukoni mwingi kuna kuangana issues na nini you can tell issues zenye watu huongelea. So her parents walikuwa na prefer badala akifunga shule ndio mwingi inaitwa Madogo, walikuwa namrentia nyumba huko.
They had plans and visions for her.
Yeah, na najua alikuwa anasomea walimu. I think alikuwa anasomea walimu, so basically alikuwa akitafuta job kwa hizo high schools za huko. So akiwa long holidays alikuwa anaenda ana rent Okeja Madogo. Alafu yeye anatafuta job. So hakuwa anarudi mwingi. So naona hiyo picture yani the father invest a lot both financially, psychologically. Alafu tukao anatokea tu anafanya. Wanamalizia tu maisha yani no. Juu hiyo si kama maisha Alice pika kilipotea yani pia babake na familia yake.
When we come back, we hear from Milk and Joseph, and I ask if they could speak to those men to their face, what would they tell them? Stay tuned.
My name is Jolo. Are you my new aunt?
That depends. Whose son are you?
I'm my mother's.
Just mind your own business if you don't want any bad blood in this place.
There's blood on your hands as it is now.
We did everything we could, but we couldn't save the baby.
The parents are also about to arrive from Singapore. There's nothing else we can do except return their money when they come.
Unless we manage to get a replacement for the dead baby. You'd handle the security and business side. I'm a doctor, I'm not a criminal!
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
applaud Kakamega County for having made some unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa, na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The governor, Wycliffe Ambesa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
It's delicious.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Najua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight? Tonight? I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything.
I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
Just move into the weekend where there's something for everyone. For relationship, financial, and travel information, grab the Saturday magazine. For trendy farming practices and the latest in agricultural technology, read Seeds of Gold every Saturday. Get your gossip and entertainment news in The Buzz every Sunday. For updates on lifestyle hacks, read Lifestyle every Sunday. To keep your child entertained, get Young Nation every Sunday, covering your needs.
Welcome back. Thank you for watching Unscripted. When we finished part 2, Joseph, you mentioned how you don't understand how people can wake up in the morning and just take away the livelihoods of everyone and hopes and dreams of many people. So if you were given a chance to speak to them face to face, what would you tell them?
Kitu naweza sema, ndio mtu achukue, yani achukue silaha muwe mwenzake. Inamaanisha you no longer can't be classified or put in the same group as a human being. As in, siwezi ongea na wao, siwezi waambia kitu basically. They are not human beings to me. They're just like intelligent beings when wanaweza tembea upright yani. Yeah, na basically I don't think they have the same rights kama sisi wengine. So siwezi waambia kitu.
For me, it's just not fair for you to wake up and kill people. It's only God who gives and takes lives. So it's not, like Joseph said, you are not anywhere hata si binadamu, cause hata binadamu wana utu. You just can't wake up and shatter people's dreams just like that. They were students, they were other even mtu alitoka kwao, alifika Nairobi ndio aende, siku ya kwanza amefika Nairobi aende Garissa. the next time anapita Nairobi ni Chiromo. Even it's not fair because alikuwa na dreams na hopes, yeye ndo alikuwa anategemewa. So basically it's not fair and it's good wamepatikana and action will be taken against them. Yeah.
Have you forgiven them? Unaweza wasamehe kweli?
Yeah. My faith allows forgiveness, and according to Christianity and my faith, kila kitu happened for a reason. Yeah. So I forgive them personally, but not many can agree with that. But for my peace of mind, for me to move on, I have to let it go.
Joseph?
On my part, yani, siwezi sema I feel anything, anger ama disappointment towards wenye walifanya hivyo. Washakufa yani. Wenye sasa naweza kuwa tuna uchungu na wao, though sahi sina uchungu, but siwezi watilia maanani, hata siwezi feel anything if anything happened to them yani. Basically, wenye wako in charge of the security forces, like nakumbuka saa 4 kuna politicians wawili walifika pale shule saa 4 za asubuhi, na najua wametembea all the way from Nairobi na ndege. Alafu wanatuambia Reke Squad wamekuja na gari. Sasa hao vitu kwa mimi kwangu they mean nothing yani basically. Sai mimi mtu mwenye naweza enzi sana ni mwananchi wa kawaida mwenye anajitafutia, amefungua M-Pesa shop mahali, ameandika mtu. Ndio mwananchi. Hapo vitu kwa wengine wanaonyesha hizo tota kubwa kubwa.
So you don't feel like
they are nothing.
They care for. I hope you're listening. Joseph has spoke his heart. Now, Milk, I know you're in school, or you're finishing, you're about to graduate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
After that experience, where did you go? And coming from an environment where it's you're in first year when it happened?
Yeah, I was in first year.
And uni is meant to be an exciting time. You're getting independence, and then that happens. So now when you're in school, how was that for you? Being in another university, were you scared? How were you feeling?
Yeah, we were scared. Personally, I was very scared. I actually stayed in the hostels only the semester which we were received there. When they received us, they made sure we had...
Where did you go? You can tell us.
All of us went to Moi University, main campus Eldoret. So when they received us, they made sure we had accommodation. So that's the only time I stayed in the hostels. I couldn't, even for those days I was in the hostels, at 5 I was awake.
PTSD.
Yeah.
And why? Just being around in that room.
Yeah, and a place where it's crowded, it was an issue. Commotions, you know, students have commotions, others maybe are from parties and stuff. When they just make a noise or any, unashtuka tu. So after that semester, I rented a place outside the school. Yeah, up to today, I can't go in crowded places. And if I do, the first thing I spot is an exit.
You even said here, the first thing you look for anywhere you go is exits.
The first time I came here on your set, I saw where I could fit and how I could, and where I can run. I have already figured that out. Yeah.
Did the school or institution offer any counseling?
Yes, it did. Yeah, we were offered counseling. Yeah, after that, we were even given a 1-month break before we went to Moi for us to heal.
Was that beneficial?
Yeah, it was very beneficial.
Okay. And for you, Joseph, what are you up to now? And life can never be normal. You have a new normal. What's different now? What matters to you?
After that experience, Lona God aniangalia yani. Yeah, he has my back, so I'm a risk taker yani, yeah, siogopi. Though pia ni affect in one way or another, like saina mu avoid sana kuconnect intimately yani na mtu yote yani.
You're scared you lose them.
Yeah, hiyo ndio my biggest fear. Niliona watu huenda. Watu akienda the experience yani ile uchungu unabaki nao. Yeah. So basically I'm a risk taker.
Lakini pia ulifanya counseling, I hope.
Yeah, nilipitia.
Okay.
I even had to seek more counseling whatever sessions. Ndio yani nirudi kwa sawa yani, even though siko vile nilikuwa kitambo yani.
What are your hopes and dreams now, guys?
For me, I'm waiting for my graduation. I'm also doing side hustles. Lazima survive.
Lazima survive in Nairobi.
Yeah. So I'm doing side hustles hapa na pale, and I'm also looking for work. IT related, that's why I did computer science.
And you, Joseph, what are your biggest hopes and dreams now?
Nataka kwanza yani kuna my own startup, tech startup that is. Nimekuwa nikienda hizi nini za tech yani. So basically ile idea niko now, the only challenge I have yani, the only thing I have to do sai nitengenezea a product yenye iko na business model yenye I can sell to the public and inaweza benefit yani inaweza serve humanity at large. Yeah.
Bless you. Bless you. As we wrap, I'd like to know from those of us outside looking in, si tuliona kwa magazeti, TV, you hear of these experiences. So it could be us as strangers, it could be a family member. When someone goes through an experience like this, how can us who don't understand, how can we support you? Immediately, years later, what is the best way to be there for you in your healing process?
Just listen first, because listening is part of healing. When you listen what I'm saying, you listen to what I'm saying, I don't need you to say anything, because you know kuna wengine ulikuwa unawaambia, they tell you sungekimbia, sungetoroka. You say I was the one who was there, not you. So listen to me and yani unisikize and encourage and be there, because other people had nightmares, traumatizing moments. Yeah. So be there. Yeah, make sure, keep in touch also. When maybe your son or daughter is away, check on them constantly. Yeah, maybe you can never see them again. Never know.
Thanks for that reminder. I hope you're listening at home. Joseph?
My partner is the same. Like she has said, the match one is supposed to be a good listener. Meaning you listen, don't talk. Usiongee, don't ask anything. Listen. Be a listener. Alafu nikuulize uko wapi, uko kijani, nakaa hivyo. Jua nataka mtu kunisikiza. So let me talk, niongee yangu yote nimalize. Alafu nitoke niende. The match uko allowed to ask, unaweza tu kaa niko sawa, nikwambia niko sawa.
That's it. Don't try and push and
figure
it out for you.
On my part, najaribu ku. I'm working on myself, yani nirudi. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Milka. Mungu abariki zaidi, zaidi, zaidi. If there's any way we can help, we're always here. And we wish you all the very best. Like she said, to those at home, there are many others who survived. We are with you. And like she said, there's a reason you've been given another chance. So together, may we achieve our purpose in life. And to those lives that were lost, continue to rest in peace. And as we've said, and as we're seeing that's happening right now, justice is being served. On that note, we do have to say goodbye. Thank you for watching Unscripted. A special thanks to Grammar Suits for hosting us as always. We really appreciate. If you want to reach us, the contacts are right below. But until next week, do have a good night and God bless. Bye.
I help women find independence by training them in fish farming. It's tough on my back, joints, and can cause headaches. Panadol Extra relieves multiple types of pain.
If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
Buda basi kama umerudia wizi na unaweza ibia mdem sai mchana, itabidi basi umeachana sera. Unajua kamiti ni home.
I've been thinking, why don't we have the double date at my place tonight? Tonight? I think it's time you met my girl. Joey needs to know if you're allergic to anything.
I'm like a hyena. I eat anything placed in front of me. Soon you'll get what you want.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
It's delicious.
The blind man told police officers, afade mimi sijawahi ona bangi maisha yangu yote.
Hizo ma award zikafanya watu waanze kuimbia award badala waimbe the word.
Mimi mkinichagua mtaona miujiza.
Anajifanya siku hizi.
Kimbia mara moja.
Naogopa Mwenyezi Mungu na uji moto peke yake.
Hiyo si bangi.
On the 29th of February 2020, Seeds of Gold invites you for a farm clinic at the TSC Center behind Zion Mall in Eldoret. The theme is Climate Smart Agriculture, Fostering Resilience for Food Security. Please join us for an in-depth discussion on wheat, maize, poultry, horticultural and dairy farming, and mechanization of farming process. For more information, please contact us on the details on your screen.
Trans-Georgian Pipeline. The Corps has offered your services for site protection. Intelligence on the ground attribute attacks to an Afghan militant, Roshan Gazakov.
The MQ-1 Predator will be our eyes in the sky.
I think I'm seeing something.
Take the shot. Rampage. Rampage, take the shot.
Welcome to the Wild Wild East.
RPG!
Sniper is what we are. No hesitation.
We will win this war.
Imagine a cab that's always on time. Imagine experiencing luxury and class at no extra cost. Introducing the new Prepare Taxi hailing app. Download the app today and experience love at first ride.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
Were these Chinese officials taking coronavirus victims for execution as claimed in this video? We went digging for the answers.
Will Ethiopia's new law curb the fake news menace in the East African nation? We hear from tech experts.
We'll also have tips on how you can spot a fake story online.
And are robots here to help, or will they take over the world? We find out.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
We applaud Kakamega County for having made some unique effort to try and engage the youth within Kakamega for them to get empowered.
Hii serikali yetu ya kaunti ya Kakamega imetusaidia pakubwa, na naomba sana izidi kuendelea hivyo kwa kuwa itakuwa imesaidia wengi.
The governor, Wycliffe Ambesa Oparanya, is really at the top of development in Kakamega County, and there's need for even other counties to come and benchmark in Kakamega just to see exactly what is happening.
In your paper this week, Hope for South Sudan. How international pressure birthed Juba's new unity government. China's eye on East Africa oil. Anticipated buyout of Talo Oil's Kenya stake, poised to give Beijing control of Kenya-Uganda oil reserves. KQ's coronavirus hit. Kenya Airways reveal $8 million loss from China route suspension. Uganda, Rwanda, close ranks. President Yoweri Museveni and Paul Kagame inch closer to reopening common border. Plus our opinion leaders. Spoilers of peace. To those profiteering from South Sudan instability, day of reckoning is nigh. By Navi Pillay. Toxic batteries. Recycling of old batteries increases lead poisoning across Africa. Outlook. The magazine. Defying the odds. How young Somalis are rising from the ashes of violence and terrorism. The East African, understanding the region.
This is NTV.
Hujambo mtazamaji, natumai ubuheri wa afya. Karibu kwenye NTV sasa. Mtazamaji, kama ilivyo ada, ni siku ambayo tunaangazia masuala ya afya, siku ya Jumatano. Mtazamaji, hii leo mada yetu kuu ni kuhusiana na afya uti wa mgongo. Mada hii hasa mtazamaji itaangaziwa na mwenzangu Lois Ongoe akiwa katika studio zetu kule Eldoret, akiwa na wageni wake wataangazia swala hili. Na swali letu haswa hii leo tunaangazia, je, ungependa kujua nini kuhusu matatizo ya mgongo? Je, ungependa kujua nini kuhusu matatizo ya mgongo? Na kuwasiliana nasi at Lois Wangui @Nuru_Abdul Aziz. Na kumbuka kwamba mtazamaji, nambari zetu za simu utaweka katika runinga baadaye, na utaweza kuwasiliana na sisi kwa njia ya simu. Nikirejea swali hilo ni, je, ungependa kujua nini kuhusu matatizo ya mgongo? Je, ungependa kujua nini kuhusu matatizo ya mgongo? Mada yenyewe haswa hii leo ni kuhusiana na afya uti wa mgongo. Mtazamaji, kama kawaida katika NTV sasa kuna mengi ambayo tumekuandalia, haswa matukio ya siku. Na hivi sasa mtazamaji, katika kamati ya bunge ya elimu inaangazia swala la uhamaji au kugura kwa walimu kutoka maeneo ya kaskazini mashariki. Walio mbele ya kamati hiyo ni afisa mkuu mtendaji wa TSC Nancy Macharia, waziri wa elimu George Magoha na inspekta mkuu wa polisi Hilary Mutyambai. Na tusikize tu saizi na elezo kwamba Mutyambai anazungumza.
Deployed the highest number of police officers in this country. And I would like to report that even recently we have added more deployments. We have deployed in Kasa, we have deployed in Fafi Center, and also we have deployed within Garissa additional specialized teams. After even consultation with the local leadership, the members of parliament, and also the petitioner to this issue we are discussing today. You have witnessed the decline of insecurity from February or end of January to date because of the huge numbers of security we have put up in this region. However, we have also held several meetings with the leadership from northeastern region, including the members of parliament. The latest meeting having taken even this week to address the same problem. And it has come very clear in these conversations that security alone cannot provide solution in this region. We have gone ahead, observed cases by cases as TSC has put it across, and a recent one is a case of Kamudei Primary School. And my members of parliament in this committee and friends, they will agree with me that even the attack of those teachers, it's only the non-local teachers who are not aware about that attack. the students themselves and the other teachers during the material time of the attack, they were absent. We have argued the local component is very important to complement the security operation. We have agreed that before we do anything else, we require to bring our heads together. We work with the local component because Al-Shabaab will not be able to move from the border almost 500 kilometers to Kamudei and cause an attack overnight. So, Honorable Chair, this is a very comprehensive and complex situation which calls the common and local person to partner with the security for us to be able to provide the security required to return any other person apart from the teachers. The issue today we are discussing is about teachers, the non-local teachers. We have not discussed the other non-locals who are not teachers. That would be a discussion maybe for another day. But the truth of the matter, we have to work with the locals, and the locals have to, the leaders have to talk to their people, and the people work with the security for us to be able to root out the sympathizers and the local element who are assisting Al-Shabaab to target those people considered are not from that place. The TSC CEO has just mentioned, even when the teachers have gone to hide in the bush, it appears the attackers have the information. So that gives a very strong connection that we need the component from the locals for us to be very successful and assure this security to the non-local teachers. As National Police Service, I will reiterate once again, Honorable Chair, this is the region we have the highest population of police officers. And I would believe the ratio of police and the local population is less than 10 people per police. The population of the police in this area is very massively over-deployed to mitigate the threat. And as I present, I have quite a big number still undergoing training. Training to equip them with adequate skills to be deployed as additional deployment in Northeastern. Within a period of 2 months, I will be having additional deployment in Northeastern. We are also not from the local as security. We have also faced the same challenge. I've lost quite a number of officers. You are aware, Honorable Chair. But we are determined to face the threat until we resolve the insecurity component in Northeastern region. And I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think for purposes of record, Inspector General, on our letter dated 18th of November, you are actually expressly required to prepare a comprehensive report. So in that connection, therefore, we will actually require that as when you reach your office, can you submit a bound copy of a report for purposes of record purposes? Is it in order for you?
That is in order. I will do that one, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Waziri.
Submitted a report which I'm sure you have gone through.
Yes, which one? Oh.
And basically that report.
Oh, yes.
Just went through the motions of the law as per the powers and duties of the current Cabinet Secretary vis-a-vis Teachers Service Commission. But going beyond that report that you have in your possession, Mr. Chairman, and having listened very attentively to an excellent presentation by Honorable
Yes, order. Honorable members, I hope you have the 2-page. Oh, kindly, you didn't bring enough for circulation.
It was brought, Mr. Chairman, so
Yes.
if there's a problem, very kindly it is from your office.
It isn't my office. CS, you only brought a single copy. It isn't my office. We are asked is to. Yes, you can proceed. I think they will. Order. Yes. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So there is no need, Honorable Jendi, sir. There is no need for a point of order because this is just telling you that there are actually 4 arms of government. The 4th arm, don't stop me, let me say it. The 4th arm is the Teacher Service Commission, which is an independent commission, and she has also said so. So I'm coming here because I represent government, but not because I'm in charge of Teacher Service Commission. That's all that is in this document. And with your kind permission, Mr. Chairman, sir, having listened to the presentation...
Point of order.
What's out of order?
No, what is out of order is that the CS is addressing just a member, not the chair.
Sure.
For the sake of good management of our meetings, you could correct that. Thank you.
Yes, that's actually not the Honorable Boko Milemba. I think the CS has indicated all issues are addressed through the chair, but not individual members.
Mr. Chairman, I'm addressing you and I'm referring to the presentation of Honorable Kolosh.
Proceed now.
If that is not in order, then there's nothing I'm going to say.
No, it is in order.
Yes,
but
and I wanted to start by saying that everything that Kolosh said is correct, except a very cunning omission of the fact that teachers died. Kenyans died. And those Kenyans died there, and he knows, and it would have been better if it was also included in his presentation. That's point number 1, Mr. Chairman. Number 2, with your kind permission once again, I would like to state that the TSC CEO has given us a very good historical perspective. And I would like to be identified with those because I would want to say that policy of government is to treat every child in exactly the same way and to provide that child with security and to make sure that teachers are posted to all parts and corners of this country. That is the government policy, and that's what I'm supposed to implement. Now, having listened to the security gentleman on my left, with your permission, then we begin to understand that this is not a problem you can solve here in this committee room. This problem requires that we go to the ground, and I think the leaders to take us there are the honorable members of parliament from the affected areas, because life is life. So as that motion is going on, in order to cut a long story short, Mr. Chairman, I would urge that you consider the way forward provided by the Teacher Service Commission, and also add one more. And I would like to be very clear. I'm being told that we have a total of 24,058 ladies and gentlemen from Wajir, Garissa, and Mandera who got seaplane. And there is no reason why we should not get these people to apply and be taken.
Honorable CS, let me just give you a guide.
Is it that I'm too strong?
No.
Because I'm the only one they are stopping.
No. It isn't that. It is because you gave us a document which either you are not reading it and you have different information that we do not have. You know, by orders of this House, Honorable CS.
I then
Yes, that is it. That's it. Yes, proceed. Because yes,
I have finished.
Oh, you are through with your presentation.
Because you don't want me to give an opinion.
No. What we
if this is a round table,
yes,
I am thoroughly entitled to give you an opinion. But if you don't want me to give it, it's also fair enough.
No, CS, it isn't about not allowing you. It is just guiding you that you are quoting a figure, which is also good for us to have it and know.
Chairman,
yes.
As a practice, probably the professor needs to know that the rules in the House is that when you do a presentation, you go through them by reading, and then whatever you want to add,
you give an opinion.
On an opinion, you do it later after what you have read your presentation.
Yes,
that's probably what the good
read
professor.
What you want me to read, and I will rest my case there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the questions by honourable member present issues that I wish to identify and respond with as follows. Question number 1, on the issue of legal mandate over teacher transfer. The teacher crisis, as identified by the honourable member, is as a result of the transfer of teachers from North-Eastern region on account of security concerns. This is a matter which falls squarely under the mandate of the Teacher Service Commission. The Teacher Service Commission, which is established under Article 237(1) of the Constitution, is empowered under Article 237(2)(d) with a mandate of promotion and transfer of teachers. Number 2, on the issue of employment of teachers. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of teacher employment, the Teacher Service Commission is empowered under Article 237(2)(b) of the Constitution of this country with a mandate of recruitment and employment of registered teachers. Number 3, on the issue of independence of constitutional commissions. Mr. Chairman, the Teacher Service Commission, which is one of the 10 constitutional commissions, as provided under Chapter 15 of the Constitution, is independent as per Article number 249(2)(b), which provides that the commissions and holders of independent offices are independent and not subject to direction or control of any person or authority. Conclusion, Mr. Chairman. The above presentation on the exclusive legal mandate of Teacher Service Commission over the issues raised by honourable member is therefore indicative of the fact that as Cabinet Secretary, I am not empowered in law to make any decision on issues raised, and neither am I empowered to intervene on issues that fall within the mandate of an independent constitutional commission. The concerns by the honourable member should therefore be referred to Teacher Service Commission, and I think the Teacher Service Commission CEO has made an exemplary presentation. Now, if you do not want my inputs, then I rest my case there.
Honourable CS, we really welcome your input. Well done, and now you can give us, if you still have any more input you want to add, that's okay.
Kind indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I hope your members will not put point of order again.
No. You are still on the floor.
Is that, with all due respect, in Garissa, for example, between 2015 and 2019, there are 9,427 candidates who scored C plane. In Wajir, between 2015 and 2019, there are 6,941 candidates who scored C plane. And finally, sir, in Mandera, between 2015 and 2019, there are 7,690 candidates who scored C plane, giving us a total of 24,058. And my plea, whether it is misplaced, should be recorded, that all the energetic members from the northern region should identify some of these students to be quickly trained so that they can be posted there in the medium term. I rest my case, Mr. Chairman.
That's a very, very good observation, Waziri. That's good. Now, honourable members, As I directed you earlier on, now I want to open the floor for ventilation.
You open the floor, just like clarification.
No, first of all, we shall allow you, Honorable Kolosh. Yeah. You are the first person to do that. So I would request that Honorable Kolosh to make his presentation or ventilation, and officers who are here, kindly note them down.
Na mtazamaji, ni kikao ambacho kitaendelea kwa muda. Mwenzetu Sharon Baranga anafuatilia na atatueleza tu zaidi ya yatakayoangaziwa katika kamati hiyo. Na mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba kwa taarifa zetu za siku utaweza kupata taarifa hiyo kamilifu. Na tunaelekea sasa kwa Halima Gongo mwenzangu ambaye yuko katika shule ya Rofens Academy Utawala, ambako Taifa Leo imezuru ili kuweza kukuza lugha ya Kiswahili.
Naam, asante sana Nuhu, na kama unavyoona nyuma yangu ni wanafunzi wa shule ya msingi ya Rofenfield ambao leo wamepata fursa kutembelewa na wadau wa Taifa Leo ambao wamekuja kuwahamasisha kuhusiana na umuhimu wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Na leo hapa tunao wadau na pia walimu wa Kiswahili wa shule hii ambao kulingana nao wanasema kuwa Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo inaenziwa na wanafunzi hawa, na katika mtihani wao wa kitaifa darasa la 8 mwaka jana wanafunzi hao waliweza kujaribu au kufanya vyema ikilinganishwa na jinsi walivyokuwa wakifanya vyema katika miaka iliyopita. Na leo tunao walimu wa shule hii ambao watatuelezea kuhusu jinsi wanafunzi wa shule hii walivyofaulu. Na kama inavyozingatiwa ni kuwa Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo imeanza kubobea au kutia fora katika mataifa mbalimbali ya Afrika, hususan kwa sababu kumekuwa na mataifa ambayo yamekuwa yakianza kujifunza Kiswahili au kuwafunza au kutumia Kiswahili katika elimu kama Afrika Kusini, Botswana na pia Kigali. Na hakuna mwalimu. Na kama unavyoona pia kunao wadau wa Taifa Leo, na leo watatuelezea kwa bado wanaendelea kuwapanga wanafunzi wao kwa sababu wanapewa majarida ya Taifa Leo ili waweze kusoma na pia kufunzwa mengi kuhusiana na nakala ambazo zinapatikana katika gazeti hilo la Taifa Leo. Na tunaye hapa mmoja wa mwalimu mkuu wa shule hii. Na mwalimu mkuu, tuambie jina lako kamili.
Mimi naitwa mwalimu Bimboya Joseph. Mimi ndiye mwalimu mkuu wa Rofenfield Junior School. Na nashukuru Mungu kwa vile mmetutembelea. Hatuwezi kuchukua hii hivi. Tunawashukuru sana kama NTV kwa kutuhusisha katika swala nyeti na katika program zenu.
Labda tuelezee Taifa Leo imewasaidiaje katika kuhamasisha wanafunzi au katika lugha ya Kiswahili hapa shuleni?
Tunashukuru sana Taifa Leo kwa sababu wakati mwingi unajikuta kufundisha Kiswahili kuna changamoto nyingi, lakini tangia tuanze mpango haya naweza sema bila kuwa na shida lolote ya kwamba tumefaulu, tumepiga hatua. Siku hizi kufundisha Kiswahili haina shida kama hapo awali, na kwa hivyo tunawashukuru sana.
Labda ni mbinu gani ambazo mnatumia kukifunza Kiswahili mkitumia gazeti la Taifa Leo?
Wakati mwingi kuna hadithi mbalimbali, hata ngeli, na hasa kuna vipengele fulani ambavyo wanafunzi wakisoma na walimu waangalie vizuri, unajikuta inawafanya hata ile wazo lao linabadilika kabisa. Na zaidi ya hapo unajikuta kuna ile za zingine mnaleta za kuandika insha bora, na wenye wanafaulu wanatunukiwa, na hivyo basi hata wazazi wazo lao katika lugha imebadilika kabisa. Na hivyo basi tunawashukuru na tutazidi kuwahimiza wawe wakisoma Taifa Leo, na naweza sema bila wasiwasi wowote ya kwamba tumesaidika. Ile hatua tumefanya ni maradufu mno. Asante. Asante sana.
Na pia tunaye mdau wa Taifa Leo ambaye atakuja kutuelezea kuhusiana na hamasisho hili ambalo limekuwa likifanyika kwa muda. Na labda uambie watazamaji jina lako na labda cheo chako ni gani katika Taifa Leo.
Mimi ni Chris Adungo, mwandishi wa gazeti hili la Taifa Leo, gazeti ambalo linazidi kupiga jeki kiwango cha elimu katika taifa hili miongoni mwa wanafunzi wa shule za msingi na shule za upili. Ni gazeti ambalo zaidi ya kuwa chombo cha habari ni kifaa ambacho kinatumiwa na wanafunzi kama chombo cha kufanyia marudio ya mitihani, manake humu ndani tunachapisha maswali ya marudio kila siku ya Alhamisi na Ijumaa kwa wanafunzi wa sekondari, na majibu kwa mitihani hiyo tunatoa siku za Jumamosi. Kwa wanafunzi wa shule za msingi tunachapisha maswali ya marudio ya mitihani siku za Jumatatu na Jumanne, na majibu kwa mitihani hiyo tunachapisha siku za Jumatano. Kwa hivyo hili ni gazeti ambalo linamkuza mwanafunzi kimasomo, linainua kiwango chake cha ubunifu, linamboresha katika kufanyia maandalizi mitihani anayotarajia kutahiniwa kwayo mwishoni mwa kila mwaka, na linapanua umilisi wake wa lugha na makuzi yake ya kimsamiati. Kwa hivyo kusema kweli, gazeti hili ni chombo kizuri cha mwanafunzi kuinuka katika masomo yake. Manake humu ndani pia tunachapisha shindano la uandishi wa insha, shindano ambalo tunahamasisha wanafunzi washiriki, na kuna tuzo nyingi tu ambazo mwanafunzi na mwalimu pamoja na shule ya mwanafunzi na mwalimu huyo kupokea kutokana na kushiriki shindano hilo. Kwa hivyo kufikia sasa tumetembea shule nyingi, maelfu ya shule katika taifa hili la Kenya, na tunazidi kufanya hivyo, na shule zote tunakwenda katika shule zote kwa minajili ya hamasisho hili la NIE, urefu Newspapers in Education. Asante Halima.
Mnahamasisha ndio, lakini labda kuna wengine ambao hawajui Kiswahili kina umuhimu gani. So labda utuelezee Kiswahili kina umuhimu gani katika shule ama katika jamii?
Kiswahili kufikia sasa ni lingua franca ya Afrika. Ni lugha ambayo inazidi kupata wazungumzaji wengi, ni kitega uchumi. Kiswahili si tu somo. Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo kufikia sasa ni chombo ambacho kinakuza maarifa, kinainua viwango vya ubunifu, na Kiswahili ni ajira kwa sababu ni kiwanda kikubwa katika kuajiri walimu, waandishi, wanahabari, na popote panapotumika Kiswahili basi hiyo ni mbinu na ni njia mwafaka ya kupata ajira kwa wote ambao wanajihusisha na lugha hii. Kwa hivyo Kiswahili kwa sasa si lugha tu. Kiswahili ni chombo cha uvumbuzi, ni chombo cha maarifa, ni kiwanda cha ajira hasa. Naam.
Shukrani sana.
Asante Biana.
Asante sana. Naam, umeweza kuyasikia hayo kuwa Kiswahili ni chombo au ni muhimu sana katika jamii na pia katika shule. Na ni hayo tu tulionayo hapa katika shule ya msingi ya Roffinfield, na kwa mengi zaidi ni katika taarifa za jioni.
Naam, shukran sana Halima Gungu. Mtazamaji, kama ilivyo ada katika NTV, sasa tunakueleza tu yanayojiri humu nchini na mambo mengi, haswa tukiangazia mada ya siku ambapo tunaangazia swala la afya. Lakini kabla ya hapo mtazamaji, kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaendelea. Kwanza kabisa tukiangazia gavana Mike Sonko ambaye amefikishwa mahakamani leo kuhusiana na mashtaka dhidi yake ya ufisadi, haswa kuhusiana na ubadhirifu wa shilingi milioni 375. Kumbuka kwamba gavana Sonko alizuiliwa kutekeleza majukumu yake na koti, na hapo jana tunaelewa kwamba alitia sahihi makubaliano kati na serikali ili serikali iweze kutekeleza majukumu makuu ya serikali ya kaunti ya Nairobi. Na mtazamaji, sasa tukiangazia mada yetu hii leo, tunaangazia afya ya uti wa mgongo, na nikirejea tu swali letu la leo, iwapo haukuweza kupata, je, ungependa kujua nini kuhusu matatizo ya mgongo? Je, ungependa kujua nini haswa kuhusiana na matatizo ya mgongo? Wasiliana nasi Nuru_Abdulaziz, Lois Wangui. Naona kuna baadhi ambao tayari hapa wametuma ujumbe. Stevens anasema mbona wakati ninapoamka asubuhi huwa napata maumivu ya mgongo. Pia Muteti Titus anasema nini nafanya takriban akina mama wote waumwe na mgongo baada ya kujifungua. Naye Oliver Matt anasema ya uhisi maumivu ya mgongo sehemu ya chini. Naam, angependa tukusaidiwa. Naam, sasa nitampisha mwenzangu Lois Wangui akiwa katika studio zetu kule Eldoret, ambaye atakuwa anaangazia mada hii ya kuhusiana na afya uti wa mgongo, na maswali hayo pia ataweza kuangazia na wageni wake. Na moja kwa moja kwako Lois Wangui.
Asante sana mwenzangu Nuru Abdulaziz. Vile vile nikushukuru mtazamaji ambaye tayari umeweza kutoa mchango wako au hata maswali kulingana na mada yetu ya leo. Ikiwa ni siku ya Jumatano, kama itikadi, sisi huangazia maswala ya afya katika kipindi hiki cha NTV. Sasa katika siku ya leo, kama alivyoarifu mwenzangu, ni kwamba tutakuwa tunaangazia afya ya uti wa mgongo. Sasa uti wa mgongo, ni kupe mawili matatu tu kuhusiana na uti wa mgongo. Ni kwamba uti wa mgongo una majukumu makuu sana katika mwili wa binadamu. Pengine nitumie kifaa hiki ili niweze kukuelezea, ili uweze kuelewa pindi tutakuwa tunaanza mjadala huo. Sasa huu ni uti wa mgongo. Mtazamaji, ukiwa pale nyumbani unaweza ukashika mgongo wako hapa. Sasa kuanzia hapa juu kwa shingo ndo hapa mpaka hapa chini, huo ndio uti wa mgongo. Sasa uti wa mgongo huwa una neva nyingi tu. Nionyeshe kwa alama hizi, kwa kimombo tunazifahamu kama nerves. Sasa uti wa mgongo unakuwa ukipokea jambo ambalo ungependa kufanya kama mwanadamu kutoka sehemu ya ubongo, ambapo sehemu hiyo tuseme iko hapa. Alafu sasa ubongo unapotaka pengine kuinuka, kuketi, kucheza densi kidogo, utatuma habari hiyo kwa hizi neva ama nerves ambazo ziko katika uti wa mgongo, na hapo habari hiyo vile vile itaweza kufika katika sehemu ya mwili inayohitajika kwa mtu kufanya kitu anachonuia, na hivyo basi mtu ataweza kusonga, kukaa, kurukaruka, kulala. Ni kumaanisha kwamba uti wa mgongo una manufaa mengi tu katika afya ya binadamu. Sasa tunataka kuangazia siku ya leo afya ya uti wa mgongo. Ilikuwa pale nyumbani, mtazamaji, utajua jinsi ya kutunza uti wa mgongo, na ikiwa na matatizo utaelewa jinsi matatizo hayo yanavyoweza kushughulikiwa au kurekebishwa. Pamoja nami katika studio ni mtaalamu na daktari wa upasuaji wa ubongo, kichwa na uti wa mgongo. Ameketi karibu sana na mimi, ndiye huyu hapa, anafahamika kama Daktari F. Koech. F Koech, hiyo F inatatiza sana. Florentius, Unajua sisi ambao tumetoka huko Nyeri, hilo jina ni ngumu kidogo, lakini anafahamika kama Daktari Florentius Koech. Kama nilivyoarifu, ni mtaalamu wa masuala ya upasuaji ya kichwa, ubongo na uti wa mgongo. Asante sana daktari kwa kuungana nasi. Aliyeketi kando yake ni Henry Arusei. Henry Arusei anatoka katika sehemu ya Chemelil. Yeye ni mkaaji wa hapo, vile vile naibu wa chifu. Sasa Henry Arusei alikuwa na matatizo ya uti wa mgongo yaliyompelekea yeye kupoza kwa miaka 2, kumaanisha hakuwa anaweza kusonga na kazi zake zote alikuwa akisaidiwa pale nyumbani. Arusei atakuwa akizungumza nasi, atueleze safari hiyo ilikuwa vipi, na je, alipata matibabu na alifanikiwa vipi kuweza kurejelea katika afya yake ya mgongo. Asante Arusei kukutana nasi. Vile vile tuna mama hapa, Lydia Mililei. Yeye ni mwalimu ambao kwa kipindi cha mwaka 11 alikuwa na matatizo ya uti wa mgongo ambayo yalimpelekea kuwa na uchungu mwingi na matatizo katika kazi yake na vile vile majukumu yake pale nyumbani kama mama, lakini baadaye atatueleza ikiwa ameweza kupona na je, ni njia zipi alizotumia ili kurejelea afya yake ya uti wa mgongo. Mwisho kabisa tunaye kijana Brian Okiomo. Yeye ni mtaalamu wa mazoezi ya uti wa mgongo, kwa kimombo tunasema physiotherapist. Yeye atatueleza umuhimu wa jinsi ambavyo ama mazoezi ambayo tunaweza kufanya ili kuhakikisha afya yetu ya uti wa mgongo inaweza kuwa bora. Mtazamaji, unaweza kuungana nasi katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii at Facebook, vile vile unaweza kupatana na sisi on Twitter at Nuru Abdulaziz, at Loisongoi, at NTV Kenya. Tupe maoni, mchango. Najua haswa utakuwa na maswali mengi tu. Daktari yuko hapa, ambao wamekuwa na matatizo yako hapa, mtaalamu wa mazoezi yuko hapa, sema nasi. Moja kwa moja daktari, nitaanza na wewe kuhusiana na afya ya uti wa mgongo. Uti wa mgongo kwa binadamu una maana gani kwa maisha ya kuhakikisha mwanadamu anakuwa na afya nzuri na anaweza kutekeleza kazi zake za kila siku?
Uti wa mgongo is the framework. I'm sure wakati wa shule tunasema kama skeleton. Na hiyo uti wa mgongo iko na vitu mingi sana. Inakuwa na bones, the skeleton. Na ndani yake iko na spinal cord. Your spinal cord is the relay, yani ni kama electricity. Inachukua relay ya nerves ya kufanya kazi. Kama ni kuinua vitu, lazima hiyo nerves ifanye kazi ndio ufanye kazi. Kutembea lazima tena hiyo nerves ifanye kazi vizuri. So it's the framework, kama kwa gari, kama chassis ya gari. So it's very important kwa binadamu haswa. So you cannot do anything bila hiyo spinal cord.
Bila uti wa mgongo.
Bila hiyo.
Okay. Pengine tutarejea kwako baadaye Daktari Henry Arusei. Tupe hadithi yako kidogo. Ulizaliwa tu vizuri na uti wa mgongo vizuri, alafu matatizo yalianza vipi?
Ndio, asante. Mimi naitwa Henry Arusei, natoka sehemu ya Chemeli. Na tena ni naibu wa chief ya huko. Ilikuwa mwaka wa 2015.
Naam.
Mwanzo wakati nilianza kuhisi moto, ni kuhisi joto katika miguu yangu yote mbili. Hata nikitembea nasikia kama nimeshikwa na ganzi. Nikajaribu kwenda kwa daktari hapo nyumbani. Wakasema pengine msiba ya damu haifanyi vizuri. Wakatupatia dawa ya kufungua. Wakasema pengine imefungana kidogo.
Naam.
Nikatumia hiyo madawa, kimaliza tena narudi kwake. Nilienda kwake karibu mara 5. Sasa yeye mwenyewe akasema atanirifaa niende nione neurosurgeon ili aangalie ni nini inaendelea.
So baada ya kupatiwa hizo dawa za kufungua mishipa ya damu, bado matatizo yaliendelea?
Matatizo yaliendelea. Na sasa nilienda ya mwisho nikaeleza sioni tofauti yote. Ndio kaniambia ni afadhali uone neurosurgeon.
Naam.
Alafu ndio unaweza jua ni nini mbaya. Kweli nilipata barua kutoka kwake, nikaambiwa nikuje St. Luke Eldoret. Sasa huko ndio nikapatana na daktari mwenye alikuweko. Akaniandikia niende kwa MRI. Nikaenda MRI Medhill, nikapewa hiyo picha, nikarudisha kwa daktari.
Haya, tusimamie hapo, nitarejea kwako tueleze daktari alisema nini. Daktari FQH, nikirejea kwako, sababu zinazosababisha matatizo ama magonjwa ya uti wa mgongo ni zipi?
Kuna vitu mingi sana. Nikienda na percentages.
Naam.
The majority ni kwamba accidents. Hapa Kenya
ajali za barabara
ndio mingi sana, inasababisha injuries kwa spine.
Naam.
Especially vitu kama motorbike. Kwa sababu pengine mtu anaenda kwa kazi mno, kuke kwa pikipiki, wanapata ajali ya mgongo. Road accidents kawaida tena iko na alama mingi ya injuries ya spine. Apart from that, kuna vitu mingi tena kama tumors. Tumors inasababisha a lot of injuries to spine kwa sababu inafinya uti wa mgongo.
Uvimbe
kwa uti wa mgongo. Alafu degenerative is also degenerative vitu kama wear and tear. Yani discs zinaisha, pengine mfupa zinaanza kupasuka. Hizo zote zinaleta shida ya mgongo. So in terms of causes, kuna vitu vingi sana. But the bulk ni hizo accidents, degenerative, alafu tumors. Alafu kuna vitu zingine, pengine injections, pengine watu wametungwa shindano kwa spine, inaweza sababisha injuries. So all those inaweza leta madhara kwa spine.
Okay. Pengine tukuje kwako Bi Lydia Melilei. Ulikuwa na matatizo ya uti wa mgongo yaliyopelekea kuumwa na miguu kwa miaka 11. Ilikuwa vipi?
Asante. Naitwa Lydia Melilei. Natoka Moiben Sub County. Village inaitwa.
Nikuombe uinue hivyo kama mhubiri.
So shida yangu ilianza 2008. Nilikuwa na maumivu kwa miguu. Lakini si kuchukulia seriously kwa sababu I could still work. Ningefanya kazi zangu ingawa na the pain. Pia unajua sisi tuwa mgonjwa sana tunaanzia dawa ya nyumbani. So mimi nikakunywa dawa ya nyumbani for 2 years. Nikijaribu huyu. 2010 nikaona dawa ya nyumbani isaidii. So nikajaribu kutafuta matibabu na one of the private hospitals. So vile nilifika nikaambiwa enda MRI. Nikaenda, ilikuwa kwa nikaenda nikarudisha. Nikaambiwa diski imetoka kidogo, lakini ukipewa mshipi itarekebisha. So nikapewa mshipi, nikatumia mshipi for about 3 years. Lakini nilifika wakati my left leg ikawa numb kwa chini. Lakini nikiacha mshipi inakuwa sawa. Nikifunga inakuwa numb, so nikawacha mshipi. Kuacha mshipi tena nikarudia nyumbani. Nikarudi nyumbani mpaka hata mtu akani advise niende kwa daktari anapanga mifupa. Sio anaitwa Yeah, that one. So I went, nikaenda kwa huyo na kutumia ya nyumbani. Baada ya muda nikienda kwa huyo daktari, kufika stage maumivu imerudi. So nikatumia kidogo, nikaona inisaidii. So tena nikarudi kwa daktari. I went to another.
Sasa ukaacha dawa za kinyumbani, sasa ukatafuta daktari mtaalamu.
Daktari tena. So nikaenda another private hospital, sasa kurudi ile ya kwanza. I went to another one. Daktari akaniambia go for another MRI.
Kidogo tu nikukatize kabla ya kuendelea. Daktari, wote wawili walipokuwa na matatizo ya mgongo na miguu, walipofika kwa daktari walielezwa waende kwa MRI. Pengine ungemwelezea mtazamaji umuhimu wa MRI na mchango wake katika kudhibitisha matatizo ya uti wa mgongo.
Yeah, MRI inamaanisha magnetic resonance imaging. Ni ile scan ya hali ya juu. In terms of investigation kuna scan, CT scan, kuna x-ray, alafu sasa mwisho kabisa ile ya juu ni MRI. MRI iko na value, inatoa uti wa mgongo vizuri. So that ukifanya decision, diagnosis is everything. Bila kufanya diagnosis ni ngumu kutibu uti wa mgongo. So lazima
inawasaidia sana kama madaktari
kabisa. Kwa sababu inaleta paka ujue shida iko mahali fulani. So that ukitarget hiyo shida ndio mtu apona. Si kitu ya kupatisha pengine shida iko hapa ama iko hapa. You have to be focused na lazima upate diagnosis vizuri. So MRI for us as surgeons ni everything. It's one of the best investigation. Lakini ubaya ni it's not common. Si kitu unapata everywhere. Na tena ni pesa ni mingi. Kupika MRI ina cost a lot of money. Pengine most places is about 15,000. Si kila mtu ana pesa kama hiyo.
Na inakuwaje, manake lazima mtumie picha hii ya MRI na pengine kuna ambao hawataweza kugharamia.
Exactly.
Na je, bima yetu ya afya nchini NHF inagharamia ama inabidi mgonjwa ajitetee?
Inagharamia. So, wakati huu bado inagharamia. Yeah, so mtu akiwa na NHIF anaweza pata hiyo MRI.
Okay. Na utarejea kwako Arusei, utueleze sasa ambapo ulimalizana na dawa za kienyeji na daktari akakuomba ufanye MRI, utatueleza. Na kipindi hiki utatueleza, je, ushapooza ama bado una uwezo wa kutembea? Lakini kabla ya hilo, mwenzangu Gabriel Kudaka ameweza kutangamana na baadhi ya wenyeji wa kaunti hii ya Uasin Gishu ili aweze kupata mawili matatu kuhusiana na afya ya matatizo ya mgongo. Je, wenyeji wa kaunti hii wana yepi ya kusema? Gabriel Kudaka, uwanjani wako.
Uti wa mgongo ni mojawapo wa viungo muhimu katika mwili wa binadamu, na panapotokea hitilafu yoyote, basi shughuli muhimu kutatizika. Joseph Waweru ambaye ni afisa katika idara ya magereza anaelezea masaibu aliyokumbana nayo baada ya kuhusika kwenye ajali.
Nikapanda pikipiki kushuka, kuna mahali naitwa Ekerenyo, kuteremka kukawa kuna lori inatokea huko ng'ambo, kuna kadaraja hapo, very narrow bridge. So izile pikipiki haina brakes. Nikauliza huyu jamaa, tutapitana na ile gari na naona tutakutania kwa daraja. Akaniambia tutajipanga. So waliposema tutajipanga, mimi pia nikajipanga saa hizo. Nikatupa paper bag nilikuwa naye na nika-alight kwa hiyo pikipiki. Nikakaa chini kwa barabara. Ikanivuta kiasi tu kidogo. It took me 2 or 3 weeks. Nikiwa tu hapo Nyamira nikisema nitaenda hospitali. Nilikuja nikashindwa hata kuinama, kuokota anything. Kaanza kupewa hizi painkillers. Kuja hospitali inaitwa Tenwek Mission Hospital. Tenwek Mission Hospital hao wakapima, wakaenda wakafanya test, wakapata kwamba nilikuwa na amoebiasis. Wakasema imecompromise nerves. So connection ya huku chini hakuna. Saa hizo kukaa ni shida. Hata pikipiki sikupanda pikipiki. Kufanyiwa MRI ndio wakapata kwamba shida iko kwa spine. Nikaambiwa to undergo a major surgery. baada ya kufanyiwa hii ya pili, naona sasa niko sawa. Naona niko sawa, I can now walk.
Daktari Florentius Koech ambaye ni mtaalamu wa masuala ya ubongo na uti wa mgongo anasema baadhi ya visa vimechangiwa na uendeshaji mbaya wa pikipiki.
Some of them are not qualified or they are not licensed to ride those motorbikes. The speed they are riding the motorbike sometimes is too high. And you find that there's a lot of accidents related to motorbikes. And most often, they either get head injuries or spine injuries because they are not protected.
Henry Arusei ambaye ni naibu wa chifu wa Chemelil anasimulia changamoto alizopitia baada ya kiuno na miguu yake kupooza.
Nikawa paralyzed for 4 years. Nilipofika mwezi wa 9 2015 nikaanza kutafuta matibabu. Sababu ilikuwa ni lazima nihudumie watu. Ilikuwa ninabebwa na wekwa kwa kiketi, naandika, kumaliza kuandika na bebwa tena narudishwa kwa kitanda. So ilikuwa inaathiri kazi yangu sababu watu walikosa huduma.
Hata hivyo wataalamu wanasema matatizo ya uti wa mgongo yanaweza kutatuliwa iwapo yatagunduliwa mapema. Naitwa Gabriel Kudaka.
Asante sana mwenzangu Gabriel Kudaka. Bwana Arusei, nimekuona hapo. Ulikuwa tayari umeanza kuzungumza na sisi. Sasa nataka utueleze ambapo ulirudi kwa picha hii ya MRI ya pili, ulikuwa umeanza kupooza ama ilikuwa vipi ukiendelea kutafuta matibabu?
Wakati nilirudi mara ya pili, mara ya kwanza nilipopigwa MRI nikarudishia daktari ambaye alikuwa St. Luke.
Naam.
Na yeye akaniambia ni lazima niende kwa surgery.
Aha.
So ilikuwa natakikana nionane na surgery clinical officers ili wapange siku ya kufanyia mimi operation. Na kwa sababu ya uoga ambaye nilikuwa nayo na vile maoni ya watu vile walikuwa wakisema, niliogopa. Nikarudi nyumbani, nikasema niendelee na dawa ya nyumbani. Wakasema hii ni ugonjwa ile inaitwa mgongiot kwa kwetu. Sasa nikunywe tu madawa itakuwa mzuri. Nilikunywa madawa mpaka nikaona sasa
kwa miaka ngapi video nyumbani ulitumia?
Sasa nikaenda sasa nikakunywa karibu mwaka mmoja na nusu. Sasa nimefika sasa 2018 mwezi wa 9. Sasa ilikuwa sasa mimi ni flat. Siwezi amuka, siwezi kaa chini. Nikikaa chini nitaka kidogo nimelala. Nikiamuka ni lazima nisikiliwe. Na kiwachiwa ninaanguka. So ikafika sasa wakati tena nikaona ni afadhali nirudi tena kwa
na hospitali. Katika hali hiyo maisha yalikuwa magumu kivipi? Maana ulikuwa umezoea tu kufanya shughuli zako za kila siku na nguvu yako, lakini sasa uti wa mgongo umekataa na umepooza.
Maisha sasa ilikakuwa ngumu kwa sababu ingawa alikuwa sijafutwa kwa kazi, lakini sasa ibidi mimi nifanye kazi kutoka kwa nyumba yangu. Sasa watu wakitaka mahitaji ya uchief nini kama mabarua, ni lazima watu wakuje nyumbani. Ili sasa mimi niwekwe kwa kiketi, kama ni barua niandike, nikimaliza nipelekwe tena kwa kitanda nilale kidogo. Mwingine akiingia tena nitolewe huko kwa bedroom, niwekwe tena kwa sitting room niandike barua nyingine. So ilikuwa ni kazi ngumu sana. Ilikuwa kazi ngumu kwa sababu hata kukaa pia sangine naweza pata watu wamekuja karibu 10 na hao wote nataka uhudumiwe. Sasa itabidi sasa nitajaribu kabisa, lakini saa ile nitapelekwa ili niende nilale. Sasa sitaamuka tena.
Nitarejea kwa kuna pengine Brian, ukiomba mara nyingi watu wanapoanza kupata matatizo ya miguu, ya mgongo kutokana na matatizo ya uti wa mgongo huwa wanaanza kufanya mazoezi. Je, wanapofanya mazoezi pale nyumbani wanaweza kufahamu jinsi ambavyo wanafaa kufanya mazoezi hayo, ama watu wengine hata wanahatarisha zaidi mgongo wao wakianza matatizo pale nyumbani bila kutafuta huduma za wataalamu kama nyinyi?
Asante sana. Ni muhimu sana ukiwa na shida ya mguu ama mgongo, kabla uanze kufanya mazoezi mwenyewe uweze kutembelea daktari ambaye mtaalamu wa mgongo akueleze, alafu akueleze shida yako, kisha aone kama mazoezi ndio njia mwafaka ambayo itakusaidia shida yako. Alafu kama mazoezi ni njia mwafaka, pia si unaenda kujifanyia mwenyewe, anakurefer to the physiotherapist. Sasa physiotherapist anakuonesha zile mazoezi specifics ambazo zina address shida yako. Yeah.
Naam. Na daktari tukikuja kwako kabla kwenda mapumzikoni kidogo tu, ni kwamba kuna njia tofauti ulikuwa umenieleza hapo awali za kutibu matatizo ya afya ya mgongo. Kuna upasuaji, matibabu ya dawa. Je, unaweza kugusia njia ambazo mnatumia kwa matibabu?
Yeah, kawaida baada ya uchunguzi kamili ijulikane shida ni aina fulani. Kuna steps kama daktari anaweza chukua kulingana na hiyo shida. Most often kama shida ni tuseme disc for example, si kwamba lazima mtu hapasiliwe. Kuna ile njia kama mwenzangu amesema, tunaanza kwanza matibabu ya dawa. And many times ni lifestyle, lazima ubadilisha mwenendo ya maisha. Kama ni kazi ya kupepa vitu, lazima uelezwe vizuri vile unapepa hizo vitu. Si kwamba una bend mgongo, hiyo itaumiza mgongo. Tena posture ya sitting. Wengi wetu tunakaa kwa kazi na tunakaa ovyo ofisini, especially ofisini. Lazima tuchunguze hiyo ofisini iko aina gani, especially kiti ya ofisi. Lazima ikiwe kwamba ni ile orthopedic chair, ile imeundwa kulingana na ile muundo wa spine. So hizo vitu ndio tunaanza kwanza. Na baadaye kama mtu ametibiwa na bado uchungu hiko ama bado pengine weakness hiko, ndio sasa tunaelekea the next step. Na at that point tunaweza kusema pengine operation inaweza kuendelea.
Naam. Bwana Arusei, ukachoka na dawa za kienyeji, huku kata tamaa hata baada ya kupoza ukarejea tena hospitalini?
Sasa kitu chenye nilifanya mimi nikaamua kurudi kwa hospitali. Ni wakati sasa nilienda kwa mtu ya mitishamba ya mwisho, ambapo alienda kunikatakata na kuwekea mimi hiyo dawa ile imechomwa kama jivu hivi. Sasa hapo nikaona haiwezi saidia, kwa sababu sasa ilifanya mimi sasa hata mali ilikatwa hivi. Kataka kuwa kidonda tena. Kwa sababu ilikuwa nalalia mgongo hivi. Sasa hapo tena nikaona kama takuwa kidonda. Sasa nikaona afadhali nirudi tena kwa hospitali. So ndio nikapata matangazo ya hao watu walikuwa natoka India. Nilipokuja Real ndio nikakutana nao na wakaniambia mpaka niende India, kwa sababu Kenya nikifanywa operation Kenya kwa umri ambayo nilikuwa nayo sitaamka tena. So mimi nikafikiria sasa nitapata wapi pesa. Sasa kwa sababu ya mawazo ya watu wakasema tufanye harambee, ndio sasa nikauliza hiyo mtu, sasa tufanyaje, tapikaje India? Kaniambia sasa kitu fanya, lazima kwanza upate daktari yako mwenye alikuwa anatibu wewe. So daktari yangu alikuwa Dr. Koech, kwa sababu hiyo ndio mtu ya kwanza niliwahi kukutana na yeye hapa St. Luke. So nilipoenda kwake, yeye hakukubali ni kuandikia mimi barua. Akaniambia kabla sijaandika barua, unajua wenye mnaandikia barua ni wale madaktari kama mimi. Na lazima kwanza nijue uko namna gani, ili nisije nikajistaki mwenyewe kwamba kazi imeshinda mimi. Sasa mimi nikaamua nikaenda nakaniandikia request, nikaenda Medill, wakanipiga picha ya spine, all spine. Ilikuwa karibu 15,000. Sasa ndio nikarudishia yeye. Wakati nilirudishia yeye, akaangalia, akaniambia mimi naona kitu iko kwa hii picha, nimeona kitu kingine hapo. Kumbe alikuwa ameona kulikuwa na tatizo, kuna growth ilikuwa memea kwa spinal cord yangu. Sasa akaniambia ni afadhali aweke mi ward ili achunguze polepole ajue ni nini.
Lakini wewe ulikuwa unataka andike haraka haraka uondoke uende zako India.
Mimi nilikuwa naona hata ndege peke yake nikipanda ndege pengine ningepona. Sababu roho yangu ilikuwa sasa ni India.
Ulikuwa unaona hautapona hapa.
Hapo Kenya singeweza kupona.
Ingine ni muongeleshe daktari. Alipokuja mgonjwa wako akakwambia niandikie report haraka haraka na taikana niende India. Je, yeye ni mojawapo ama anatupa taswira ambayo Wakenya wengi wako nayo, hawana imani kwamba nyinyi kama wataalamu wa masuala ya uti wa mgongo mnaweza kudhibiti hali kama hizo?
Daktari kama sisi yule daktari angepata huko India ni kama mimi tu. Training ni hiyo. Hata the top spine doctors huko India ni wao tulitrain huko Australia nao.
Naam.
So si kwamba mtu akitoka hapa aende India atapata tofauti kwa madaktari. Pengine tofauti tu ni facilities yenye iko huko na hapa.
Naam.
Otherwise treatment ni hiyo tu. Kama ni surgery, hata sisi tumetimu kufanya surgery kama hizo. So wakati niliona yeye alikuwa na tumor na already was paralyzed, angetembea. Nikajaribu kumweleza vizuri kwamba it's an emergency, kwamba hii kitu imefinya uti wa mgongo. Na anytime already was paralyzed, but alikuwa na function kidogo. Hiyo ingechukua muda, ingeenda yote. So ikapiti tufanye decision kwamba we need to do an emergency. Na akakubali hapo siku hiyo. Na uzuri wake akakubali kwa sababu alijua emergency ni nini. Na kweli tulifanya hiyo operation, tukatoa hiyo tumor na leo anatembea.
Bwana Rusei, uliongeza imani wakati walikuwa wanafanya upasuaji ama ulikuwa ushakufa moyo ukasema yenyewe hata sitembei sasa wafanye tu?
Mimi hata wakati nilikuwa theater madaktari wenyewe waliponiuliza ati wewe ulisoma, mimi sikuambia mimi nilisoma, niliambia mimi sijaenda shule. Kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka nijue wanataka sema nini. Sasa wakati walikuwa nasengenya mimi nasema na huyu mtu nafurahi na anajua kweli tunataka chinja hizo hii. Na mimi nasikia tunakucheka pia nasema leo mimi tachinjwa. Lakini nikawa na imani nikajua mpaka nitapona. Sababu ilikuwa roho yangu ilikuwa kufa moyo. Nilikuwa najua tu lazima siku moja nitatembea.
So ukienda ukafanyia upasuaji?
Nikafanyia upasuaji. Kesho yake asubuhi saa 5 wakati nilipopata fahamu nikapata tu kama niko kwa ICU. Na nikasikia kama sasa mgongo yangu ni chungu kabisa kama zozo iko wembe. Nimelalia.
Naam.
Nikajaribu kuambia nasa ambaye ilikuwa karibu na mimi, simunitolee hii embe nimelalia. Wakasema hapana, hakuna wembe, wewe nyamaza tu vile wewe iko. Sasa alikuwa nasikia uchungu sana. Kumbe ilikuwa ni ile mausi ambayo ilikuwa nimeshonewa. So lakini kufika jioni yake sasa ndio wakatoa mimi kwa ICU nikapelekwa kwa ward. Baada ya wiki moja nikaona kama hata baada ya siku 4 vidole naanza kutembea. Kwa sababu vidole ilikuwa hawezi tembea ya mguu. Nikaona kama vidole imeanza kutembea polepole. After 1 week yote anatembea. Nikajaribu kukunya mkono mguu. Nikaona mguu unarudi, tena nikanyorosa nikasema kumbe mimi
kumbe madaktari wa Kenya wanaweza.
Sasa hapo ndio nikajua kweli kumbe ningetaka India na kumbe India iko Kenya.
Asante sana Bwana Rusei, na tutakuwa tukizungumza naye mengi, utueleze jinsi maisha yalivyogeuka baada ya kupata afya bora. Vile vile Melilei, utatueleza ulipofika hospitalini miaka 11 ukachoka sasa na mitishamba na ikakuaje. Daktari Koech, tukirejea utatueleza jinsi ya kuzuia maradhi tofauti ya uti wa mgongo. Lakini kwanza mtazamaji, tunaponga unyunyu kidogo. Kumbuka unaweza kuendelea kutoa mchango wako au hata maswali katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii na bila shaka daktari ataweza kuyashughulikia. Kwa sasa tunakwenda mapumzikoni kidogo tu, tunarejea na mengi zaidi.
It's 8:52 in the morning. Living with S is the perfect destination for information, entertainment, and laughter, bringing a refreshing perspective to Kenyan television every weekday morning. Let's get revving. Welcome to Sun City Resort, South Africa. We create an environment that leads to moments of unpredictable fun that reflect on everyday people, celebrities, and experts in various fields that touch on your day-to-day lifestyle. So why not join me, Sharon Mundia, every weekday morning from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as I seek to liven up your morning.
Nikitanika mtu vizuri nimuumize, utani blame? Cool downs. Nani ukasirisha hivyo cause you're boring?
Kwa viatu zako zote, hiyo tu ndio unaonaka uvae.
Sasa hii space imebaki hasa hapa. Tunaye kama mtura.
Nakakuza mtura.
Si ulikuwa umeniambia nimekisha mzee ametoka ndo nikuje?
Mzee alitoka kitambo.
You know, I've been sitting here trying to comprehend what you're saying. Like you're running your milk, it's just raining.
Nani amechukua maji yangu? Kero, nani amechukua maji yangu?
Fanyaga hivi. Baki kwa hao. Upakilizo makucha rangi. Alafu zieke IG. Poa.
Hanging out, it's my summer, got my squad, we go harder, we got a little bit of feel good now. It's my better, that's my flavor. All I wanna do, all I wanna do, all I think is true. All I wanna, let's have a little bit of feel good now. Be myself, that's my secret, stop and chill, best believe it. This is the weekend, so we're getting down. Let's have a little bit of that's my flavor.
The system is broken and we all have mallets in our hands. If you know, you know.
In certain parts of the country, it operates like a mafia.
Stop. We are the problem.
Thank you, Kennedy Mureithi. That name betrays it all.
We have those particular issues of cartels and the corruption.
Corruption is just being used as a political circus.
We are requesting our president who elected Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to come over here.
What do you want me to do? Mnataka nifanye nini jameni?
We are dissolved in the dirty waters of the broken sewer, the broken system.
Rib-cracking comedy. Just move to NTV.
Na mtazamaji, karibu tena, unatazama NTV sasa. Kumbuka kwamba ni siku ya Jumatano. Kama kawaida ni siku ambayo tunaangazia masuala ya afya, tunaangazia swala la afya uti wa mgongo hii leo. Lakini kando na hayo mtazamaji, tunaelekea Chuka ambapo mwenzangu Melita Oletenges anaangazia mkutano kuhusiana na BBI ambao unaendelea. Na Melita, tueleze tu ni yapi yanaendelea.
Na mwenzangu Nuru Abdulaziz, ni kuwa hii leo magavana kutoka Mlima Kenya Mashariki, magavana watatu kutoka kaunti ya Embu ambaye ni Martin Wambora, gavana wa Tharaka Nithi ambaye ni Muthomi Njuki, na vile vile gavana wa Meru Kiraitu Murungi wanapatana hii leo katika eneo hili la Chuka kujadili masuala yanayohusiana na BBI, masuala ambao bila shaka watakuwa wakijadili masuala tofauti, ukizungumzia masuala ya uchumi katika eneo hili la Mlima Kenya Mashariki, ili wapate kutoa mapendekezo yao kwa sauti moja ifikapo siku ya Jumamosi, ambapo kutakuwa na mkutano wa BBI litakaloandaliwa katika uwanja wa Kinoru huko Meru. Lakini kabla mkutano huo kufanyika, kutakuwa na mikutano tofauti, ikiwa ni mkutano wa leo, na vile vile kutakuweko na mkutano mwingine ambao utaandaliwa siku ya Ijumaa katika kaunti ya Meru. Kumbuka kuwa viongozi hawa wanajaribu kutoa mapendekezo ambayo bila shaka yatawafaidi wakaazi wa kaunti hii na kaunti zote tatu, ambazo bila shaka itakuwa ni mapendekezo ambayo yatakuwa yanachangia pakubwa katika masuala ya uchumi, na vile vile kuangalia pia masuala ya kisiasa. Kumbuka kwamba eneo hili limekumbwa na misukosuko ya kisiasa, na ni jambo ambalo bila shaka viongozi hawa watakuwa wakiangalia kwa undani. Lakini niruhusu sasa hivi nizungumze na gavana wa kaunti hii ya Tharaka Nithi, Muthomi Njuki. Shukrani sana kwa kujiunga nasi katika NTV. Pengine hii leo tunatarajia nini kutokana na mkutano huu?
Naona leo umekunywa na kwa kula Tharaka Nithi mpaka ulimi nateleza. Nasema leo asanti watu, karibuni Tharaka Nithi. Leo tuko na mkutano wa viongozi kutoka Embu County, Meru County na Tharaka Nithi. Na hapa Tharaka Nithi kwa sababu ndio katikati ya hizo kaunti tatu, mkutano leo ya kujitayarisha kwenda kule Meru iko hapa. Na mkutano ya leo ni ya kuleta maoni ya hizi kaunti tatu ambayo ni tofauti, kuleta maoni yetu pamoja. Tulianza na kufanya mikutano kwa kila kaunti na viongozi kuulizia ni katika hii BBI ambayo inaundwa saa hii, ambao wananchi wetu saa nyingine waelewi ni nini sisi aswa kama watu wa kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi, kaunti ya Meru, kaunti ya Embu tunataka ikuwe pale kwa BBI. Tulipomaliza kukutana tukaweka maoni yetu pamoja, na leo tumeita viongozi wote kutoka hizi kaunti tatu wakuja wasikize kama ile maoni walitoa ndio imewekwa kwa ile resolution yetu. Ndio sasa kutoka hapo hiyo resolution wakishakubali ndio hii, na vile tumesema tuipeleke kule Meru on Friday. Utakuwa na pre-BBI ingine ambayo tutakuwa tunakutana na viongozi kutoka Nakuru, kutoka Murang'a, kutoka Kiambu, kutoka Nyeri, Laikipia, kutoka Kirinyaga, hizo kaunti zingine 7 ambaye zinatengeneza ile ndio Central region. Ndio sasa waleta maoni yao na sisi tulete yetu tuweke pamoja, kwa sababu pale Kinoru Stadium tunataka tupeane resolution ya watu wa Central Kenya ambaye ni counties 10.
Pengine gavana, ukigusia tu kwa juu, pengine unaweza kutudokezea tu pengine mapendekezo ambayo nyinyi binafsi mnaona kuwa mnaweza kutoa ili yaweze kushughulikiwa katika kaunti hizi tatu.
Sema ukweli, we want to demystify BBI because BBI imetupiwa mawe. It has been seen as a document that is meant to probably create seats of positions, which is only one item in a BBI, but it's a very fat document that has got very many other things. So leo tunataka wananchi wetu waelewe aswa ile kitu tunataka ikuele pale ndani ni nini, na tungependa sisi tukiwa watu wa pande hii, kwa sababu sisi ni wakulima, tungependa kuona ukulima wetu iko pale ndani. Nini inaweza kuwa kwa BBI ambaye inaweza saidia wakulima Kenya mzima na sisi pia tusaidikie pale. Nini ambaye inaweza kutupatia guarantee kwamba serikali yote ikikuja ikuwe ni ya nani ama nani. County na section na regions inaweza endelea kupata ile haki yao bila kujali wako pande gani ya serikali. Ile kuwa na independence ya institutions ambaye zinapeana huduma kama hii. For example, pia tungependa kujua kwa nini judiciary inaendelea kupata pesa ambaye is allocated by National Assembly, ambaye saa nyingine huwa ikiwa na mrufano kidogo na hii executive na judiciary wanaanza kupunguza pesa. Unasikia kiambo tutakata pesa yenu kwa sababu hii ABCD. Katika hii katiba tungependa ikuwe kwamba kuna percentage imetengwa kando ya judiciary ambaye it does not matter who is on seat, it does not matter the relationship between the arms of government, they still get their money. So that we can have systems running irrespective of which government is in place. Yes.
Mwisho kabisa, kumekuwa na kauli au wito wa one man one vote one shilling. Pengine unaweza kuzungumzia nini kizingatiwa kuwa watu bado wanataka kuwa na kuwakilishwa zaidi bungeni na vile vile katika mambo ya rasilimali?
Actually, if there's one thing that is skewed in Kenya is representation. Because if you look at the number of people that a member of parliament in Nairobi represents, take for example a constituency like Kasarani, and some constituencies like the one we are in, Chuka-Ngombe constituencies. Like for example, Chuka-Ngombe constituency has about 150,000 people. That a member of parliament, and the one of Kasarani was 900 people, and the one of another constituency I don't want to mention, another county, who represents about 20,000, I mean not 20,000, maybe 60,000 people. They still have one vote in that parliament. Should have a situation whereby if you represent more people, then you should be having more votes in that parliament, either by having additional representation or having more privileges that gives you a proper mandate that matches the number of people you represent. And it comes to resources. Resources are meant for people, not the area that the people occupy. So this issue about we remunerate land, the land mass, the square kilometers vis-a-vis the people, it's completely it's out of place. Actually, it is misplaced, because we cannot ignore humanity, a human being, because we do not have a lesser human being irrespective of your size or where you come from. The resources should be targeting the person, not really the area represent. That is why you find places where we have very high populations, and it's not only in Mount Kenya region or this Mount Kenya East, even western like Kakamega and Vihiga and many other places, especially Kiambu. You find areas where we have very high density of population. But if you do the average resources and average amount of money that are given as per resource allocation, it is too low compared to another place which has got a very big landmass and very few people.
Thank you so much. Huyo amekuwa ni gavana wa kaunti hii ya Tharaka Nithi, Muthomi Njuki, akigusia masuala tofauti kuhusiana na mapendekezo yao, mapendekezo ambayo yatakuwa yanajadiliwa hii leo katika uwanja wa Kerobia. Ni mkutano ambao unawaleta takriban watu 1000 wawakilishi wa kaunti hizo tatu kubadilishana mawazo kuhusiana na mapendekezo yao. Umeweza kumsikia gavana akigusia masuala ya fedha katika mahakama, na vile vile gusia swala la one man one vote one shilling, ikiwa ni kuwa kila mwananchi aweze kupatiwa nafasi yake, na vile vile rasilimali iweze kugawanywa kulingana na idadi ya watu. Tutakuwa tunatega sikio kusikia mengi zaidi kutoka kaunti hii ya Tharaka Nithi, lakini kwako studioni.
Shukran sana Melita Oletenges. Mtazamaji, swala hili la BBI ni swala nyeti sana. Kumbuka kwamba mkutano wa Jumamosi utafanyika katika kaunti ya Meru ambayo itakuwa tarehe 29. Na mtazamaji, pia kumbuka katika mkutano wa Jumamosi uliopita na mseneta wa Narok Ledama Olikina alijipata matatani, ambapo jana alikamatwa na maafisa wa NCIC kuhusiana na madai ya matamshi ya chuki, kueneza matamshi ya chuki katika mkutano huo. Aliachiliwa, lakini anatarajiwa kufika katika makao ya DCI baadaye. Na mtazamaji, sasa nitakurejesha kwa mwenzangu Lois Wangui ambaye anaangazia mada ya leo kuhusiana na uti wa mgongo. Swali letu nikirejea ni kwamba, je, ungependa kujua nini kuhusiana na matatizo ya mgongo? Je, ungependa kujua nini kuhusiana na matatizo ya mgongo? Na mkwako Lois Wangui.
Asante sana mwenzangu Nuru Abdulaziz. Mtazamaji, tunaendelea kungoja maswali yako na mchango wako kupitia mitandao yetu ya kijamii. Sasa katika nafasi hii tulipokuwa mapumzikoni, Daktari F. Koech ambaye ni mtaalamu wa masuala ya upasuaji wa kichwa, ubongo na uti wa mgongo alikuwa akitupa classes kidogo. Akatuonyesha jinsi ya kuinua vitu pale nyumbani, jinsi ya kusimama na kuketi ili tuweze kuimarisha afya ya mgongo. Pengine daktari, tutaanza hapa. Utuonyeshe ama uonyeshe mtazamaji akiwa nyumbani jinsi ya kuinua vitu vizito ili kuhakikisha kwamba hawadhuru uti wa mgongo.
Kitu cha muhimu ni kwamba ukitaka kuinua kitu, lazima uende na knees. So that una bend alafu unainua. Si kwamba una bend hivi. Hiyo utaumiza mgongo.
So pengine tunataka kuinua kiti hiki.
So ukitaka kuinua kiti hiki. Kawaida wengi wetu wanafanyaje?
Wanainama.
Wanainama. Lakini kitu cha muhimu lazima uende na
magoti yaende chini kwanza.
So that ukiinua unainua kama mkoti imebend.
Yako chini.
So that mgongo hiwe kawaida. Ifuate ile kanuni ya kawaida.
Haya, daktari, jinsi ya kusimama.
Kusimama ni kusimama kawaida. Lakini viatu ni ya muhimu sana. Ukivaa viatu pengine uko na shida ya mgongo, usivaa viatu yenye iko na high heels. Lazima iwe medium.
Fupi kidogo.
Fupi. Tena isikuwe flat tena. Lazima iwe medium. Hiyo you safeguard your back kwamba back itakuwa kawaida.
Sasa viatu kama hivi si vizuri sana kwa kusimama. Inaumiza uti wa mgongo.
Itaumiza finally itaumiza.
Okay. Haya, daktari, tuonyeshe jinsi ya kuketi ukiwa pale ofisini ama katika shughuli zako za biashara.
Exactly. Ukiwa wengi wetu wako kazini, unaketi kwa muda mrefu kwa kazini. Lazima uwe na kiti kama hiki. Yenye iko na back support. Unaona hii kitu ka round. Lazima iwe kitu na imefura kidogo hivi kwa hapa kwa back. Lazima iwe na arm support. Na lazima iwe na swivel. Ina swivel. Alafu iko na height adjuster, yani inaweza enda juu
ama kurudi chini.
Tunaweza
tumia
mtu mmoja keti vizuri. So ukiketi kwa kazini lazima usit back.
Mabega na mgongo yawe hapo mwisho kabisa.
Ukiwa na kompyuta unafanya kazi typing, neck lazima iwe straight. So unaangalia kompyuta straight, macho kwa screen straight. Si kwamba unaangalia.
Na kama daktari utakuwa na type kidogo.
So keyboard lazima iwe relaxed, iwe juu. Alafu height, height wetu si kawaida, wewe na yeye ni tofauti. So lazima height adjuster so that miguu ina bend vizuri. Si kwamba ina hang ama ina bend zaidi. Iwe relaxed. Na hapa iwe bend relaxed, si kwamba iwe juu ama chini.
Mikono. So kama unatumia tarakilishi utumie hivi ama hapa. Shingo usiiname sana.
Shingo usiiname, iwe straight. Kwa sababu lazima usafeguard shingo tena the back.
Na daktari, ikiwa mtu hatakuwa na kiti kama hichi ambacho kinaweza kupata hii support ya mgongo, mtu anaweza kufanya vipi?
Well, kitu kingine unaweza kufanya ni kuweka pillow mgongoni, so that ukiketi iko na support fulani kwa mgongo.
Okay, hai. Asante daktari. Asante sana. Na pengine nikirejea kwako Bilile, ni kwamba ulitueleza miaka 11 sasa ukachoka kabisa na ukaamua kufika hospitalini. Matibabu yalikuwa vipi?
Vile nilikuambia nilienda MRI ya kwanza, nikaenda ya pili. Vile nilienda the next private hospital, nikatumwa kwa MRI ingine. So nikaenda Medihill, nikafanyiwa MRI nikairudisha. Kufika huko nikaambiwa diski imetoka. Sasa kama diski imetoka, akaniambia tujaribu dawa, alafu isiposaidia utaenda surgery. So nikapewa dawa lakini kwa muda na sikuambiwa niende surgery. So nikameza dawa for almost 2 years. After 2 years nikaona sasa hii dawa ninaendelea kumeza na nikisahau kidogo ninaumia. So nikawacha tena dawa na nikastop kwenda that private hospital, nikakaa nyumbani. In the course of kukaa nyumbani, kuna mama hapo kwetu alikuja akafanyiwa surgery ya kichwa na Dr. Koech. Sasa vile nilienda kumvisit, akanieleza vile ilikuwa, vile alifanyiwa, nikawa na matumaini ya kwamba nikienda nitasaidika. By then sasa nilikuwa nimeanza kuinama. Na pia nilikuwa nimeanza kulalia upande mmoja. Posture ilikuwa imeharibika kabisa. Lakini si kugundua nilikuwa imeharibika, ni vile watu wananiambia nikitembea. Lakini mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa natembea vizuri. Lakini nilikuwa na maumivu kabisa. So when I came to Top Hill, nikapata Dr. Bet. Sipata Dr. Koech mwenyewe. Dr. Bet nikamuelezea, akaniambia enda MRI, nikaonyesha my 2 MRIs nilikuwa nimeenda. Akaniambia want the most recent. So nikaenda tena. Kurudi thinking nitapata Dr. Koech, nikapata Dr. Beth.
Aha.
So Dr. Beth akanieleza, akaniambia solution ni kwenda surgery.
Naam. Na pengine ni kutatiza hapo kidogo tu. Alafu tukuje kwako daktari. Jinsi ya kuzuia maradhi ya uti wa mgongo.
Yes.
Kando na kuangalia jinsi unavyoketi, unavyosimama na unavyoinua vito. Ni njia gani zingine ambazo tunaweza kufuata? Pengine kuna masuala hata ya lishe ya kuweza kuchangia afya bora ya uti wa mgongo.
Kitu cha maana ni mazoezi. Ilijo uti wa mgongo inakuwa protected na muscles na bone. Na hizo muscles ni ya maana sana, misuli. So exercises kawaida ile ya kukimbia ama kufanya mazoezi kwa gym inazuia maradhi kama hiyo uti wa mgongo. Kitu kingine, weight. Lazima tuchunge weight. Kama uko na shida ya mgongo, lazima upunguze weight by all means.
Uzito.
Be it kwa chakula ama kwa mazoezi. Sababu hiyo inachangia kiwango kubwa sana ya hiyo uchungu. Vitu zingine tena, hata kulala. Mattress ni ya godoro ni ya muhimu sana. Lazima iwe ni ile hali inatakikana. Iwe very firm, si ile inakuwa soft, inaingia ndani. So those are the simple measures somebody can take
akiwa pale nyumbani.
Ingia laini vizuri. Apart from that ni kujichunga kawaida. To make sure that ukiwa na uchungu na hiyo uchungu imekuwa kwa fulani, kwa muda fulani, lazima uende kwa daktari ndio uchunguzwe mapema. Usingoje mpaka pengine 2 months ya uchungu, by that time pengine imekuwa too late. So ni mzuri kwenda daktari mapema, ichunguzwe, ifanywe MRI, ijulikane mapema.
Na pengine Brian Okioma, nataka utasonga upande wa pili wa studio pale ili uweze kutuonyesha mazoezi ambayo mtazamaji akiwa nyumbani anaweza kufanya ili kuimarisha afya yao ya mgongo. Ukiwa tayari tutakuwa tukikuja kwako kwa hilo. Daktari, nataka nirejee kwako. Kuna shida ambazo ni za kuzaliwa. Unapata mtoto amezaliwa ana shida ya kupooza kwa mgongo ama kupooza kwa miguu na mikono. Je, hali hizi ndio mwisho kabisa ama kuna njia kufuatia teknolojia za kisasa kuweza kurekebisha?
Mama ako na mimba, lazima aende clinic, afanywe uchunguzi. Na uchunguzi inafanywa kawaida ni pengine ultrasound. Na mara kwa mara shida kama kuna shida yoyote ya mtoto inaweza julikana mapema. Haswa shida ya either maji kwa kichwa ama uti wa mgongo, what we call spina bifida. Na ikijulikana mapema inaweza fanywa ukarabati fulani ya kurekebisha shida kama hizo. Hiyo teknolojia ndio imeanza kuingia Uingerezani ama Amerika. Already they are trying to do such surgeries mapema kama hata mama hajaenda
kujifungua.
Kuna zingine tunaweza fanya after birth, so long as tumejua hiyo shida mapema. So baada ya mtoto kuzaliwa lazima kama kuna shida ya mguu lazima achunguzwe, afanywe MRI ijulikane. Na some of them tunaweza fanya mapema. Kama sio kubwa sana inaweza rekebishwa. And many of them wanaweza tembea. Many of them wanakuja hospitali, inatengenezwa and they can walk baadaye.
Ina maana mtoto akizaliwa pale nyumbani amepoza, watu wasikate tamaa, wafuatilie,
waende kwa daktari haraka.
Okay. Haya, turejee kwako mam. Sasa umefika na ukaanza matibabu. Ili kuchukua muda gani kuweza kurejelea hali yako ya kawaida ya afya ya mgongo?
So nilirudi mara ya pili nikileta MRI ndio nikapata Dr. Beth. Lakini kwa sababu nilitaka Dr. Koech si kuridhika, nikarudi nyumbani. So the next day nikamwambia mtoto wangu tuende kwa
tusongeshe kipaza sauti.
Nikamwambia kijana tuende kwa sababu inaonekana Koech nitampata kama nimechelewa. So afadhali nikiwa na wewe. So nikaleta mtoto tukakaa, daktari akafika karibu 6:37. Sasa nikaenda kwake sasa na MRI. So akanieleza vizuri sana pole.
Pole Konrathi, kuna tatizo na kipaza sauti chako, lakini tutarejea kwa upande wako. Bwana Arusei, tuliacha mahali ambapo Vile vile unatumia hicho kipaza sauti. Haya, nitakupa muda kidogo wakirekebisha hapo kuna tatizo. Bwana Brian, ni kwamba hatuna muda mwingi tu wa kuweza kutuonyesha mazoezi ambayo mtu anaweza kufanya pale nyumbani. Lakini pengine unaweza kugusia jinsi ambavyo mtu anaweza kujiandaa na kufanya kazi, pengine kutembea, kuwajibika pale nyumbani kama njia mojawapo ya mazoezi ya kuimarisha afya ya uti wa mgongo.
Mazoezi ni muhimu sana katika kuimarisha afya ya mgongo. Katika prevention na pia kwa kutibu. Yeah. Katika prevention unaweza fanya strengthening of the muscles, kuzipa nguvu, and mazoezi tofauti kulingana na sehemu tofauti za uti wa mgongo. Kama shingo ina mazoezi yake, nyuma upper back hapa iko na mazoezi yake, na kiuno pia iko na mazoezi yake. Yeah. Sasa kuna mazoezi ya kuongeza nguvu, na kuna mazoezi pia ya kustretch, kuvuta misuli zisishikane. Yeah. Na pia kuna, kama unavyoona uti wa mgongo una joints, unafaa kusonga kusongeshwa. So pia kuna mazoezi ya kazi hiyo. Yeah.
Na katika kazi zako umeona mazoezi yakiweza kuchangia kuimarisha uti wa mgongo, na pengine mtu ambaye alikuwa ameshindwa kutembea ama kutumia mikono yake akiweza kurejelea?
Wagonjwa ambao nimepatana nao, so kwanza wacha niseme kuwa asilimia 70 ya wagonjwa ambao nawaona kila siku wana shida ya uti wa mgongo. Na mazoezi lazima iwe part of the treatment. Hakuna njia ambayo unaweza iondokea ya.
Daktari Koech, tukirejea kwako, masuala ya uzee ama miaka na afya ya uti wa mgongo, ni kweli matatizo haya yanaanza miaka ya 50, 60 ndio vijana watasema sisi mada ituhusu kabisa, wacha miaka ya baadaye tutashughulikia, ama mtu anafaa kuanza kutunza uti wake wa mgongo akiwa na miaka ngapi?
Si kwamba hii shida ni ya wazee. Hata watoto, vijana, teenagers wanaweza kuwa na shida kama hizi. Kwa hizi shida kuna zile genetic. Alafu kuna developmental, ile inaenda na maundo. Alafu kuna ile degenerative kulingana na ile age, wear and tear kawaida. Lakini lazima, kama ni kutunza mgongo, lazima uanze mapema kabisa. As soon as you're young, when you're young, you have to make sure your back is protected. Because degeneration is something that takes long, over time, many years. So singoje upate shida ndio sasa uanze kutunza mgongo.
Uanze ukiwa bado kijana. Daktari, acha nipate swali moja hapa kutoka mtandao wetu wa kijamii katika eneo la Twitter. Muteti Titus anasema, ni nini inafanya takriban wamama wote waumwe na mgongo baada ya kujifungua?
Kawaida wakati mama ako mjamzito, weight inaongezeka sana. Kama somebody alikuwa na 50, kawaida inaongezeka pengine up to 60. Na pengine hiyo mgongo haijazoea uzito. So kawaida misuli, the muscles inakuwa strained kwa sababu imepepa uzito. Alafu tena wakati wa kuzaa, lazima hizo muscles zitumike kupush mtoto. So alafu tena wakati mtoto anatoka, inapitia hiyo path canal. Na hapo kuna nerves, lumbar plexus. Mara mingi pengine inaweza finywa kwa sababu pengine mtoto ni mkubwa, na mama anaweza pata shida ya mgongo kulingana na hizo.
Haya, swali moja tu alafu nirejelee wageni wetu wengine. Kuna mwingine anasema tungependa kujua watu kuambukizwa ama kupata ugonjwa wa mgongo, kutibu huwa inakuwa ni shida. Unasema kupata maradhi ya mgongo ama matatizo yote ya mgongo ni rahisi na kutibu ni shida.
Well, specialist ya uti wa mgongo kawaida nchi hii bado ni wachache sana. So kupata mtu mwenye anaelewa maneno ya mgongo ni shida. That's why kutibu pengine inakuanga shida. Lakini tunafanya uwezo yote ku-train more people wenye wanaweza kuitibu maneno ya spine, ndio watu wanaweza access pale pote nchini.
Sasa hivi nchini mko wangapi wataalamu wa masuala ya uti wa mgongo nchini?
Kenya hii wakati huu spine specialist, yani watu wamesomea spine, wamefanya kitu inaitwa fellowship ya spine, ni wachache sana. I can only count pengine ni watu karibu 6 ama 5.
Madaktari 5 nchi nzima.
Nchi nzima. Lakini wenye wamesomea sasa neurosurgery. Neurosurgery tena inamaanisha mtu amesomea kiwango fulani ya spine. Sahi karibu 30 30 kwa nchi sahi.
Na je, hilo linafanya mkose kukuwa na nafasi nzuri ya kuhudumia wagonjwa wote? Na pengine wewe kwa siku kama ametoarifu Belidi alikutafuta sana na hakuwa anakupata. Je, hilo linatatiza utendakazi wa masuala haya ya matibabu ya matatizo ya mgongo?
Kweli kwa sababu ya hiyo the ratio, kifuatilia ratio ya WHO is supposed to be 1 neurosurgeon to 100,000 people. Lakini Kenya hii tuko 47, ukifanya hiyo ratio bado tuko mbali sana. So lazima tujitahidi ku-train more people, ndio every county hawe na mtu amesomea ukarapatio.
Okay. Turejee kwako Belidia, natumai kipaza sauti sasa kimekuwa sawa. Kupatana na Daktari Bet na ukaanza matibabu rasmi.
Nikakuja mara ya pili, nikapata Dr. Bet akanieleza, niliridhika, lakini nilitaka Dr. Koech mwenyewe nisikie from his mouth. So nikarudi the next day na kungojea kabisa mpaka 6-7 nakafika. Nikamwonyesha MRI, ndiye akanieleza vizuri pole pole, na akaniambia dawa tu ni ufanyiwe surgery. Kwa sababu nilikuwa nimeumia, nikamwambia itaweza kuwa lini? Akaniambia hata leo. Sasa kuambiwa hata leo nikaanza kuogopa kidogo. Nikamwambia acha niende nyumbani, angalau nikule Christmas akuruka mwaka mpya. Kwa sababu I still had that notion kusema kufanywa surgery you might not wake up. So afadhali nikule Christmas nikisimama. Who knows
kuenda uende kama ushakula Christmas.
So tarehe 6 of January I called him, akachukua simu akaniambia kuja kesho na surgery itakuwa the same day. So nikaenda. I didn't tell anybody. Ni watoto wangu tu walijua nitaenda that operation. Kwa sababu niliogopa nikisema somebody ananiambia usiende, sijui, na nilikuwa na maumivu sana. So I decided to tell my children na nikaenda tu. So nikaenda that Tuesday, sikufanyiwa, lakini nikafanyiwa the next day. Nilichukuliwa theater saa 2 jioni. Saa 2:30 nikafanyiwa surgery mpaka tu kesho nikajikuta ICU. Ingawa nilichelewa ICU kidogo, nikatoka nikaenda ward on a Friday. Saturday, Sunday nikafanywa mazoezi ya kutembea. Nikatembea sisikii hii uchungu ya miguu. At least nilikuwa tu ni back na naambiwa simama vizuri. Si ku believe, I wanted at least to go a bit faster kusikia
kama uchungu bali.
Lakini therapist akaniambia hapana, twende pole pole. So nikadischargewa on a Monday, nikaenda nyumbani Tuesday. Nisikuenda Monday. Nikaenda nyumbani nikatumia walking frame for only 4 days. Only 4 days nikatembea peke yangu. I was so excited. Bila maumivu ya miguu. I was so excited mpaka hata nakaa chini nimetosha. Ninakaa kidogo labda isikusikia vizuri, ninatembea tena. So nikarudi on 28 nikatolewa uzi, nikafanywa mazoezi. Sasa ninatembea vizuri, siinami. Sijapindukia upande mmoja, nashukuru Mungu. Because I can now walk. Ninaenda kufisho peke yake bila maumivu. Nilikuwa nimekaa mpaka hata nikienda mahali watu tu wakiniona wanatafutia kiti. Unajua lazima tunifike na kukaa chini. Kanisani nilikuwa tunaenda na kaa chini. Sasa zile service karibu inaisha, ninaanza kukumbuka vile nitafika nyumbani. So nashukuru Mungu mpaka saa hizi. God is good.
Na daktari, ni dalili zipi ambazo mtu akiwa nazo atajua ana sasa matatizo ya uti wa mgongo? Kando na pengine mtu ataumwa na mguu, mwingine ataumwa na shingo, ni uchungu gani ndio mtu aweze kuangalia na kujua kwamba uchungu huu unatokana na shida ya mgongo?
Hasa ni uchungu. The majority ni uchungu kwa mgongo. Alafu hiyo uchungu ina radiate chini ya kwa miguu. So we have something called radiating pain chini mpaka vidole, vingine vidole ama the calf area ama thighs. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba hiyo nerve imefinywa, ndio unasikia hiyo uchungu inaenda chini. Mara kwa mara pengine unaweza pata mtu ako na shida ya kukojoa ama shida ya kwenda choo. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba pengine what's called cauda equina imefinywa, ndio inaleta shida kama hizo. So it can come in any form, lakini the bulk, the majority ni uchungu.
So uchungu wa aina yoyote ule ndio ufike hospitalini uchunguze maswala. Okay. Haya Bwana Rosei, siku moja ama ulemeni siku 4 baada ya kufanyia upasuaji ukaweza kutembea baada ya kupooza miaka 2. Ilikuwa furaha aina gani?
Ilikuwa furaha kubwa kwa sababu unajua kulala chini kwa hiyo muda yote itakuwa ni furaha kubwa kwa sababu wakati nilikuwa nimelala chini alafu nione watu wakitembea nilikuwa nasikia uchungu sana. Lakini wakati niliposikia kama vidole naanza kutembea hivi mpaka nikaanza kukunja mguu, nikaona kumbe Mungu ni mwema. Na ikakuwa kweli maajabu kwa sababu baada ya wiki 2 nikawa discharge. Nikaenda nyumbani. Nikitumia mkongojo. Nikatumia mkongojo huko nyumbani. Kidogo nikatumia mkwaju moja. Kidogo mimi nikaona kama nimeenda peke yangu bila support yoyote. Na nikashukuru Mungu sana. Na zaidi hayo ni ile kitu alifanya mimi nikawa na courage ya kusema lazima nitatembea. Nilikuwa na imani kubwa sana.
Pengine ni kitu gani ulikuwa unatamani sana ukitembea utaweza kujifanyia kitu ambacho ulikuwa unasaidiwa pale nyumbani? Ni jambo lipi ulifurahia zaidi kuweza kulifanya tena?
Nilifurahia kwa sababu nilikuwa naona sasa kazi yangu nyumbani nitakuwa najifanyia mimi mwenyewe kwa sababu kila kazi ilikuwa sasa mimi ni kupea mtu kibarua afanye, kama ni kufika hata compound peke yake. Ilikuwa sasa ni kulipa mtu. Sasa nikaona hata mimi pia sasa nitakuwa sasa hata mtu niitwe baba kwa sababu hata nilikuwa sasa karibu nikose hiyo heshima kwa sababu mtu unajua kishajifunga ndani ya nyumba hata haonekani kama ni mtu hiyo majukumu yote hiyo.
Daktari, swala la gharama kwa matibabu ya uti wa mgongo, gharama iko juu kama eneo hili la kaskazini mwa bonde la Ufa? Pengine ni wewe tu daktari mwenye uwezo wa masuala haya ya kufanya upasuaji wa uti wa mgongo. Je, hiyo gharama iko juu sana na mnalitatua vipi kama wataalamu wa uti wa mgongo?
Niseme gharama sio juu sana kulingana na ile kazi inafanyika. Ukumbuke kwamba mara kwa mara lazima tuweke implants, screws, na hizo ni pesa mingi sana. Lakini kulingana na other centers nchi hii kama Nairobi ama wapi pengine sisi tuko chini sana. Na isitoshe kama mtu ako na NHIF, NHIF inalipa kiwango kubwa sana ya hiyo gharama. Pengine almost kama ni spine inalipa karibu almost let's say almost a third of the cost. Kama ni brain inalipa almost 80%. So unaona NHIF inachangia kiwango kubwa sana. At the moment the cost, we are trying to bring down the cost. Lakini tutahitaji upande wa government reduce taxes
kwa vifaa ambavyo.
That way tukipata hizo waivers ya VAT, especially implants, then italeta hiyo gharama ikuje chini sana. Kwa sababu the bulk of the cost actually hizo vitu, hizo VAT
ambazo tutatumia implants. Daktari, kuna mwingine hapa Stevens anauliza, ameandika kwa lugha ya Kimombo, nitatafsiri. Je, daktari, mbona ninapata na matatizo ya uchungu kwa mgongo kila ninapoamka asubuhi?
Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba kuna shida wakati ameenda kulala. And kama shida ni hiyo, lazima achunguze hiyo mattress, kodoro iko aina gani. Because it's likely to be the posture, vile amelala. So lazima achunguze the right mattress ni ile iko firm, yenye ingi ndani. So a firm mattress is the best. So achunguze vizuri.
Naangalie. Haya, nirejee kwako Bi Lydia. Uliweza kufanya upasuaji mwezi jana, mwezi wa Januari, na hapo uchungu wa miaka 11 ukaisha. Ulikuwa umetumia dawa za kienyeji sana. Na pengine ni taswira yenye iko pale manyumbani, haswa maeneo ya ndani. Watu wengi bado wanatumia dawa za mitishamba kutatua shida za uti wa mgongo. Umekutana na wao na pengine sasa unawapatia injili mpya ya kufika hospitalini ama vipi?
Asante. Huko nyumbani kweli watu wengi bado tunaangalia mitishamba, we call them mitishamba huko nyumbani. But even without telling them, I'm a living testimony. Kwa sababu wanaona nikitembea, I can now fanya kazi zangu. Hata before even telling them, at least wameona nimepona. And I've been telling them, wacha kuvumilia na kusunguka. Get the right medication.
Asante. Na daktari, tukirejea kwako, uliweza kutueleza kwamba asilimia kubwa ya watu wanaokuwa na matatizo ya uti wa mgongo yamechangiwa na ajali za barabarani, haswa ajali zinazotokana na bodaboda. Na utapata pale katika ile bodaboda hakuna mshipi wa kudhibiti mwendo kama katika gari. Sasa na watu wengi lazima watumie bodaboda, manake pengine hapo ndo uwezo wao umefika. Sasa mtu akiwa anatumia bodaboda pale nyumbani, ni njia zipi wanaweza kuangalia ili kuhakikisha bado wanazingatia afya ya uti wao wa mgongo?
Kitu cha kwanza kabla uchapanda hiyo bodaboda, hakikisha kwamba the rider ni mtu amehitimu. So I think it's the safety of individual kuangalia kwamba huyu mwenye ananichukua anajua kuendesha hiyo bodaboda vizuri. And the only way ni kuitisha license kama akona license. Kwa sababu wengi wao pengine hawana license. Pengine amehitimu tu juzi na ndio hiyo anapepa watu. Kitu kingine ni kwamba kazi kwa mwenye endesha lazima aende pole, si kwa mwendo. Mwendo ilikuwa hali ya juu. So those small vitu kidogo lazima wewe mwenyewe uangalie kwamba umetipitisha kwamba ni mzuri. The rider na hiyo speed. Alafu isikuwe kwamba ni kwa hiyo motorbike kama hiyo bodaboda ni watu wengi. It should be one person to one bodaboda. Si kwamba ni watatu kwa hiyo motorbike. Ukipata ajali, then you cannot save yourself kwa sababu wewe ni wengi. Lakini when is a single person, the chance of getting hurt ni kidogo.
Daktari, napata ujumbe mfupi hapa mmoja anasema mombe daktari arejelee tena masuala ya afya ya uti wa mgongo kwa kina mama wajawazito.
Okay. Weight, nilikuwa nimesema most of the bulk of the causes kwa sababu ya weight wakati wa mjamzito. So hiyo ni kawaida kwa sababu you cannot prevent weight increase wakati huo. Kitu kingine ni the cause ni delivery. Wakati wa delivery sometimes kuna injury kwa nerve, obstetric palsy, what you call obstetric palsy. That can happen wakati pengine mtoto ni mkubwa, pengine kilo iko juu, na wakati inapita kwa hiyo birth canal ina injure the nerves. Those are the main causes inaleta uchungu.
Haya, daktari, kidogo tu kuna mwingine hapa, ni mwanahabari mwanzangu hapa NTV, anasema amekuwa na uchungu na tafsiri kwa mgongo hapa chini kwa zaidi ya miaka 5, amekuwa akitumia dawa lakini hajapata kupona. Anafahamika kama Bwana Kaoka, samahani Bwana Kaoka.
I think uchungu imekaa muda kama hiyo, lazima uchunguzwe vizuri. Aziendelee na dawa ya uchungu na pengine shida iko different. So lazima aende kwa MRI. My best advice kwake ni kwamba aende uchunguzi ya MRI. MRI itaonyesha hiyo uchungu inatoka wapi and what can be done.
Haya, daktari, tutakuwa tukirejelea kwako. Kuna mwingine anauliza, tafadhali muulize daktari kuhusu endoscopic discectomy na success rate yake. Pengine ni upasuaji wa uti wa mgongo. Utakuwa ukitueleza kuhusu hilo, lakini kwanza mtazamaji, nataka tuungane na mwanzangu Martin Maura aliye katika kaunti ya Murang'a. Martin, ikiwa unanipata, kunani Murang'a?
Asante sana Lois kutoka studio zetu za kule Eldoret. Kama unavyoona kuwa niko mahali ambapo wakulima wametulia tu hapa hivi. Tunamgoja PS anayesimamia mambo ya irrigation hapa kutoka nchi hii. Bwana Joseph Oirago pia. Na hapa nahimizwa kuwa leo alikuwa anakuwa anatembea, alikuwa anatembelea miradi mitatu. Mradi wa Ngenda hapa, na mradi mwingine huko pande ya Merira, na wengine huko pande ya Mukura Nyagathanga, ambapo wakulima wanakuja kupewa maji ya kulima. Bila tu kuchukua muda mwingi, hata tu kuzungumza na anaisimamia National Irrigation Board hapa, aweze tu kunieleza zaidi hasa ni nini kinaendelea hapa.
Asante, jina langu naitwa Daniel Nzonzo, msimamizi wa mawasiliano National Irrigation Authority. Leo tuko kaunti ya Murang'a kwa sababu wa PS wetu watatembelea miradi mitatu ambayo tunaanzisha kaunti ya Murang'a. Kazi yetu kuu ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunapatia wakulima maji ya kufanya kilimo, waweze kujiendeleza na kupata chakula cha kutosha. Hii leo hapa tuko Nginda, mradi wa Nginda ambao utazinduliwa Ijumaa ijayo na Waziri Matiang'i, Waziri wa Interior na Coordination of National Government. Tena PS akishatembea leo Nginda ataenda mradi wa Mirira ambapo pia tutazidua hivi karibuni, na tena aende mradi wa Mukura wa Nyagathanga. Miradi hii yote ni mipya na makusudi ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunaongeza ekari ambazo zinafanyika kilimo ili wakulima waweze kujiendeleza na kupata chakula cha kutosha. Naam.
Asante sana. Sababu tu ya nini nataka kuzungumza na mkulima tu hapa hivi. Nataka unianzie kwa majina na unieleze hapa mshawahi kuwa na maji ya ukulima, na maji hii ama maji haya yakija yatasaidia kwa njia ipi?
Okay. Mimi naitwa Francis Mongi Dweti. Nasimamia chairman. Mimi ni mmoja wa wanachama wa Geda Irrigation Water Project. Hatujawahi kuwa na mradi wa maji ya irrigation. Huu ndio utakuwa wa kwanza, utatusaidia, utatufaa kwa sababu sisi ni wakulima, tunalima vitu baribari kama maembe, avocado, ndizi na mimea mingine. Kwa hivyo huu mradi utatufaa zaidi na tutanufaika zaidi.
Asante.
Thank you very much.
Ndio tukuzungumza na kamishna anayesimamia area hii. Nataka tu unieleze hapa hivi tunaelewa kuwa vijana wengi wanakaa hobelobela wakisema hakuna kazi. Maji ndio yamekuja. Ungetaka kuambia nini vijana kuhusu ukulima?
Mimi nasema kwamba kwanza naitwa Mukidi Alex, Assistant County Commissioner wa Maragwa. Tunafurahi sana kwamba hii mradi imekuja. This is a giant project that will turn around the economic activities of this area. As you know, hapa mahali ni mahali ambapo ni pa kulima. Wakulima hapa ndio wanategemea na maji ndio walikuwa hawana. Kwa hivyo vijana wetu already wameanza kujipanga vikundi. Unaangalia hapa nyuma tuna greenhouse zimeanza hata kuwezekwa sasa, kwa sababu huu mradi ni mradi ambao wakulima na vijana na watu wote wa Maragwa wanautarajia wautumie vizuri ili waweze kuzalisha chakula mingi. Asante sana.
Asante kwa muda wako. Lois, kama umevisikia hapa kwamba miradi hii itakapozinduliwa inasemekana kwa itabadilisha maisha ya wakazi wa area hii, kwa sababu pia vijana nao wataweza kuingilia ukulima, kwa sababu pia serikali inajaribu kuongezea chakula kwenye county ama kitu tunajiita food security. Na kurudisha kwenye studio zetu za Eldoret, Lois.
Asante sana Martin Maora, na tunatumai mradi huo utaweza kufanikiwa. Haya, tukirejelea mada yetu pindi tunapokaribia kukunja jamvi hapa, mtazamaji, tunataka tukuonyeshe jinsi unavyoweza kutunza uti wako wa mgongo ukiwa pale nyumbani ama katika shughuli zako za ujenzi wa taifa. Pengine Brand, tuanze na wewe, tuonyeshe zoezi moja tu ambalo mtazamaji akiwa kazini ama katika shughuli za ujenzi wa taifa wanaweza kufanya ili kuimarisha afya ya uti wao wa mgongo. Tuone hata sisi hapa kama tutaweza.
Kuna wacha niongelee mahali ambapo uko affected sana. Kuna shingo na kuna mgongo. Shingo haswa wale watu wenye wanakaa kwenye kompyuta kwa muda mrefu. Mgongo watu ambao wanakaa chini kwa muda mrefu, kama watu ambao wenye wanafanya kwenye benki. Ama madereva wa long distance. So kwa shingo kuna stretches and strengthenings zenye tunaweza fanya.
Hivyo.
Kuna hii chin to shoulder both sides. Hiyo inasaidia ku stretch. Pia kuna ear to shoulder both sides.
Hebu tuonyeshe, fanya kabisa tuone. Hivyo.
Hii unaweza fanya wakati ambapo unasikia shingo imechoka, umekaa chini kwa muda mrefu. Na sasa kuna chin to chest, unapeleka chin kwenye kifua lako. Alafu sasa strengthening unafanya sasa ukiresist hiyo movement. Kama ni chin to shoulder, una resist, you resist with your hand, both sides. And ear to shoulder, you resist with your hand, both sides.
Na hiyo itasaidia.
Yeah, itasaidia.
Asante. Daktari, tukisonga upande wako, pengine utupe mawaidha tena jinsi ya kuketi pale ofisini ili tuweze kuhakikisha tunachunga uti wetu wa mgongo.
So kitu cha kwanza ni kuhakikisha kwamba kiti ni hicho, the orthopedic chair. And kuna kwa market kuna mingi, but make sure lazima uhakikishe kwamba iko na back support. Hii ni cha muhimu sana.
Hii nafasi hapa. Iguze mgongo ukiketi.
So that mtu ukiketi lazima uhakikishe kwamba the back imeingia right snug the seat. So that you're seated right. Na mtu usiketi kwa umeinama mbele. So you have to make sure it's size. Alafu computer lazima iwe kama ni wewe mtu wa computer, look forward. Sit looking down, look forward, high level, the level of the computer. Alafu swivel, ukitaka pengine ufanye kazi kando, si kwamba una turn. Lazima uturn a chair, swivel. That's why the importance ya swivel.
So usisongeshe mwili tu, songeshe kiti.
So back iko hapo, lakini umeswivel, umeturn. So kama computer iko hapa na unataka kuongea na mtu hivi, you turn, you swivel back. Ukitaka kurudi computer una swivel again back to. Yeah, alafu lazima make sure that iko na height adjuster. So that kwenda juu, so that your legs are free, si kwamba imebend hivi. Yeah. Height ya computer lazima iwe sawa. The keyboard, you make sure that the hands are relaxed ukifanya ukiwa kwa keyboard. Yes.
Na kama unaendesha gari,
same technique. Kiti lazima iwe hivyo, lazima iwe na hiyo back support pia. So, na sit back. You know, mara kwa mara unaona watu wanaendesha gari kwa mbele. Hiyo sio mzuri. Lazima sit back. And with umeweka seat belt vizuri. Halafu kuna headrest. People don't use the headrest, lakini tunaimisha kwamba you have to use.
Daktari, tukielekea upande wa viatu, kuna ambao wanasema ulisema hivi vyangu si vizuri sana kwa afya ya mgongo, lakini kuna zingine zikiwa flat sana watu wanachoka, ama pengine wanaumwa na uti wa mgongo. So kiatu uvae kiatu cha aina gani?
Lazima iwe isikue juu sana na isikue ndogo sana. It has to be medium, so that you relax the muscles of your back and legs.
Kiatu cha Lydia kiko sawa ama bado?
Kama hizo pengine juu kidogo, lakini that type.
Kwa wanaume?
Same. But kawaida ya wanaume ni most people wanafaa viatu which are bit raised, lakini isikue flat sana.
Na pengine matatizo haya ya uti wa mgongo nilisahau kukuuliza, yanapatikana sana sana kwa wanawake ama kwa wanaume? Na je, ni lipi linachangia kwa kifupi sana?
Kwa ile study tumefanya, the ratio is about 3 to 1. 3 to 2. Women more than men. Pengine kwa sababu ya kazi hatujui. But women tend to have more back problems than men.
Na ukiwa pale nyumbani, kama kina mama wana kazi nyingi tu, vile vile wanaume, kulisha ng'ombe, kupika, kufua, itafaa ukae vipi kwa mgongo wako, ama ufanye kazi ukisimama ukipumzika ndio usipate matatizo ya mgongo?
Kitu nilisahau kwamba even office workers, bank people work in the bank office, usikae sana kwa muda mrefu. The recommended period ni 2 hours, relax. Take a break. Do a few exercises kama daktari mwenzangu amesema. Urudi keti.
Kila masaa mawili.
Yeah, it should not be more than 2 hours. You know, many times unaona mtu ameketi kutoka asubuhi mpaka lunch, continuous. At the end of the day utapata shida. So it has to be 2 hours, a small break, hata kama ni 15 minutes break, continue hivyo. Same thing hata nyumbani, ukifanya kazi ya nyumbani, pengine
kilima pale shambani.
Kilima usilime continuous kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Take a break.
Asante daktari. Asante mtazamaji, muda umetupa kisogo, lakini natumai ukiwa pale nyumbani umeweza kupata mawili matatu kuhusiana jinsi unavyoweza kutunza afya yako ya uti wa mgongo. Kwa wote waliomba nambari ya daktari nitakuwa nikiwatumia hapo baadaye ili muweze kuwasiliana naye kwa karibu. Mtazamaji, kwa wote waliofanikisha NTV sasa kwa siku ya leo tunasema shukran sana kwa kuungana nasi, na uzingatie afya ya kutunza uti wako wa mgongo. Shukran.
Sensitivity is a short, sharp pain that people experience when they have something hot or cold getting to the nerve of the tooth. Dentists recommend Sensodyne to their patients. It's able to get inside the tooth and calm the nerve of the tooth down. And the proof's in the results. It works.
The system is broken and we all have mallets in our hands. If you know, you know.
In certain parts of the country, it operates like a mafia.
Stop. We are the problem.
Thank you, Kennedy Muriithi. That name betrays it all.
We have those particular issues of cartels and the corruption.
Corruption is just being used as a political circus.
We are requesting our president who elected Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta to come over here.
What do you want me to do? Mnataka nifanye nini jameni?
We are dissolved in the dirty waters of the broken sewer, the broken system.
Nikitanika mtu vizuri nimuumize, utani blame? Cool downs. Hana ukasirisha hivyo cause you're boring.
Kwa viatu zako zote, hiyo tu ndio unaonaka uvae.
Sasa hii space imebaki hasa hapa. Tunaye kama mtura.
Nakakuza mtura.
Si ulikuwa umeniambia nimake sure mzee ametoka ndo nikuje?
Mzee alitoka kitambo.
You know, I've been sitting here trying to comprehend what you're saying. Like you're running your mill, it's just raining.
Nani amechukua maji yangu? Kero, nani amechukua maji yangu?
Fanyaga hivi. Baki kwa hao. Upakilizo makucha rangi. Alafu zieke IG. Poa.
It's delicious.
My name is Jolo. Are you my new aunt?
That depends. Whose son are you?
I'm my mother's.
Just mind your own business if you don't want any bad blood in this place.
There's blood on your hands as it is now.
We did everything we could, but we couldn't save the baby.
The parents are also about to arrive from Singapore. There's nothing else we can do except return their money when they come.
Unless we manage to get a replacement for the dead baby. You'd handle the security and business side. I'm a doctor, I'm not a criminal!
Sour Shower has never been better with the new look Sour. Now with a new formulation too that will leave you feeling fresh for longer, while the soap lasts even longer.
This week on Lit 360.
There was an incident where you were attacked here. When I heard it, I was like, are you guys for real? This sounds like you're jacking 50 Cent's life story. But what exactly happened here? It wouldn't be a visit to Naivasha without coming to the actual Lake Naivasha. It smells like fish, birds, and a much-needed break from Nairobi.
When are you coming home, Senje? Tell me, are you on your way? Tuve tukipendana, Kiromeo na Julia.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
On the 29th of February 2020, Seeds of Gold invites you for a farm clinic at the TAC Center behind Zion Mall in Eldoret. The theme is Climate Smart Agriculture, fostering resilience for food security. Please join us for an in-depth discussion on wheat, maize, poultry, horticultural and dairy farming and mechanization of farming process. For more information, please contact us on the details on your screen.
This is Fact Finder from the BBC.
Were these Chinese officials taking coronavirus victims for execution as claimed in this video? We went digging for the answers.
Will Ethiopia's new law curb the fake news menace in the East African nation? We hear from tech experts.
We'll also have tips on how you can spot a fake story online.
And are robots here to help, or will they take over the world? We find out.
With Lipa na M-Pesa, you get more.
Lipa na M-Pesa.
Every 100 shillings spent on Lipa na M-Pesa earns you an entry into the draw. Do more with Lipa na M-Pesa.
Sonadol Extra imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli kupambana haraka na maumivu ya kichwa, mwili na hata meno. Sonadol Extra, hakika maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
This is NTV.
Good afternoon. You're watching NTV at 1. My name is Olive Burrows. We start with the latest on Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko, and fresh from handing over some functions to the national government, the embattled governor suffered another blow after the anti-corruption court dismissed his application to stop his 357 million shilling fraud case. Chief Magistrate Douglas Ogoti ruled that the governor will answer to all charges leveled against him. Sonko had argued that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission illegally obtained evidence against him from his bank accounts. Sonko's lawyer, Cecil Miller, said he will appeal against the ruling. We're now joined by Mel Miendo at the Chiromo mortuary, where the post-mortem of the late Sergeant Kipyegon Kenei is currently underway at the Chiromo funeral parlor. The chief government pathologist, Johansen Odor, is leading the autopsy together with an independent pathologist from Kenei's family and homicide detectives from the DCI. Now, as I said, Mel Miendo now joins us from Chiromo. Mel, how long is this likely to take?
Olive, it may take about 2 to 3 hours because the examination actually began at about 12:20 p.m. and so it's already 1 something right now, so it may go up until 3:30 p.m. or even perhaps 4 p.m. as we await to hear and see what the results from the post-mortem examination will be. Of course, the family of the late Sergeant Kipyegon Kenei have been here. They were the ones to identify the body of their loved one, as is the case in all post-mortem examinations. And so we saw the father earlier on and other relatives here at the Chiromo funeral parlor as they were together with the chief government pathologist, their own family pathologist, homicide detectives, among other people. Remember, late Sergeant Kenei was one of the 6 AP officers in the Deputy President's office, Harambee House Annex office. And of course, we've also seen some AP officers in this area, perhaps just guarding the area as is required because he was attached to Deputy President William Ruto's office. And so we are awaiting to hear whether Chief Government Pathologist Johansen Odor will be releasing that report today. Remember, Olive, it was actually meant to be done yesterday, but it was postponed to today because Chief Government Pathologist was not in Nairobi yesterday. But today morning, they all made their way here to the Chiromo Funeral Parlor for this specific examination. There has been a lot going around as to the situation surrounding the death of the late Sergeant Kenei. Many are saying that it could have been a murder. Others are saying that it could have been a suicide situation. And of course, we wait to hear exactly what will be said by Chief Government Pathologist regarding the status or the situation when actually Sergeant Kenei met his death last week on Thursday in his Imara Daima estate. And so there has been many officers from the DCI who have been here and are still here. Remember, they are treating this as a murder case, and it is very different from what we have known regarding ex-CS for sports Rashid HS's case, which involves fraud. But this is very different. They're treating it as a different case altogether. It's a different file as well, and so they're looking at it as a murder case. But of course, we'll be getting to hear just more on that issue from the DCI officers from Homicide Unit who are here, and also the government pathologist, Olive.
Thank you, Mel. Mel will be filing more comprehensive reports and will have an update for us by 4. She says that exercise will take about 2 hours. Now, leaders from Northeastern region have been urged to help identify students from their communities who can be trained as teachers so that they can fill up the gaps left by non-local teachers who have been transferred. Teachers from Northeastern region teaching in other areas in the country and would want to be deployed to their home counties are also encouraged to apply for a transfer. The Parliamentary Committee on Education had summoned the Education CS, George Magoha, and the Inspector General of Police, Hilary Mutiambai, to explain why teachers were withdrawn from Northeastern. That meeting is still underway. Let's listen in.
At the presentation, it is a very precarious thing, and we need the child to be taught like yesterday. First of all, we need to ask the minister, the CS, the CEO about the unemployed teachers, 150. If you can liaise with the leaders so that they are employed immediately, the teachers below 65 years from Northeastern, you can liaise with them again so that you employ them. 2, the people with C-STAN and above, liaise with the leaders again, do the in-service as the PS has just told you, ensure that these teachers are gotten, and then report to us back to this committee that we, out of those particular resolutions, we have managed to get this number of teachers. Lastly, there is something that the PS just put very clear, that there was a program you had with teachers in Kenyatta University and other regions. Can you still pursue that? Because it's a very important thing. But do not also allow teachers, the locals, to transfer out of Northeastern for this case. Because if you are still going to allow the locals to transfer out again, plus the non-locals, you are worsening the situation. I think the CEO, you need to give a serious embargo on that, so that at least for a certain period of time, until we have enough teachers, any teacher from that region has to remain there. Because this one is going to assist. Because not about dying, they'll not die. Because maybe on medical grounds, the CEO has a discretion. Maybe on a very serious condition, that she can do that. Lastly, because this is a very serious issue, and we are going to report it in the House, if you do those particular discussions or the deliberations, it is good that you report back to this committee how many teachers you've gotten. And then we can now think of the next course of action. For the IG, I think security is very paramount. We can't put our teachers on.
Our education reporter Sharon Baranga is on that beat. Now, the first BBI meeting in central Kenya is set to take place in Kinoru Stadium, Meru County, this coming Saturday. Today, governors from Embu, Tharaka Nithi and Meru counties are meeting delegates from Mount Kenya East at Kerobia Stadium in Tharaka Nithi County to harmonize their proposals ahead of the rally in Kinoru Stadium on Saturday. Now, the final meeting to harmonize issues from Mount Kenya will be held in Meru on Friday before being presented on Saturday. Now, Melita Oletenges now joins us with an update. Melita, what have you been able to gather?
Thank you so much, Olive. Today we are here. We have had the governor of Embu, Martin Wambora, who just arrived a few minutes ago. We've seen the governor for Tharaka Nithi County, Muthomi Njuki, and actually we had an interview with him earlier, and he intimated to us that they are already finalizing on their proposal that they are going to front to the technical team, that is the BBI technical team from this region, and thereafter will be fronted to the BBI task force on Saturday. Remember, this is the first BBI rally that is to be held here in Central Region and, of course, in Kinoru Stadium, Meru County. We've had a number of leaders also talking about this meeting, Olive. Yesterday, we saw the governor of Meru, Kiraitu Murungi, actually, who was part of a team that met the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga at the Capitol Hill, saying that those who think that the BBI is a waste of time should not set foot in Meru County come Saturday. And this is just to show you how the team or the governors of this central region are treating this matter with seriousness going forward. Remember, there are going to be very serious issues that are going to be discussed in that meeting. We've had leaders here talking about the one man, one vote, 1 shilling rule, saying that they feel they've grown in numbers and therefore resources should be distributed according to 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. Also, we've had leaders also talking about how the economy of this region has been struggling in the past, and this is something they feel should be addressed in this particular report. So the number of issues surrounding the rally coming up on Saturday. Of course, this meeting also is going to also unearth some of the issues that are going to be discussed on Saturday. We've seen a number of leaders, about 1,000 delegates expected here today to also be a part of this consultative meeting, just to dissect some of the issues that affect this region. Today we have governors here of Mount Kenya East region, and this is just a section of the governors, considering that there will be 10 governors who will be present on that meeting on Saturday. Also, as this meeting is going on here in Tharaka Nithi, we also have different meetings in counties across Central Region. We have a meeting going on in Nyeri County, also a consultative meeting with delegates also, just to discuss some of the issues affecting the county also. So Olive, this meeting, of course, we will be keeping a tab on it also to get some of the details from the delegates as well as the governors who are gathered here moving forward to Saturday, where it will be the culmination of all these meetings, which is the BBI rally in Kinoru Stadium, Meru County. Over to you, Olive.
All right, thank you, Melita. Melita speaking to us from the Kerobia Stadium in Tharaka Nithi, and the drummers and dancers there were competing for my attention. Now, Deputy President William Ruto is currently attending the funeral of a relative of a prominent Nakuru family. He has been joined by leaders from the Tanga Tanga faction of the Jubilee Party, which claims that that Raila's led faction is dividing Kenyans. Let's listen in.
Tangu siku hiyo tulikaa kwa amani. That is what I believe. My mother was calling me this morning na ananiambia what is the difference between BBI and Katiba. Aliniuliza hata sijamjibu. I do not know. I even do not know what is BBI. Haina kichwa wala mkia, sioni. And my mother was asking me a very key question, and my mother is not learned. Hajaenda shule hata siku moja. Ananiambia nilijua wewe ulikuwa mwalimu ya Katiba. Ile kitu ulikuwa ukifunza watu siku hiyo na hii ni sawa. What is the difference? Ni nini? So sijamjibu, nitaenda kumjibu jioni. Nikisha fikiria. Hata wewe fikiria. I want to thank you all, the people of Nakuru, for giving me your votes and your prayers. I really want to thank you. Thank you so much. Mulinipatia kura bila kujali ukabila. Hivyo nataka kuhakikishia His Excellency the Deputy President kwamba hawa walinipatia kura bila kujali ukabila yangu. Wako nyuma yako. They are behind you, these people. I'm not doubting them. They are with you full time. And we are waiting for that time. and God will be seen. Tunangojea siku hiyo na watu wote katika.
Bridget Singana stays on that story. Now, Germany will work with Kenya in the education sector to improve the quality of learning in technical and vocational training institutions. The German president has stated that the two countries have mutually benefited from exchange programs where the citizens have studied in both nations and acquired skills that are critical for major sectors such as construction, engineering, and other social skills. The two leaders also discussed issues around tourism, which is the country's top foreign exchange earner. DP Ruto hosted the German president to a state dinner in Nairobi.
Their message is clear. We want to make better use of the opportunities of Kenya's economy. But economic cooperation is not a one-way street. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, I was very, very impressed by the creativity and the fresh impulses coming from Kenya's young startups and their courageous founders. We met some of them today, and I hope some of them are here. And I can just say Germany can learn and benefit from a closer cooperation with your Silicon Savannah.
Your Excellency, today you launched a program of close to 4 billion Kenya shillings to expand our TVET program. I want to tell you that TVET is at the heart of the transformation of our nation.
Imagine burying your loved one and 2 months later you're forced to exhume his body. Well, that was the case for one family in Ganze, Kilifi County. The family was forced to exhume the relative's body after it emerged that they had gone against his wish on how the burial was to be conducted.
The tunes may not fully express the situation the family of 63-year-old Kenga Kalama has been experiencing for the last 2 months. This after going against his burial wishes upon his death, among them being buried with a packet of cigarettes, a metallic rod which he used to carry around, and his favorite tropical sweets which he used to take after smoking, and not to be buried in a coffin.
Alisema mimi sitaki. Ninapenda kutoka na kutembea, siwezi kutoka. Ninataka kuenda popote lakini siwezi kutoka kwa sababu ya ile sanduku.
The family says they did not oblige the deceased's wishes as there were varied opinions from neighbors on outdated cultures. They tell us they had to deal with sleepless nights, which prompted them to exhume Kenga's body and rebury him according to his wishes.
Huu muda wote wamekuwa wakipata matatizo sana katika familia, akiwa anasisitiza kwamba wengine wanasikia wakiitwa watoto wadogo, mtoto kama miwili anaitwa mpaka anaitika. Na yule bwana mara anasema anaumia na vile kitu alichowaelekeza ndio kile ambacho wameona kwa kaburi.
Kenneth Kenga, son to the deceased, escaped death by a whisker last month, something he attributes to failure to heed his late father's wishes. The family had to perform traditional rituals before exhuming the body and before reburying their kin. Tabu, the eldest child, had to hold the late Kenga's ear and ask for forgiveness on behalf of the family. Rose Mathuku, NTV.
That family claiming to have suffered sleepless nights for failing to respect the wishes of the deceased. Share your thoughts using the @NTV Kenya handle. Time to pay the bills. We'll be back with more news after that.
Mombasa Port Sacco is an award-winning registered deposit-taking Sacco offering financial solutions to its members ranging from long-term development loans, agricultural and business loans, Chama loans and numerous savings products with high returns. Mombasa Port Sacco is open to all. Join the award-winning Sacco today and realize your dream.
Inakwambia bibi kuna mdenge fulani bibi hapo na nywele refu yani. Kuna ngoko fulani bibi amemetalia yake hadi Sasa ndio maana kutupisha mtu mbao. Mimi nimemjenga dhao, gari ilikuwa salasa, akaniambia nimjenge 17 hapa tena 30 yangu.
The way this position is tiring. Nimechoka.
What's that? Ni shosho fulani hapa hivi.
Ati shosho.
Call for long at 1 shilling 50 cents to all networks.
Cartelo!
Dial star 544 hash to subscribe. Telcom, moving with you.
New Blue Band peanut butter. Made with 100% pure peanuts. And a good source of omega-6. Grow healthy and happy kids with New Blue Band peanut butter.
Building tips for high-rise buildings should be bought from reliable sources. Strength of the cement must be a minimum of 42.5. Sufficient curing time with constant pouring of water. Must be KEB certified. Exactly 50 kilograms guaranteed in each bag.
Adding strength to Kenya's landmarks. Power for specialized constructions. Cementing the nation's future. Simba Cement, the strength and pride of Kenya.
Now also produced in Nakuru and Mombasa.
Fit Me Foundation from Maybelline, New York. Fits your unique tone and texture. Blurs pores, stops shine. For your most natural matte. Fit Me Matte and Poreless, only from Maybelline, New York.
Rashes again? Kiss Kids diapers. Kiss Kids, no rashes. Kiss Kids, no rashes. Bye-bye rashes. Buy diapers. Choose Kiss Kids.
Mombasa Port Sacco is an award-winning registered deposit-taking Sacco offering financial solutions to its members ranging from long-term development loans, agricultural and business loans, Chama loans and numerous savings products with high returns. Mombasa Port Sacco is open to all. Join the award-winning Sacco today and realize your dream.
Welcome back. You're watching NTV at 1. My name is Olive Burrows. Now, electricity distributor Kenya Power has posted a 92% drop in net earnings for the financial year ended June 30th, 2019, and that is from 3.3 billion shillings to 262 million shillings. The company attributes this to an 18 billion shilling increase in non-fuel power purchase costs, as well as a 3.2 billion shilling jump in finance associated with increased levels of short-term borrowing and foreign exchange losses. In recent years, the listed power distributor has been at the center of mega scandals, including billing scams, procurement of faulty transformers, among others that have badly dented its image and hurt the performance of its stocks at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Tension is high in Mavoko, Machakos County, after several people were attacked and injured by persons believed to be hired goons after a dispute erupted over a piece of land. Two groups are fighting over the 2.5-acre piece of prime land along Mombasa Road. The gang, armed with machetes and other crude weapons, terrorized the over 20 workers at a yard located within the disputed land, threatening to forcefully evict them. The hired goons are said to have been ferried from Nairobi. Residents claim their houses were demolished and property looted. 4 suspects were arrested.
Wametuharibia fence, wameharibu ukuta na wameharibu pia trakta zangu. Kumekuwa na wavamizi wengi zaidi ya 50.
Waliniambia nitoke kwa shamba ati ni yao na wakaanza vita. Hata tayari wamenichapa mapanga mingi sana ya mgongo, na hii shamba yenye tunapigania niliingia mwaka wa 89 mpaka wa leo sijaiona mtu anaikirimu, wao wanakuja na vita.
Time now for the sports news with Brian Otwa.
Thank you so much, Olive. And let's have a look at the latest in sports. And it's down to 4, the number of Kenyan boxers who advanced to the semi-finals of the African Boxing Olympic qualifiers ongoing in Dakar, Senegal. Christine Ongare will take on Cheddar Rabar from Morocco in the women's flyweight after she saw off Modestine Munga in the quarters. Nico Koth will face Uganda's Isaac Masembe in the men's featherweight semi-final after beating Angola's Manuel Pedro Gomez in the quarterfinal. Elizabeth Akinyi will be seeking a final berth in the women's welterweight category when she enters the ring against Oumamai Habib Bel of Morocco in the semi-final. Elia Joey outpunched Maroi Sadiki in the men's heavyweight to book a semi-final clash with Younes Bala of Morocco. This as Frederick Ramogi was stunned by Morocco's Bouros Ahmed in the men's super heavyweight.